existed. Right. That's how sure exists. Less than the 4-inch troll. Inch high, private eye? They're really good at hiding. That is real. Yeah. Looking at your profile picture there, Chapman, you can literally just knock out the background that's black and turn it into an alpha channel PNG files. You make it 400 by 400 pixels and that's transparent in the background if you want that. And it's light and dark mode compatible. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll take that advice because when I follow your advice, my account grows, so I'm gonna do that. It would just look so stupid and funny. Can you send me the original image actually? Yeah, I'll send it to you. That'd be great. I'll cut out the thing and you can upload it. It would look so good. It would look actually incredible. Yeah.
Chapman, if you send us a drive link, the quality will still be intact.
Yeah, you can send it. I think he's on. Aren't you on Discord also? Is he on Discord?
I said he's on our Discord.
It doesn't also need to be that HD. You're going to be downgrading it to 400 pixels anyways. So it's doesn't matter. So means nothing. Feels literally meaningless. It's like that joke in Family Guy about the Russian TV show for kids, where it's the TV show is Shoe and Shoelace. Shoe and Shoelace, one is worthless, one is worthless without the other. Some shit like that. Just went to my head. A shoe is pretty worthless without a lace, but a lace itself is super useful without the shoe. Yeah. It's basically just rope. The longer it is, the better. You can use it for so many fun things. Like as a cat toy. As a cat toy, yes. Every time I swapped out the laces in my shoes, I would always use the old one as a cat toy for as long as it survived, which was usually about 1 week. And then it just kind of became a pile of fluffy thread.
I love this.
Amazing. Because I'm gonna check that post again, the one that I put up. But how many people are gonna be there? So I'm gonna see.
United States citizens to address their grievances via the other branches of government. Meaning, if someone brings a case against,
I forgot I pinned when they were talking about treadmills. It's Oingo Sovereign about that treadmills.
Before court. And in the Supreme Court in particular, but it doesn't mean that the
Actually,
president
sounds like a computer. They play.
It means that he's
Be able to play
audio
directly into
the
space.
is going to do that, and if somebody applies it, they can challenge it in courts.
I was going to have my guitar set up on top of it, but because the amp works in audio in and out, but it's clock is set to 44.1 kilohertz, whereas my system and audio sound card on the actual computer is 48K. And
Ultimate arbiter of the Constitution, then what is their function?
You're not the ultimate arbiter. You are part of a system of 3 branches.
What is their
There is 3 branches. The Constitution is the ultimate arbiter.
The Constitution is
Their function is to...
the Constitution?
Correct. Well, not just that, but of all 3 branches.
The Constitution personally
Defines
itself.
Yes. And when there's interpretation between the 3... Sir, I'm going to listen. You can listen. Start listening. I'm not going to take a long time. Just let me say it. The Constitution is the final arbiter. But because there are 3 co-equal branches of government that all have responsibility for different things, and they still have checks and balances against one another, when there is a dispute, the Supreme Court will take the Constitution and interpret it. They will take the law and interpret it. And once they do, the president or the executive branch or the treaty negotiations, it is not reviewable by judges. Also, decisions to go to war or deploy troops is not subject to judicial review. Impeachment processes, which is a congressional action, not reviewable by courts. Pardoning power, when you have Biden, Otto Penn Biden, pardon all of these people on his way out the door, not reviewable by the courts. You know what else is not reviewable? I'm almost done. What else is not reviewable? I'm just giving you a list of things. I'm giving you a list of things that are not reviewable by.
Let's go to reviewable. Are you saying that the way the administration's handling of immigrants or American citizens vis-a-vis the deportation process, is that not reviewable?
I'm saying that should be moved.
I'm asking you, is that not reviewable?
I think at this point it is. I'm saying it shouldn't be.
It is reviewable.
I don't know how to get for
Currently it is. I don't think that it should be.
So that's what I'm saying.
You're saying that it should go before the courts in Infinity?
No,
I think what needs to happen. Here's what I believe needs to happen. Hold on. I think the Supreme Court should draw a red line between executive action as it relates to deportation that is not reviewed by judicial review, and then others that you think the line should rewrite the law. I think that the Supreme Court should kick it back to the Congress or something, because I think deportation should fall under foreign policy, because the executive branch does have oversight as to who comes in and out of the country. So I think that the fact that every step in the deportation process is reviewable by judges is an error. I think it makes it very obtuse to get anything done. And I think that the Supreme Court should come in and say these certain actions by the executive branch as it relates to deportation should not be subject to judicial review. And I'm hoping that that's what it ends up in doing, because right now it's too all over the place.
But Manfinity, you've got a legal industrial complex and habeas corpus.
John. Listen, John. Anthony, you're forgetting one thing. I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're forgetting one thing. The president or the chief executive is the one who decides foreign policy, who comes in and out of the country, right? So that should be reviewable unless an American citizen has rights granted by the Constitution, and those rights need to be reviewable by the Supreme Court. When you're talking about a visitor to the United States, those rights don't exist in the same way. There is due process. It's just a matter of whatever the fuck the law is when it comes to money's claims when they enter this country. It has nothing to do with a trial amongst your peers or anything like that. That doesn't exist for visitors to the country. There's about 20 different ways to get them out of here before that would even come into play. So that's the only difference.
So why not agree to that, gentlemen? What's wrong with
Because the Supreme Court disagrees with them. The Supreme Court has ruled on these questions of what rights, visitors is a weird term, but what rights, what do you say, people who are claiming,
So if it's a loss of employment,
people who are claiming, with all the different processes,
some of us are actually
I just took a big bite of the pie and all the fucking puff pastry parts flew out of my mouth. Fuck. Oh man. So many crumbs.
The whole thing you were talking about the other day, it's employment and money is kind of nice. It doesn't starting to actually make sense to me now.
It's not necessarily, no. You have to understand, employment itself and money is not necessarily nice. It is a work. It depends. If you get good money, and you are in health, and your boss is competent, then it's the best job you'll ever have. If you want a job and you have a competent boss, you're gonna have the best time of your life. You're never gonna want to leave that company ever. That's what the Deutsche Bank used to be like when Helmholtz was in charge of it, which is also the time period in which the bank was at its greatest peak. And then they they fucking assassinated him.
If you don't have the opportunity there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What a way to go.
And they did that shit to his unarmored car because his armored car was like in servicing that day, and they took the normal, like the abnormal route as well. So that was fucked up, man. They did that.
Bullets are grunt in a Halo speed run.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck you, JP. That is so messed up. Fuck. It's good, but it's fucked, man. You threw a wrench into the story. but yeah, so it's actually interesting because when he did die, everybody like mourned him. Like actually, how many times do you find that a company, like its employees, mourn the death of their boss? Like legitimately, not forced, but legitimately mourn the death of such an individual. You don't find that anymore because most bosses these days are fucking incompetent idiots, or they listen to fucking incompetent idiots. So they lost their cognitive security and now listen to some inexperienced, no execution fucking retards, and then have to deal with the consequences of their workers getting fucked over by the implementation of a retarded idea from the functional, semi-functional retard. So that's the thing, you gotta like think for yourself in some ways as well. Hey, I'm gonna bring Lord Miles up real quick.
By the way, I think I have Halo Infinite working.
Nice. Miles, whatever you do, don't do anything retarded.
That's all I know to do.
Oh my god.
You can't.
Yeah, you might be screwed on that.
What balance?
I'm not necessarily religious, but whenever I bring somebody up who is like, who does these things, I start signing the cross on my chest like an Orthodox Christian. And I don't go Catholic, I only do Orthodox rules.
I didn't know the Orthodox did that.
Orthodox are nice. Have you ever looked at their symbols? Unique.
Honestly, Orthodox is like, I'm not Christian and I don't think I would ever be Christian, but Orthodox is the only one that makes sense to me.
Yes, it is. After considering the religion itself, the adherents, all those things, it's people. The one that stands out as the most unparalleledly based is going to be Orthodox Christianism. Like that, there's just something about that. You know, I've had many experiences with many people, but like the ones who kind of lay the lowest and have like very interesting principles, I found a lot of those to be Orthodox. And like anybody who believes in Orthodoxy, you know, anybody who does that, they have a very specific aura about them that I think is very appealing, in my opinion. There's something about that I found very interesting. I find it right away. That makes sense.
Did I hear the word triangle?
Yes. Are you religious? Are you Christian? Anything?
No.
Really? You gotta fucking change that, man. Don't be the faithless.
He believes in himself.
You gotta believe in something. You gotta really believe in something.
Unique hyper-simplex topology, and I support that.
Nice. Nice. We've already made so much progress. I told him at Mac Minis a while ago he would reject the idea entirely. Now he worships. His problem is he worshipped the cyborg theocracy before it's even a theocracy, man. He's just like worshipping the temple, not the thing that makes the temple great.
It's not an issue of me finally getting it. This is an issue of this being not properly explained to me.
Literally, he just said the same thing, but twice.
Yeah, well, after getting it, you're develop these mathematical terms and like different ways of seeing it. You're just overcomplicating the shit out of it and not getting to the point.
But dude, do you not understand? There is a certain level of gatekeeping that needs to happen to that, so that people with the right amount of understanding get to it. That's the point.
It's a journey, bro.
Exactly. Like everybody else got it. It's just that you have to have a very specific predisposition to wanting to understand schizo ramblings, right? If you understand what seems to be like schizo ramblings, and you can actually see the structure in it, then you're worthy of getting it. Because look, I spent a lot of time trying to make this very thing extremely understandable. Some people pick it up, and then when they do pick it up because it made it so easy, then you deal with fucking psyops, because everybody wants the knowledge, and then they live action role play the abstract knowledge, but are complete fucking idiots and just pretend to know shit. But in actuality, all they know is the derivative of whatever they've been told. And so I made it intentionally complex for a reason. I don't like making things complex. I actually kind of hate it, but out of respect of how I learned it, and out of respect of what it does to you to learn it over time, some things are the way they are for a very specific reason.
And you were complaining about this very same thing last Saturday in our conversation.
But
It's too complicated. You're not explaining it correctly. We hear this every Saturday now.
oh yeah, well I don't know. Like to be honest, I don't care if people. I mean, like literally, I'll just give everybody all the ideas. Like who cares? I would rather more ideas be spread across as many people as possible, because then the world's a better place. That's at least how I think. But believe me, it's not. Okay, so sometime we'll have a conversation about this thing called intellectual property, and it'll change your mind. Exactly. Well, that's the thing. Well, except for intellectual property, everything. Yeah, everything is intellectual property, even ideas, right? Look at China. If you don't somehow set up something where you can profit from your ideas, guess what? Then China comes along with your idea, your execution, claiming it's theirs. You know? It's like when a very specific part of the United States' population decided to like adopt a dying redneck culture and say it's their culture and think it's a culture that's always existed. It's actually not. It's just a derivative of a dying culture brought across by the most full white men. It's like, what's that? And who is actually an adherent of this? Figure that one out, and then you understand a lot about my ideology. Same shit, basically, right? Now you like sit there and go, the fuck? Wait, what? Hang on, What? I'm a statistics enthusiast. I'll throw that one in there too as a clue. You can connect the dots later. Okay? It's a triangle. I gave you those three things. Now you have to find the dependencies between the points to figure out like which one of those you want to weigh in more on. If you're a Democrat, or you know which point you're choosing. Fucking hell. Ooh, roasted. He gets it. I think everybody gets it. Might be a little bit lag. Maybe just a little bit. Yeah. The protocol is not properly defined. Or at least the protocol has, but the receiver is like, what am I doing? This is like noise. Num. Bits. Nope. Need it a little different. Oh, there we go. I get it. That's nice. It's amazing. It's like when you give a guy a fine glass of wine for his entire life. And like taste that, and they go, what the fuck is this shit? This tastes horrible. I'm like, look, I'm gonna explain to you the concept. I'm gonna explain to you the components of the flavor. I'm gonna give you really shit wine that tastes like fucking acid, and then I'm gonna give you a really, really nice like wine, and then you understand what we're doing. It's like both of those things relative to a normal drink taste extremely adversarial, but they're nice. That's like the decoder thing. I think Miles is up here. What's happening in the chat here?
His internet it's real spotty at best.
Oh, yeah, it happens. There's like problems in between all
During that entire monologue, I was going through cable hell on my end. Because there's like 7 USB cables here, and all of them were the wrong cable for what I needed. So I've been walking around going and like gathering all of them to the 2 places where I can plug them in. And it's weird having the Apple devices in here, and you're talking about that. My brain's just like getting so confused by the existentialism of the cables. Like male and female USB-C is a hermaphrodite, I guess.
Jesus Christ.
Just thinking about that and going away. Just thinking I'd give you guys that experience, share what I could. It was very weird on my end.
God, I missed you, Vera.
Hello.
I missed you guys.
Yeah, it's great.
I have so much more energy. I'm going to be super great when I get back. About a week is going to be my full actual return. So I got to get 2 weeks of night walking in. The exercise I'm doing is like me and house guests are just going for about a mile long walk each day.
Looks like everybody's pre-mining something. Like everybody has like a goal for themselves, and we're just pre-mining it at the moment. And we're just gonna do the full release in like a week or so. It's nice. Perfect cycle too.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, I love how everybody's
working together on it. Everybody's working together with each other on our goals.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
In some way, I will say we are so back. We are back. We are more back than we were before because there's determinism in this world of super chaos, and we can have a group of people we can rely on, or at least delegate our problems to in some way because we each have different skill sets that complement the other. And it's now we have some determinism for the first time in so fucking long, right? This is what I've always wanted. This is the next thing. Exactly, we're a pirate group, you know? Except we don't do piracy. We actually do the value control thing, you know?
But my boats have pirate flags on them.
Yeah, we have different pirate flags.
The Straw Hat Pirate.
Pirates. I mean, JP's in the south. He's probably more close to the piracy.
That's from One Piece. He's talking about One Piece.
Yeah, I know.
Have you watched anime?
Yeah, I don't watch anime. I just know these things that involuntarily it's forced upon me. I don't watch anime at all, actually. I still have to go through how this thing. I just have too much work.
You still haven't
No, I'm not yet. I will finish that once I deal with the more pressing issues. I'm going to deal with these problems first, so I can justify sitting there and doing this bullshit. I have a lot of problems right now. I have to find.
You should have made him commit to One Piece, Ada.
Well, he's not going to commit to One Piece. Also, the anime for One Piece is kind of ass. I read the manga. The manga's good, but the anime is kind of
The
ass.
thing that takes me out of it for anime is the weird feminization of men. It's just you sit there, if you listen to these super soy people scream, I don't know, there's something about that.
There's also a significant portion of the male characters are voiced by females too.
Yeah, you can tell how that's a problem.
Goku is voiced by an old
Oh
lady.
my god.
Yeah, Luffy is literally voiced by an old lady.
Yes, that is incredible.
One of the most badass stories I've ever heard was one time she was on a bus and some kids some punks were just kind of being shitty, and she told them to knock it off and to respect her elders or something, and they were like, yeah, whatever, lady. And in response, she just started doing the ka-me, and they freaked the fuck out.
That is fucking funny. Amazing.
Shit, go. Yes, well, yes, I watched it in Japanese and English.
Wow. I gave up on after the first 200 episodes, and I'm fuck this, I'm ready to go back.
That is pretty good.
See, I used to have anime on in the background when I was working on server shit. Basically I would have to run a test and then that would be running, and then I would kind of have this window where I have to keep an eye on things, but I don't really have to fully work, and that's when I decided to get into One Piece. That's when I would turn that on, and I'm not gonna lie, once you just get through the first 600 episodes just as a casual background thing, it just kind of clicks, and you're like, oh, no, I actually really, really like this, and now it's actually probably my favorite show of all time. I don't know how it happened, but it's just the character development, the design of it, the ridiculousness of it is just, it's just fantastic. I love the dynamic, everything about it.
It does actually pick up quite a bit after well, I don't know when this starts in the anime, but around Wano, it really starts to pick up.
Wano starts at episode 894.
Yeah, so for someone that is a casual person, right? They're gonna need to watch 800 episodes before they actually reach any point that's good, right? It's not for the average person. I think that's kind of why I gave up on the anime. I was kind of it's so fucking bad because the pacing is awful. Right? It takes me 3 minutes to read through each chapter. Right? One chapter is 3 minutes for me. Right? They turned that into like 1 to 2 episodes, right? And it's like 3 minutes got turned into 40 minutes. And I'm like, what the fuck are they doing here?
See, I think it gives the characters a lot more time to get like developed on top of the manga. It's usually if the actual creator of the manga is included in the writing of the show, then it's usually it can add a lot to it. One Piece really screws that up specifically on like the entire time surrounding when they're in the Sky Island. Like it just all falls apart on the anime side. But like the expansion of it is kind of just so that people have already watched the manga have something new to add on top of it. It's like if you really liked the manga, it's more of an expansion of it. It gives you more lore, more ability to throw things in. And sometimes when it comes over to English, it allows them to add in jokes of their own. Or sometimes, as in the case of Samurai Pizza Cats, they just didn't get any translation at all, so they just made it the fuck up on the fly. And it became a cult classic just for that reason.
Amazing. I just remember, like, the thing is for me, I know certain moments from these things. I don't like watch the whole thing because I really don't care about like the storylines or anything. I just care about the funniest stuff that's like in between that makes no sense. Like, you know, those guys, like, I'm pretty sure you know what the scene is. The guy laying in the water, and he's like, this is a new feeling. Pride in someone else. Unfortunately, it's overshadowed by all this on you. They're great. Did you know that one?
I'm gonna have to disagree heavily with that.
That's stuck in my fucking memory. Like whenever I do anything, you know, like in a video game or something like that, and somebody beats me or an MC beats me or like some weirdest bullshit ever. But like this is something is beating me, but it's actually kind of cool. So like this is how I feel on the inside of my head, like that track just plays, and I just reconcile that somehow. I think it actually sounded pretty good too.
That's a good one.
I can do a lot of things with my voice. I've yet to meet somebody who's like has a requirement for an anime or something, who like needs somebody to like voice things of it. Even for like video game characters or something like that, I'd be down.
That'd be great. I hope that comes at some point.
You could do something super ridiculous. Like imagine the video game characters, like you know, you have an NPC that hands you like a something, and all of a sudden you hear like stuff like it's similar to Apex Legends, where it's like, hey, you know, I'm just giving you an ACOG. So it's like, hey, here's an ACOG for you because you're epic. For no fucking reason. It's like imagine you're in the middle of battle, just hands you an ACOG site and just taking you like, what the fuck is this? Why? Then you put it in your pocket, then later you get to like a big ridge or something, and it's like, okay, in the distance you have to take out those enemies. Like, using what? That ACOG I gave you because you're epic. Some shit like that, so it'd be absolutely stupid.
Love it.
Amazing. Wait, what did I just read in the messages group? Let me go check it out real quick. Yeah, that's funny. It's a fun line. Program sound, hate sound, isn't it? Oh, shit. Which, we have different things. We have things split, like we have a lot of segmented shit going on recently. We've been doing a lot of segmentation and unification of those segments. We've done a lot of work.
Those are some big juicy words, man. It's not big juicy words.
No, but they're all nice and beautiful. Believe me. We're at the age of big, beautiful things. Okay? We got a big, beautiful bill. We got big, beautiful words. We got all these things.
Big, beautiful chickens.
For big, beautiful chickens. I do know that if you have a male chicken, you know what that's called. Are you going to call a big, beautiful cock now? I bet you will. You know you will. You know you want to.
Were you reading my mind?
Probably. It's like the Master Chief is like, how do you know all these things? Well, my AI was inside of your head, and you are one twisted motherfucker. interacted with the wrong AI agent, and you're like, wait, which one are you? And it sounded like, explain to me your mission objectives real quick. Like, give me your parameters. And it turns out to be like a complete gooner maximalist fucking manifesto. And you just sit there going, damn, my bro was one twisted sick fuck.
It's like if you had Mr. Popper's Penguins, but the AI agent version.
Exactly. Elliot, stop fucking gooning to AI! What? First of all, you were the one who brought the AI girlfriends bullshit to me. Me and Alan were like joking about creating AI generated porn and like taking over the entire porn industry. By the way, like this fucking thing is insane. Like, bro was like genuinely making it sound a certain way, and it sounds extremely excited for like no reason.
No, that's not weird.
BO3?
I made it shut up because I was racist to it.
Oh yeah, that one. That one's pretty powerful actually. Dude, okay, multimodality is a very interesting domain, and I don't think people understand like what kind of shit you can do with multimodality. Like some of the new audio transformer architectures are like insane, and if you do some like really good like RLN post training on that, like you can make it really realistic. Like that's literally what they did. It's just like slightly different architecture, and they have like another like wrapper or two around it, and they'll do some nice post training on it to make it sound super realistic. And then you can literally, do you want me to pull it up?
Still can't handle racism. No, I don't want your AI girlfriend. We're not going to do this like AI swampification of the space.
I love the vacation. Everything works again.
I like stop.
There's one thing I did notice about the Unreal Engine.
Go ahead. Unreal Engine?
The Unreal Engine doesn't have, or at least last time I checked, didn't have a way to use the ray tracing chips for audio tracing, like wave tracing. It's the same calculation, like just slowed down, essentially. So
could you perhaps modify it, as in like you can take it as the same input, but you just say delay the take part based on whatever distance is, which I'm sure is probably known given that each ray that is traced is like isn't the distance known? So you could just literally say based on distance at the sound calculation makes a really realistic sound. Like imagine blowing up a big piece of infrastructure in the distance and there's like a shockwave and it actually hits you as the sound hits you.
that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like it should be easily calculable. Like we understand it's the same math. Same factor, you just have to scale things down a lot.
Yeah, you know, it's actually something that I like. Something that I like referred to in the past as well. It's like Unreal Engine. A lot of Unreal Engine-based games are very shittily made because they take the ability of the engine, but they don't understand its complexity and the stuff that you can do to actually streamline the Unreal Engine base for like whatever Unreal Engine is trying to engine, right? Right? It's just like trying to do these things, and so then you end up with swamp games because people look at the basic parts of the engine and go like, I can just tweak this a little bit and then we ship it out there. It's complete uselessness. It's just complete swamp and it's horrible. But the thing is, the engine is fucking beautiful. It's amazing. It's like if you give a super cool fucking tool to a retard, you can't necessarily expect that the tool is going to get the max amount of like the utility out of it for whatever it's utilized. Right? Quite the opposite, actually. You know? So it's like you can't expect somebody with like you can't expect like that frame of reference to be accurate because it's not. So like Unreal Engine is actually really cool. It's just not being utilized properly. Now I hope, however, like because they're going to revamp Halo Infinite, by the way, and they're going to do Halo Infinite on the Unreal Engine soon. Because they turned 343 Studios into Halo Studios. I just hope that this time, because they're probably going to extend the campaign, that this time it's actually pretty good. And they actually do things with that, and that they do the 18-month contract thing, which fucks everybody over. But given that the engine, I think, is like well known, and we have like a lot of Unreal devs for that, and you have a lot of the Microsoft money, maybe something could be done about it. Maybe.
It's promising. I like that.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun because it'll be super fucking realistic. The lighting's going to be amazing. By the time that happens, I'm going to have a super fucking good computer to back it up. So I'm happy for that. So I love Unreal Engine. It's a really cool thing. I just think that the tool itself hasn't been utilized properly, and that's a massive problem.
Yeah, I mean, no, Unreal Engine has its own problems. Unity's fucked because it's built to be an asset store instead of an actual game engine.
What do you think about good dome?
I mean, what would you rather have? Godot would be my choice if I was going to be making a game. Like, I like C#. I know a lot of people in the game industry think it's the devil because you can't manage the memory. But I mean, dude, we have VRAM. It's not. Just don't worry about it. We're not trying to break the limits here. Just trying to make a good game. Let's just go with the engine that's. It doesn't have to be mind-blowingly beautiful. It's fine. Okay, just chill. You save so much on build times. You save so much on the ability to debug things, and Godot offers that in a way that the others really don't, because everything else is super encapsulated.
I think you're right. Like, there have been a lot of successful games that have not relied on state-of-the-art graphics to be successful. You can do a lot with simpler engines sometimes.
I mean, when I think about a lot of my favorite games, like the original Final Fantasy VII, like, dude's hands are fucking blocks. Still a great game. Like, those graphics were considered amazing, and I think we've kind of reached a point where it's diminishing returns on increasing the visual fidelity. Everything looks pretty damn good. And if you're spending so much time and effort trying to make that as good as it can be, you're really not focusing on what makes a game good, which is the game design.
Exactly.
Looking good is nice, but shit, like, you can save so much time by doing C#. Like, your build time gets cut down from 3 hours to, I don't know, 4 minutes, maybe. You can also debug it while it's running, and you can adjust the variables. It's great. Like, it's
an alignment problem. People don't understand it's not just about how good a game looks, but also how well the physics behave, and also how well, like, just people don't. I haven't heard many studios say, "Is this feature fun?" They say, "Is this feature interesting?" I don't want an interesting feature. I want a feature that's fun. Like, hey, infinitely, refreshing tools in Halo Infinite. That's fun. Infinite grenades. That's fun. That was a fun feature. Very nice. Infinite ammo, infinite everything. That was really cool. That was really, really cool. The stakes are still a bit high because the health is not infinite, even though it would be funny for work. It would just kind of make things boring. So you do feel a little bit of challenge still, even though you have like infinite stuff to it. But that's the beautiful thing though. It's a fun feature. The bandana skull, infinite ammo, infinite refresh time is fun. Why can't we make the games fun again?
Yeah. Like back in the day, you had to unlock the cheats in games like, GoldenEye or something. It just made the game even more fun, right?
Exactly.
I think I remember the exact moment that the quest for fun died, in my opinion. Like, I have a very distinct memory of it. In Fallout 3, there was a gun called the Rocket Launcher, which lets you take just random crap that you could find on the ground and you shoot it at people. So you would have these slow motion death scenes of a super zombie getting hit in the face with a teddy bear and his head just fucking explodes. It's hilarious.
That would be so good. So imagine if again, like in Halo, we have like a fucking wheel or some shit. So you're gonna rip something off from this exploded vehicle, put it into the it launcher, and just fucking skewer some of it. They removed that too, by the way. Like when you kill things with a skewer, it's just standard enemy death. Back then, in like one of the previous Halo games, you can make it so that you can literally nail the bitch to the wall. If you did multiplayer and you shot one of the people with a skewer, it literally nails those fuckers to the wall like Jesus on the cross. It's incredible.
I've seen that. It's great. Anyway, continuing, in Fallout New Vegas, the Fallout that came after that, there was a schematic for the Rocket Launcher. However, if you acquired all the pieces for it and tried to craft it, you could not. And it was not a bug. They clearly stated I think publicly, that it was just meant to be an Easter egg. And I was like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You you've hurt me with this one. I thought, do you know how much time I put into getting all this crap to build this thing, and then I go to build it and it just doesn't work? Like, that was the death of fun and features as far as I can remember. You get a couple of good ones every now and then, like the original Destiny had some really fun ability moves, like the Titan Slam was just really fun. It kind of had that spark to it. But for the most part, I think it's all about what people are going to find interesting instead of fun.
Yeah, I do think that we have to
try to capture
time and try to mine dopamine out of people. How Activision. Like, I think Activision has like one of the worst games that can be imaginable because it's literally like this weird drug-fueled thing. It's horrible in some ways as well. The grinding doesn't add up. And I think there's like a need for things to just be, just overcomplicated. There's like too much stuff for no reason in a lot of things. You have like look at Call of Duty, for instance. It's literally a spreadsheet at this point that I have to like calculate bullshit with. I fucking hate it. Oh wow, that's nice.
Daily or weekly quests and stuff like that, you have to complete each week to unlock better rewards and stuff. That kind of shit adds up. A lot of time consuming.
I fucking hate that shit. Tell me about it. Now imagine doing it with people lining up for you to kill them. Like, even then, still tedious.
Yeah. There's like a bunch of shit in the game, for instance, for Halo that are difficult to like achieve, but at least it's funny to do it. You don't have to do it, nothing unlocks. But like, the one thing is with Halo, with Call of Duty is like you have to like get a certain type of kill in certain ways to like unlock things. Like for instance, my personal favorite is like getting Damascus, which is really fucking hard. I fucking hated it. I think that the mobile game version of that, so the controls are way different and way more difficult to control. And so, like, getting that really made me realize that it's just over. Like, today, it's practically almost impossible because I've added, like, twice as many guns as there were there before to start with, and you have to, like, do the same annoying, useless fucking grind with all of those fucking guns. I need to go to the gunsmith and turn a pistol into a sniper rifle. I got very fucking good at that. I got extremely good at that shit. To the point where I literally turned the whole thing into what is effectively like a semi-automatic fucking sniper rifle. It's so fucking stupid. And I got all this stuff done, and then boom, there you go. You did your thing, and everything was incredible, and everything was amazing, and now everything has to be repeated again because there's more guns. So it's like, you look at that and you go, fuck man, that's all nice. And they even took some shit away from me as well. There was like a perk that they had unlocked, which is called a Kimbo, where you can like have two weapons to run around just to like spray them. I had unlocked that shit when it first came out. They took it away. And now make you unlock it by doing something with a shotgun. Which, by the way, I did. I fucking counted it. It says, get long shot kills with a shotgun. I'm like, okay. Gets long shot kills with shotgun. 15 of them. I fucking counted. It was 15 in a single match. Didn't give it to me. Like, if you're gonna fucking destroy my game experience because you people are fucking retarded, at least don't be retarded enough for it to not work when I complete your stupid piece of shit mission that doesn't work. Fuck! Everybody keeps checking my shit, man. It really starts pissing me off. It's always something to do with Activision. I play fucking Diablo 4, someone steals my fucking pets. I play Call of Duty, someone steals my fucking perk. Can I like not be naked? Like, if you're gonna fuck me, just tell me. Fuck!
What did I miss?
Don't worry about it. Adrian was ranting about how they took his pants again. I'm not fucking playing that game again. Ever.
How much intelligence?
They took my fucking pants. Now they took my Kimbo perk. Fuck these people.
Do the pants have a lot of strength?
Not enough, apparently. But I feel like legitimately it's possible. It should be. At some point, I feel like we're just gonna build our own game. Like, at some point, I feel like, Vera, what do you think? Could you like optimize Unreal Engine enough for it to be a good experience of that classic bitch?
It's on my to-do list. I am kind that is one of the things that I do intend to do as a gaming company kind of thing. So that's in the works at the moment. Actually,
We should definitely do that.
Sweet.
Come up with some fun stuff to do.
Well,
And by the way, thank you guys.
especially starting out, you need some tech demos. So
Yeah, I think it just starts with the simple concepts that would be actually doable. And
I would really love to see if I can wrestle the Arcanum IP away from Activision. Like, I just want it. I want to use it. That game is so good. The entire premise is magic against technology, because technology interferes with magic, and magic interferes with technology. So it created this kind of separation of society. And you go through the world, depending on which path you take, it goes down a different route. Like, the entire idea of it, I always thought was really good. But the game, like, they had a sequel planned, but then Troika Games kind of fell apart. And yeah, Activision owns the IP as well as all of the old Sierra games. So now Microsoft owns them now. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see if they find that diamond in the rough, because it's just kind of been sitting there not doing anything. I think it has a lot of potential. So I guess we'll see. Maybe I can sneak it away from them using some connections.
I'd like to see like a Halo-like game where it's in zero gravity. I think that'd be a really cool concept. Like, I don't know if you've read Inner's game or seen the movie. Like, the war game that they play in that. I think that would be like a fun concept to build a game around.
Infinite Warfare has that.
Oh,
Call of Duty.
Have you seen Speaking of Unreal Engine, the nanite thing they have going on? Is that magic? Do you know how that works?
Which one's nanite?
It's the one where basically they can take in the photogrammetry and they don't have to decimate by distance. So it's like a realistic rendering but at a low cost.
I believe it's done by a shape representing the image and assigning it with a clustered color set, if I'm remembering correctly. So basically, instead of doing the full pixel by pixel rendering, it does an assigned rendering using video recognition parameters to basically rescale and redraw it automatically instead of having to calculate specifics.
Yeah, I saw some of those tech demos and it was mind-blowing.
There's a lot of interesting LOD tools that I think should be coming out around this time. Level of detail wasn't...
Pretend to be somebody. Yeah, you have to pretend to be someone to challenge him. What Trump deranged person are you going to pretend to be? I'm just playing myself. Okay, well, that's easy because you are Trump deranged, I would say. But anyways, your question to him is that challenges his part. He's basically saying to you, Jason, that you never addressed his point, which is that Trump was not acting unconstitutionally, but he was just challenging the independence, pressuring and diminishing it. Why didn't you address that? Why did you jump to the unconstitutionality? Because he never said that. That's what his question was to you. You have 30 seconds to respond.
No, it's not the constitutionality. My point is, he's allowed to say what he wants. This is not improper conduct for a president to say he thinks that the judicial branch is wrong. He's allowed to do that. There's nothing that it doesn't challenge or threaten the judiciary for a president to say, I think they're wrong. You know?
Okay, I think that's good. I think we can stop there and go around for scores now. So we're going to see who won that round. Cry Rachel, if you're within the sound of my voice, who won that round? Who had the stronger argument? Was it Jason? Or was it Dark? Cry Rachel, going once?
Dark.
Okay, 1 point for Dark. Dr. Responsible, are you within the sound of my voice? Dr. Responsible going once. Dr. Responsible going twice. He's away. Going over to John. Let's see. This is John Kitover. Welcome to the stage. Were you here to listen to both Jason and Dark?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I'm gonna vote against Jason.
Alpha Barbie, you heard both. Who do you think won the round? Was it Dark or Jason? Who had the stronger argument? Dark wins? Oh, man. Wow. And John, what did you hear? What did you hear before you...
No, I'm too late to the combo. Sorry. I can't vote.
All right. And now we're just going to take a poll of the audience, whoever is alive in the audience. If you think Jason won the round, please put a 1 in the audience, in the chat. If you think Dark won, put a 2. Jason won, Dark 2. Let's see who wins. I will take a poll. Matt goes for Jason. Bossman goes for Jason. Wallace William goes for Jason. And Mike 1 goes for Jason. In a surprising move, Jason wins. Wow. Took it right from you, Doc. I thought you had that in the bag. But it looks like Jason came through with the, when you take into account,
It was taken from me. I don't get it.
Okay. Arthur, are you there? Arthur, go on.
Listen, don't talk to me right now. Goddamn bitch.
Oh, they lost.
Don't talk to me.
Okay.
I'm depressed.
All right. Well, Jason, that was a very exemplary. I think you did a great job there, even though there was a little bit disjointed. Is there any other topic you'd like to discuss? Let's see, I'm looking at.
Yeah, I mean, Craig Rachel raised some criticisms of my points earlier. I would like to hear Craig Rachel's criticism.
Go ahead, Craig Rachel. What you think?
What is he talking about?
Craig Rachel, those people that Trump supported, they were criminals. I mean, that's not really disputable at this point. They were definitely criminals.
No. You can't say all.
The guy's not Trent Aragua. He did other crimes, but he was not part of that gang. It's stuff like that. It's like, oh, he's part of a different gang. You know? Like, overwhelmingly, the guys who went to Code, that's what I was talking about, or Secox. Those guys are criminals. I mean, no, like it's not the Sharks and the Jets, it's the police versus the criminals. Okay, the police who are good on our side, the thin blue line, and the criminals, the people who need to be arrested. Okay, the blue lives, they matter. Okay, the blue lives matter. They do some bad, sure, and then then they get away with it. Actually, is what happens a lot of the time. We tell them Trump.
So, Alan, joining the stage, thank you. You and Dark seem to be opposed on issues. Alan, in the past, you told me that his greatest win, Trump's greatest win, was immigration. And Dark tends to disagree with you. Dark thinks that his greatest win was the fact that he's costed the economy trillions of dollars. That's the least worst thing that he's done. He doesn't.
Today you were born to your last dying day. That's the next line of your West Side Story song.
Oh, I missed that. That was a movie reference.
Yeah, he Dark put it in the chat.
Yeah, that's the one with Roberto Romero.
West Side Story. You're a general. Go away from the day that you're born to your last dying. Yeah. See,
So, can I put you and Dark in the hot seat and kind of argue over the immigration?
you may, but I reserve the right to suddenly leave because
I'm at home and might have to deal with family members.
Okay.
So if I stop mid-sentence, it's not because Doug crushed me mercilessly and I left him in embarrassment.
Okay, so Dr. Aaron, I need you to articulate, since Alan believes that immigration is one of Trump's biggest wins. You obviously think that he's doing horribly with immigration, so I'll give you a minute to explain why what he's doing on immigration is actually terrible and setting this country backwards. You're willing to take that on? I'll give you 1 minute. You're sitting in a room full of Trump supporters, and you have 1 minute to explain why he's doing horribly on the immigration front. Your 1 minute begins now.
Again, I think this is impossible to do, but whatever. Basically, he's not deporting nearly as many folks as he said that he would, largely because I don't think that there's that many as he claimed were here legally. I think that he's kicking out a lot of folks who would otherwise be working in the fields there, picking up food and stuff like that, doing jobs that Americans don't want to do. And sending people overseas to other countries to what may be labor camps or concentration camps, etc., is abhorrent, honestly, especially when it's done against the rulings of judges there, kind of referencing what I was talking about earlier there. So, and also hasn't even started any construction on this wall, apparently, he's been talking about for a while. So, yeah, I don't know. Biden has deported more people by this point. All right, your 1 minute is up. If you could summarize your position in one statement, how would you do so? I think that immigration serves as a distraction for Trump at the moment. All right, Alan, do you have a challenge question for a challenger? One challenge question that challenges his basic premise and gives him an opportunity to explain. Your one question for the challenge question.
You're asking me to think. Couldn't you attribute the lack of deportations from Trump to the fact that people stopped coming in, so that if people don't come legally, then you don't have to deport them? And don't the numbers do the numbers bear that out? Because they seem to me.
All right, that's your one question. Dark, you have 30 seconds to respond. If the original assertion was that there were over 13.5 million illegal aliens in the country, the fact that there aren't enough people coming over should mean literally nothing, because there are still millions and millions and millions and millions of illegal aliens, ostensibly. So the idea that this is only because there are less people coming over the border is moot. Okay, Alan, we're done with that. Alan, you have 1 minute to explain why immigration is Trump's greatest victory. Your 1 minute, and you're sitting in a room full of ardent Trump derangement haters. You have 1 minute to make your case. Make the case starting now.
Well, if you look at the statistics coming from Border Patrol and ICE and things like that, the border crossings have gone way down. Trump said he was going to do that. He accomplished that very easily because people know that Trump was not going to accommodate illegal immigrants the way Biden did. So, is it his greatest win? Yes. He said he was going to do it. He did. Thank you. We're done.
All right, and you haven't. All right, I think that pretty much sums it up. I was going to ask you for a summary statement, but I think that pretty much sums it up. So, Dark Aaron, you are a ardent Trump hater. Give me one challenge question that Alan can answer. He has 30 seconds. But what's your one challenge question to his brothers? Again, he didn't address my original point, which was if there were millions and millions and millions and millions of people already in the country, why hasn't he at least matched Biden's ratings on deporting immigrants. There are federal millions and millions and millions of people in the country. The fact that we don't have tens of thousands coming over should be irrelevant if it is such a win.
Alan, you have 30 seconds to respond. 30 seconds starts now.
Well, if the district level judges weren't blocking everything Trump tries to do, then maybe he would have that. When you look at the difference between, say, Obama or Biden, Biden had 15 rulings from district court judges opposing him, and Trump has already had something like 60. The last I saw, like a month ago, was 65 rulings against him. The Democrats are fighting tooth and nail to do everything they can to oppose what Trump.
Okay, 30 seconds are up. Now we're going to go to scores. So for those that listened to that exchange between Dark and Alan, we'll see who won that round. Arthur, are you within the sound of my voice? Arthur going once. Arthur going twice.
What's going on?
Are you still asleep? Or are you still are you still upset about the Knicks? Were you listening to the? So you were listening to Dark and Alan?
Not really.
All right, I'm gonna put you down, man. I'm gonna put you down because you ain't ready. All right, I'll come back to you, but just listen. Crowd ratio. Who won the round, Dark or Alan? Hopefully you can put your bias aside.
Dark.
Of course. 1 point for Dark. Alpha Barbie. Will you be going? Alpha Barbie. Who do you think won that round? Was it Dark or Alan? Oh, we're tied at 1-1. Doctor, are you within the sound of my voice? Doctor going once. I'm gonna have to move him down because he's distracting me. Although I hate to do it. Who do you think had the stronger argument? John going once.
Going with Alan.
2 for Alan. All right. Divine. I'm not sure if you were here for the whole thing. Were you here the whole time, Divine?
Nah, I just got here. I just came to see what bullshit you was spewing tonight.
Sure. All right. But careful what you say. Because you might get. I know. All right. So now we're going to have to take it to the audience. For all those that were listening to Alan and Dark on their positions with immigration, we'll have to see who wins. If you vote for Alan, I need you to put a 1 in the chat. If you vote for Dark, I need you to put a 2 in the chat. Your scores are being tallied now. 1 for Alan, 2 for Dark. Let's see. Another 1 for Alan, another 1 for Alan, another 1 for Alan. And then Immortus goes for. Okay, I think that seals it. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan has won the round. Let's give it up. Alan wins his first ever round in Make the Case. All right, so now we're going to go with Make the Case. Alan, if you're so obliged, I'd like for you to go up against Divine this time. What the hell? We're going to put you in the hot seat, brother. Alan, do you have a moment to do this or no?
No.
Okay. Okay, all right. Why don't you, Divine is already, we know where he's on, so let's see. Is anybody in this room coming to us from the right of the political spectrum? Because we know Divine's on the left. I'd like for a right.
I'm from the truth. I'm from the truth, brother. Don't put me in no basket. My name is Divine. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. What I represent.
I'm going to be the one. Dr. Wise, are you from the right or the left? I can't remember.
Try to pigeonhole me.
Let me ask you, Divine. Divine, I've been asking people, I'm going to level set with you. For Donald Trump and his presidency, what is his biggest win or best move since he's been in office? And what's been his worst move and or the biggest loss since he's been in office?
I think his biggest win, with the exception of Hoover, I don't too much agree with that, but some of the pardons that he's granted, the last time and this time, the black woman he let out, I give him that, and she's advocating for others.
Black woman, Alice Johnson. Yeah, Alice Johnson. Those people that
Or did you know when I call her out this time around? So what did he do since January 20th?
No, he did. He did get her. He got her charged. She was exonerated or something, but he got her shit wiped clean. He gave her the 100%. You got a clean slate. I saw that today. So again, let me give him his props. He has pardoned some people. I'll give him that. Him wanting to reinstate military people that did not want to take the vaccine, I gave him props for that. I think one of his biggest mistakes is fumbling the economy with threats of tariffs, backtracking on tariffs. And you see that the new term taco, Trump always chickens out. He's not looking good when you speak to economists and people that really understand how money works. He fumbled the bag.
Okay. Thank you for putting that on there. I have a list of responses. If you heard me typing, I'm just keeping track. So I have your name next to his win was his pardoning and reinstatement of military for the people who didn't want to take the vaccines. His biggest loss was the threats of tariffs and his backtracking, basically taco. So, does anybody here disagree with anything that Divine just put on the table? Anybody disagree? Anybody disagree?
Yeah, Divine, you bugging. I don't care if you fighting a black woman. I'm good. Hi.
Dr. Wise, are you coming to us from the right of the political spectrum or the left, Dr. Wise? Dr. Wise, are you there? Going once. Dr. Wise, are you there? Going twice.
Let me respond to cry ratio. We got a lot of people that have been wrongly convicted, and we know that the justice system has not treated minorities fairly. When it comes to programs of incarcerated individuals, our counterparts have access to programs. They have access to way better situations when they're incarcerated than when we are. So anything that anybody in leadership can do to help the incarcerated, especially those who've been unfairly sentenced, when you look at how we're sentenced and how our counterparts are sentenced, the treatment under the law, you can't deny there's been disparities and harsher treatment. So you have to give it up when anyone in a position of power takes notice that the judicial system has treated minorities unjustly.
Hoover!
Rachel, you typically seem to be lost in the sauce, but how do you respond? You see what I'm saying? You don't give me nothing but 2 words.
Undeniable. Nobody can disagree with what I said. I was fair, I was just, and I told the truth. The whole truth and
All right, but I'm gonna have to challenge you on you're saying that his biggest loss was the threat of tariffs and backtracking. So we're gonna challenge each other. Since nobody else wants to do it. You typically don't do this. I'm in game show host mode. But since everybody else wants to check it out, I'm gonna step up. So I'm gonna give you 60 seconds to make your case why that's his biggest loss. You have 60 seconds and you're sitting in a room full of MAGA loving, Trump loving supporters of Donald Trump. You have 60 seconds to make your case. Your 60 seconds starts now.
I mean, look, bro, it's obvious that there has been some issues with the economy when Donald Trump came into office. So, I mean, okay, what has he done? Again, threats of tariffs. He tariffed over 180 nations, broad tariffs, and then he reneged on it. But we saw the stock market react. Wasn't good. And people called it correction. They said it was going to crash anyway. That's bullshit. If you want to negotiate with other countries for fair tariffs and something that's fair and just, do it individually. Call the nations that you have an issue with and deal with them. This was not handled in a proper manner. This is not true leadership. This is just throwing shit in the wind and hope something sticks. That's not how it's done. Yes, things are changing, But he chickened out. He chickened out on tariffs, and then he misled the public. You ask the average American what a tariff is, they don't even know what it is.
Your minute is up.
Let me
Your
finish.
minute is up. Your minute is up. I'm going to give you one statement. Your minute is up. You have one more statement to sum it all up. Your one statement goes now.
Let me give my one statement. The average American does not know what a tariff is. And once Americans started to learn what a tariff is, when companies like Amazon started telling people what tariffs is, when Walmart started revealing what tariffs is, he had to backtrack.
What kind of a run-on statement was that? My turn. Anyways, now I'm going to take a minute to dismantle your elementary argument. And I'm sitting in a room full of divides, dark areas, and all of these haters. But I got to do it. And it's something I'm used to. I'm not new to this, y'all. I'm true to this. I do this every single night in all these rooms, so this ain't nothing for me. So anyway, I got 1 minute. And man, Vanity, your 1 minute begins now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what Divine fails to tell you is that he is an establishment guy. He doesn't care about unorthodox approaches. He thinks, oh, we should just do what's been done in the past because that's the best way to get results. He's all about tradition and, oh, we got to do it this way because call out people individually and no. Donald Trump rips the Band-Aid off. Okay, reset. He's hitting the reset button because what we've had is years and decades of all kinds of trade deficits, no one addressing the issue, and he needed to renegotiate these trades, not in a stepwise approach. He needed to rip the Band-Aid off. And when he did it this way, it actually got us quicker to where we needed to get. So Donald Trump's approach, he ain't going to be telling me no while I'm talking. So this is not the threat of tariffs. What this is a bold approach to resetting the trade landscape across the globe. And what it resulted in was people lining up to renegotiate on a grand scale. So this is a net positive, and this man is someone, when you're sitting next to him on a plane and you're going up, any bit of turbulence, we're going to die. I know that the turbulence is going to be okay because we got a steady hand in the cockpit. Thank you, Jesus. I'll stop right there. So now, I don't know. Y'all should have been kept in track. I lost track. Anyway, so now we're going to go. You're going to ask me one challenge question, Divine, to my premise to expose the fallaciousness of my position. What's your challenge question?
My challenge question is, what's going on with the big, beautiful bill?
So you're not going to challenge what I said. You're going to just go to a whole different topic. Okay. What's the what? You're supposed to challenge what I said, man.
You said a bunch of horseshit. Like, that's what you call that a reset? That was not a reset. That was a fumble. That was a chicken out.
You're supposed to ask me a question. I don't want no statements. You're coloring the audience.
Is the economy better now than before Trump took office?
Okay, I don't even need 30 seconds for that. Absolutely it is. It is. Just
I need evidence.
I'm going to ask you a challenge question.
No. I need evidence to prove that. You have to prove that.
Not in this context. That's a different game.
Oh,
I'm going to challenge you. My challenge question for you is, what makes you think taking a country by country approach is the way to do this when we're never going to get to a solution that way? That's a very slow approach. Why would you prefer that slow approach to a ripping the Band-Aid approach on?
First, I'm going to shout out Ed Solidarity. He did the research for you. Read the chat, guys. Yeah, so what's the better? Why is that not an approach? You don't tariff countries that don't even have people. They have fucking penguins. You know, what, you're going to tariff their tuxedos? It doesn't make sense. You have to do things. True leadership is listening to those around you and coming up with a group effort solution. Okay, and you say trade deficit like it's something bad. We've always been in a trade deficit. You probably can't even define trade deficit. Do you know what that actually means? So it's my challenge. What is a trade deficit, young man?
I can't do that now. Now we're going to scores. It's over now. Arthur, who won the round? Was it man?
Get out of here.
Excuse me. Stop. We're going to get to the scores. Arthur, who do you think won that round? Was it Manfinity with his pro-Trump approach, or John Kitover. Did Infinity win that round or Divine? John going once? John going twice? You moving to the audience. You be wasting my time. It's been a tennis sport. Alan Dean, are you within the sound of my voice? Alan going once? Alan going twice? I'm moving his ass to the audience damn too.
Rachel gave me the win with the tiebreaker.
No, yeah, because now we open it up to the chat. Now we open it up to the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, if you think Infinity won, give me a 1. If Infinity won, press a 1. If Divine won, press a 2. Let's see who wins. Let's take it down.
Matt, get out of here, Matt.
Matt Cool, give me a 1. Wallace, give me a 1. Beaver, give me a 1. Look like I won the round. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah. Get your shit together. You better go. You gotta wake up early in the morning to beat me. Shit. I didn't even put my best performance forward, but I still kicked your ass.
Bring this show across the street, man, Vinny. This is cool. You need to bring this show across the street. You know what I'm talking about?
Ooh, it's so weird. Where can I bring it?
Over to the other app. I don't know why you're not over there.
Oh, man. I feel like I need to get more active on there. But I can't never control that wrong because Jonathan's controlling. He don't let nobody tell it.
No, you get to know. You can start your own channel and do your show. Yeah.
You think Chatter is more active than this place?
I'm like, who was that person that voted? I'm 50-50 because I go both. You know what I mean? I go over there and I come over here. They're not gonna get me to leave over here. You have a lot of people that left. I'm not leaving Clubhouse. I will always come back.
So I don't know. I mean, I never started a room. The only time I go on Chatter is to jump in and debate the newsroom. That's it. I never started my own space.
Yeah, you can start a space. You'll get a lot of support, especially being a right winger. They're over there. You know, we go at it every night. I took about a week off. I haven't been to debate the news literally in a week. I had to detox. I've been hanging out with a brother named John. And we've been deep diving into the whole Diddy situation. We've been playing videos. You can stream in there. You can go on camera over there. So we're really making use of the utility.
Have you ever been on camera then?
Yeah. Okay. You would never do that.
You know how many haters I got? They get me bad, man.
You can get on camera, just put on a shiesty.
What's a shiesty?
Shiesty mask, the Nike ski mask thing.
Oh, I got one of those. Yeah, I didn't know it was all this. That must be a New York thing. I didn't call that a shiesty. But yeah, man, I'll try it, man. But you like the make the case?
Yeah, man. This is a cool little thing with the bell and getting the audience involved. Good deal. I don't know why more people's not in here. They be hating on the kids, man.
That's what I'm saying, man. You've always been a solid supporter, man. Even though you don't like to be called out there as a supporter, but
nah, you can call me a supporter.
It's almost like being a Trump supporter, right? You can't be telling everybody.
Nah. Look, I support any and everybody. You out here, you know, you're speaking your opinion, and we have to hear both sides. I'm definitely an advocate of that. You know what I mean? That's why I frequented debate the news and in certain rooms. You know, I know the rooms that I'm going into and what I'm dealing with. You know, there's rooms over here. They're not trying to hear none of that. It's just super echo chamber. And that's what it is.
So weren't you in the room way back with that girl named Ellen who used to talk like this? Wasn't that your home girl?
Yeah, that's the God's sister. That's how you call her. She's taking care of her mother. Her mother has dementia.
Alan's back. Alan, were you available? Why didn't you vote for me, man? Alan, man.
I see Bree down there. What's up, Bree? I see Matt. Oh shit, Dr. Irresponsible's in the building. Get up here, you Long Island duck.
Yo, I was just in Brooklyn last week. I was over there off of that street called Bushwick.
Oh, okay, yeah. Hey man, you can't even
was away from the phone. But listen, don't bring up this subject. Let's not create another stink. But did you see my message in the back channel?
No, let me check now. I'll check.
Okay, all right. Just read it because it completes that from yesterday. That's
Okay.
all.
I'm saying 25 years ago, you couldn't have went on Bushwick. I'm telling you now, Bushwick has changed.
Yeah, you know a place called the Ten Ike Project? The 200 Ten Ike Project? Ten Ike?
If you tell me the street, I know it because we got so many damn projects.
It's called Ten Ike Walk. I don't know why I named it that, but it's basically a project. It's called Ten Ike. TNEVEYCK. That's called hang on.
That's Bushwick. That's between Bushwick and Best Buy.
I don't frequent those areas, but I know where it is.
Yeah, I was over there, and it was a good time. Then we took a Uber all the way to Spanish Harlem. Went to this nice jazz club called the Smoke Jazz and Supper Club. And I was supposed to meet with Lisa from Lisa's 420 Lounge, but she stood me up.
Yeah, you didn't take the subway though.
I was going to do the subway, but the people I was with, they didn't want to get put on fire and stuff like that. So.
Yeah. That's not what you're really working. Exactly. I was on the subway last week. Don't.
Yeah, but why take chances? Why take a chance?
You're not taking a chance. Look, you hit the lotto before. Right. You hit the lotto before something happens. You hit the lotto before something happens to you on the subway. Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, come on now. Numbers don't lie.
I don't know. We actually worked. We didn't know too much. We didn't want to get lost either. We needed to get all the way from Brooklyn, where that place was, all the way over to freaking Harlem. Almost Harlem.
Every train goes to Brooklyn, so you wouldn't have got lost. You would have ended up right back in.
Yeah, it was cool. People all good. Smoke Jazz Club was cool. The food was good. And went from there. But yeah, let me see. I'm gonna try it again. So yeah, I'm gonna try to go to Chatham, man. Is it easy to navigate?
Yeah, it's easy. Just look, man. I'm not telling you to leave over here because I know you have a lot of supporters over here. But you got to spread it around. They're still over here. You see, he does both. You can do both. You can be in Chatham and have a clubhouse at the same time. Yeah, sure can. Get you a little soundboard. I don't know how that works, but that gentleman is right. He actually streams on Twitter while he's simulcasting on Clubhouse and Chatham at the same time. So connectivity is not that technical. So
I'm very technical. What are you talking about? I got a master's degree
in what?
IT project management.
I know you don't, nigga.
I got an IT degree. No, the master's is actually out a lot. The master's degree is in computer information systems with a concentration in IT project management.
From BU? No.
I ain't telling you what.
Some university. Where else?
I got put my name up there. My name is on the degree. You want me to take a picture in front of it?
No. Stupid, you could cover it. And why are you trying to date Lisa? He's weird. He keeps bringing it up.
Well, I gotta tell the truth. I mean, she agreed to meet me and she stood me up.
Devon.
Yeah, you gotta holler.
Nah, she's too old for me, bro. I'm trying to have
Let me get to hear it.
crowd ratio sounds like she's more in my age range. I need a woman who's in her childbearing stage. You sound like you're in your late 20s.
I hate when you don't put women against each other's songs.
You are not old. You're in your 20s or your 30s because you probably know anything.
Make her envious.
I can't see the chat. But yeah, man, they be hating on me, man. Nobody coming my wrongs. But if I stay consistent, I think people will come in.
You're mean.
And you need a crew, man. You got to get your crew up. You got Matt Cool. You got Dr. Irresponsible. You got a few that's on your side of the fence. You got to get with people. Hey, man, we're going to do this every day. Look at Politically Correct. They've been going strong. Patty and them. Lisa's been starting back up again. I saw her in the hallway the other day. But Patty's been killing it. And then that girl Q, what's her crew? I can't remember her name, her crew's name. Who knows Q? You know who I'm talking about? Cry Rachel? The waiting room.
Oh, the waiting
Yes, the
room.
waiting room.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, consistent. You gotta be consistent.
Yeah, but you gotta focus on finding a woman. That's what you need to do.
You know, my boy Aaron, I don't know if y'all know Aaron, but he found a beautiful wife on Clubhouse. Beautiful wife. Like they're married, she's pregnant. He's got a 6-year-old from a previous relationship. I shouldn't be telling his business, but my point is he found a beautiful wife right here on Clubhouse.
Man.
Yeah.
Listen, that's possible.
No, it's not.
But why limit your input to just voice? Go where there are women that have the same interests as you.
I know.
And you.
So let me explain. The women that I meet in this area tend to be highly educated and career driven. So therefore, it's a stalemate. Like we have a good vibe and everything, but then when it comes to like trying to they just not. They're not on the same way. Like they're not about the biblical worldview that I'm into.
Okay, but man, let me ask you this. Do they want to have kids?
But a lot of that's not a priority for them. A lot of them are more interested in establishing their career.
Yeah.
How old are they? What age range are they in?
In their late 20s, early 30s.
Okay, so what you have in front of you is you have a group of women, like you said, late 20s, early 30s. They're career motivated. Okay, you're meeting them, but they're not syncing up. Keep doing that.
Man, go to Mission Hill and get you a hood booger.
What you know about Mission Hill? What? What you know about Mission Hill?
Bro, I went to Northeastern, bro. I went to Northeastern. Yeah,
wow, it's right there. Okay.
I lived on Hillside for 2 years. I had an off-campus apartment, 65 Hillside. It was the party crew.
Like when you were.
Yeah, she's on
Yeah. 65 Hillside. Let me see where Hillside is.
Yeah, I live on top of the hill.
65 Hillside. You know who's originally from Mission Hill? Donna Summer from the disco queen. Wow, so 65 Hillside is a triple decker.
Yeah, I had the first floor.
Wow. What you know about
they didn't want me. I went to school with a bunch of them. They didn't want me. They didn't want me. I was with the hood boogers.
Birdies. Wow. Y'all really know y'all stuff.
They fly though. They were definitely the flyest girls on campus, but they weren't check for the kid. I was too hood. I'm from Brooklyn. I was too hood. Oh no, I tried.
Are you Rachel, are you Cape Verde?
No.
Where you from? Where you from, bro?
He's the most hated Caribbean country.
Not Trinity. Yeah, Trinity City born. Trinity City born?
Trinity is not hated.
Montserrat.
Jamaica is not hated.
Montserrat.
No. They
So
killed
wait.
They killed
St.
white men.
St. Kitts?
No, they killed white men.
St. Lucia.
No, for like independence, they killed white men.
Oh, Haiti. Wapcon Judge.
I didn't know that.
Wapcon Judge.
Now the truth comes out.
Hey, my boy.
Now the truth comes out, crying Rachel.
Yeah, Wapcon Judge.
That's why you're always coming after me. It's in your blood. You just like killing white people. Just
Excuses. My babysitter when I was like 3, 4 years old, she was Haitian, and all she used to say was "Shita." Down. Shita. I was like, no. She was over me to sit down. I'm 3. I'm out.
Yo, is this a good sign? Yesterday I had 856 members. Today I got 888. I'm gonna 33 in one day. Is that good?
Good. You gotta stay consistent. Stay consistent. And you gotta do the thing, you know, the resets. You're telling these people to share the room. You know how we do it, man. Come on, you know.
Yeah, man. Help me build it up, okay?
Doctor, get up here, doctor. What the hell? What?
Yeah, I think he's away from his phone. That's another dude that we were supposed to link up twice, but he had no he couldn't get away from his married life.
Link up with Marshall.
Mark is another one of my biggest haters. He really tries to skewer me on other stages, but you know, I maintain myself. Dark, why is it that you hate me so much? What did I ever do to you?
I cannot hate someone that I do not care for.
Okay, what did I ever do to you? Why do you have such disdain for me?
You seem to be incapable of taking accountability or supporting Taco.
Taco, let's go. Yeah, no, it's an acronym.
It's not acronym. It stands for Trump actually always chickens out.
Yeah, Trump always chickens out. Taco's an acronym.
I still have 880 members, 2 people with pink tickets. Please turn in your pink ticket. Anyway, my support. But what are you talking about, Doc, when you say that I don't take accountability? I stand by my support for his policy. So what do you mean I'm not accountable to it?
Well, you do stand by it, of course. I didn't say that you didn't. I said that you refuse to take accountability for example, earlier today, GA was talking about, or was it DU, I can't remember, was talking about how Trump said that he never repents, and that which gives him carte blanche to sin or lie at all times. And you continue to make excuses for it, despite claiming to be a God-fearing man. That is only one example.
So that's not taking accountability. That's me finding a way to explain, you know, a situation. Just like if I were to try to push you on why Kamala was a horrible candidate, you're gonna give me more excuses than a nigga going to jail, because that's how you do. So it's a team sport.
Well, the difference here is that I do not claim to be a man of the cloth, and Kamala has never said that she. No, I'm a white person. I don't know why Infinity said that, but I'm a white person. And so the point is that Kamala has never said anything that would necessitate me not feeling that she is the better alternative because of the religion that I believe in. Thank you, Rachel. I agree with that. You, on the other hand, have made an excuse for a man who will never repent for anything that he has done.
Did you hear what I said? I said he never repents publicly because he doesn't want to give anybody a cudgel to use against him. So it's not that he.
I understand that is your rationale, and that just continues to buttress my point, to be honest.
But that's not me not taking accountability. That's just me finding a way to explain certain behavior, and that bothers you. So that's what it is. It's not that I don't take accountability. It's that I can always figure out a way to explain behavior, and that bothers you. Okay, Alan, you raised your hand.
You don't realize that you're literally making my point.
No, but that's not me not taking accountability. That was the wrong framing. What you're trying to say is you don't like that I can always figure out a way to Oh Lord, does anybody else hear what I'm hearing? Alan, what you say?
Yeah, the left doesn't get to decide by which metric people decide if they are religious or not. So you're saying that, oh, if you are a man of the club, then you should agree with us is a weak and fallacious argument.
Oh, he told you.
I'm sorry, I was too busy doing something else to listen to a druggie up on.
Yeah, okay. In other words, I was right, and that's your excuse for coping the way man does with Trump lies. Okay, we got that.
No, I literally said I wasn't paying attention and admitted that I was doing something else. But you're a druggie, so of course you didn't listen to me.
And why would you call him a druggie? Why would you make that claim?
Because when you win an argument, then you when the other person wins an argument and they lose, and you lose, then you have to fall back on it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean that's uncalled for. I don't see. I've known Alan for a good period of time. I've never seen anything to indicate that he's a druggie. He's been an upstanding father and a man of great integrity. So again, I don't know what to do with that. Anyways,
I just said he's a druggie. You can appropriate whatever you want to what I said.
I don't know why you would say such a thing. It's just baseless.
He's addicted to drugs. Okay.
And you know, the other thing is, that I would say, man, that Trump supporters love that he does that. They understand that he's what's called an advertising puffer. So when you know, if you see a Coke commercial, it's called Coke is the best soft drink ever made. Well, you can say that, and it's understood that's part of advertising. If they say Coke cures the common cold, well, then that's an outright lie. There is such a thing as puffery, and we all understand that that's what Trump engages in. But tell me, what is the bigger lie? Trump saying I'm going to end the Ukraine war at my first day in office, or Democrats telling the world that a boy can become a girl, all he has to do is take hormones and then maybe have a surgery. Which
So Alan, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican.
Okay, then, but then you can answer which one is bigger.
Okay, but I could give two fucks about that issue because it's not a real issue. It's a made-up issue by the fucking Republicans. Okay, it's bullshit. You know your party Republicans lack any fucking integrity. We have a fucking criminal that's in the White House running this country, and a fucking drunk running the national defense. Like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Okay, so you don't think it's an important issue, but there are a lot of people who do think it's an important issue. So can you answer the question impartially, which you think is a bigger lie? If you don't think that you know, the whole trans thing is a lie, then that's fine. That's an answer. But there's lots of people who do, and all of those people elected Trump.
So what do you think, Haitian? Which is a bigger lie? A lie that I'm going to fix the Ukraine-Russia thing on day one? Or is the bigger lie that boys can be girls? Which one is a bigger lie? I haven't heard any Democrats say boys can be girls, so. But
then you haven't been paying attention.
But,
They never said that.
oh my God. But,
No, I mean, at the end of the day, if they want to care about stuff that affects like less than 1% or so of
exactly.
the country, let them do that.
Yeah, trade unions bother you?
I mean, that's fine.
Yeah,
Trump bought the economy trillions of dollars, but no, trans people are involved.
I know, they're not the problem.
You know,
I think they have to be, like, on the low. You know, it's like the closet type shit, you know what I mean?
yeah. You know, there's a guy in tell.
That's like obsessed with, thinking about transgender people.
Yeah, that should be happening all the time.
Yeah, what's the matter with being concerned about children who are lied and told to take hormones that will cause them to have health concerns for the rest of their
Did
lives?
they tell you that?
Upward of $1 million.
How do you
And
know
it's a
that?
lie.
Did they tell you?
They will never be the opposite sex.
They know what you're talking about.
Oh, I know very well. See, it's funny, all of this coping coming from the three of you. Would you tell an anorexic, oh, it's okay that you're anorexic. You think you're fat, so let's give you some diet pills.
Alan, it's very interesting that you're so focused on this trans issue, right?
Why is it?
Because first when you say to all three of us, you don't even know what my fucking opinion on the topic is.
You just gave me an opinion.
So let us know what your opinion is right now.
My opinion is not my business.
I know, but why is it not your business?
So hold on. It's not my business, okay? And when you're looking at what's going on in the world, what's going on in the country, what's affecting people, okay? That's not the fucking that's not top of the list.
Well, it is to a lot of people. It's top of the list to at least 77 million.
Those same people, when they're not getting their fucking public assistance, when they're not eating, they'll fucking.
Maybe they won't.
Thank you for bringing
Maybe
it up.
they won't.
Thank you for bringing that up, Haitian, because I'd like for you to joust with my friend Gildas. Gildas, are you there?
Yeah,
Gildas, we have Haitian Sensation on the stage who thinks it's a good idea for people to get public subsidies who need it. And you, as I understand it from yesterday's discussion with you, you believe, I think it might have been earlier today or yesterday,
I gotta go, man. Thanks for everything.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Alan.
going to drag show.
But Gildas, no, he's not going to drag show. But check it, Haitian, Gildas has a hot take. Gildas has a hot take as it relates to public benefits and subsidies. So Gildas, can you state in one or two statements your hot take as it relates to public subsidies and benefits? Go.
Okay, I can sum it up into 3 points. Number one, welfare, entitlement, Social Security, all of that should never have been started. Because number two, once you start it, it just grows. People drop their balls to meet the low barrier to qualify for it. Number three, which is probably the most important one, that doesn't mean, though, that I want to get rid of it overnight. Because it's such a shock to the system because it's been ingrained for 60, 70, 80 years that to end it overnight with a swipe of a pen or whatever, with no real plan to wind it down would be catastrophic.
All right, so I'm going to give you 1 minute to make your case, and then I'm going to give Haitian give you a challenge question, and then he's going to make it the case with 60 seconds of his own. You have 60 seconds to make the case why it's a bad idea to have public subsidies and benefits. Your 60 seconds begins now.
The reason that it's a bad idea morally is because it's taking money from people who have not decided that that's what they want their money to go to. And so it's basically, snatching money from them and then using a disinterested party in terms of the government or a party that doesn't assume the risk if it fails to redistribute that money to people who, in many cases, they probably use it the right way and get up off of it after a few months or whatever it may be and go on about their merry income-making lives. But, as you can see, as an example, in this country, entitlements have grown ever since they were kind of rolled out just in an emergency sense around the Great Depression and then again in the late 60s with the Great Society stuff. So it is bad because it's taking money from people who didn't choose to spend it that way, and then it's allowing people to spend it who don't have to assume risk.
All right, your time is up. You have one statement. You're done. Give me one statement to summarize your position.
It's unfair.
Thank you. All right, Haitian, one challenge question to what you just heard from Gildas. How would you challenge the premise of what he just offered to the table? You have one question, no statements, but just ask one question.
Bro, I'd rather reply to what he's saying than ask a question.
No, I'm gonna let you reply in a second, but just ask one question to challenge.
What about people who are disabled?
All right, stop right there. Gildas, you have 30 seconds to respond.
Yeah, I still believe that people who want to spend their money in terms of maybe charity or some kind of, even like a GoFundMe or something like that, so long as we know that the people whose money is going toward the disabled, they intended to go to them. Because there's no reason, for instance, that my money should be taken away from my ability to put my child in preschool and go to somebody who's disabled.
Exactly. 30 seconds. Thank you, Gildas. All right, stop. All right, now, Haitian, you have 1 minute to make the case that Gildas is wrong. Your 1 minute starts right. Hold on. Your 1 minute starts right now.
So, first of all, I'm not trying to go back and forth. I'm on my fucking dummy relaxing. But what I will say, Gildas, regardless of what you're saying, that you should be able to choose where the money goes. You don't choose it where the fucking money goes now. Are you choosing for fucking Trump fat ass to go play golf every other day? Are you choosing for a lot of things that take place already? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, are you choosing for certain community projects that are done, like, you know, on this road getting paid for this one? And then on top of it, brother, if you're saying that people, even if they're disabled, shouldn't get any type of assistance, so what's going to happen with them? They're going to be in the street? Who's going to clean up their body, the corpse? Like, it makes no fucking sense. Like where is humanity in you guys?
What? You have 1 minute to, hold on, 1 more minute, not 1 minute. Sorry, 1 statement to summarize your position, Haitian. 1 statement, go.
People who need public assistance, not wanting people that truly need the support and help, should not be, just thrown out like trash.
All right, good. Thank you very much. Now, Gildas, ask 1 challenge question. No statements, no opinions. Just ask him 1 challenge question, so he'll have 30 seconds to respond. What's your question?
All right, well, we can play the worst case scenario. Should I take money away from my daughter's SAT or pre-SAT classes so that a homeless drug abuser can get an apartment and use that apartment to further shoot up more drugs?
You have 30 seconds to respond now.
So, are you giving that money directly to that person, or are you giving money to the organization?
So you can't ask a question, answer it.
Okay, well, when you give money, you don't have a fucking choice where it goes to. For example, if you give money to charity, okay, or a homeless person, it's not my fucking business if that person buys, uses part of it to go buy a fucking bottle. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, it is what it is, bro. But don't think you're gonna be where you are in life without anybody helping you. Don't ever think that you are where you are all by yourself.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go around and get some scores. Who's gonna win the round? Start with crowd ratio. Who do you think has the stronger argument? Was it Haitian Sensation?
I'm over here fucking dummy, bro.
Haitian Sensation, or was it Gildas? Who won that round?
Haitian sensation.
You can never put your bias aside, girl, can you? All right, 1 point for Haitian Sensation. All right, thank you. Thank you, crowd ratio. Going to Alan. Alan, if you're there, who do you think won the round?
My man, Gildas.
All right, 1-1. We're moving on.
I didn't know you
All right,
were
let's
going
get
that
that.
through, Alan.
All right, here we go. Hold on. Rob Goulet. Excuse me. Order in the court. Rob, excuse me. I can't hear you while I'm talking. Rob, I gotta go order some Domino's pizza.
I only heard the last part of the debate.
A Haitian woman you would have.
I know, right? Rob, tell me what you think. Who you think won the round based on the
I didn't even hear what the full argument was.
All right, so I'll be fair. Just chill out for a second. Now I'm gonna open it up to the room. If you think Haitian Sensation won the round, put a 1 in the chat. If you think Gildas won the round, put a 2 in the chat. 1 for Haitian Sensation, 2 for
challenges a liberal about trans issues, it always ends up accusing the conservative of being gay. But I'll answer the other thing, because that's and I think it's projection on their part. They're the ones who are secretly gay.
I'm sorry, Alan, I'm gonna have to have you repeat that because no one could hear what you said. I can't hear Alan. Please let Alan speak uninterrupted, and then you can respond, Haitian. But I couldn't hear what Alan said. Alan, quickly.
Yeah, okay. Again, two quick points. First, whenever conservative brings up trans issues, the left always accuses that conservative of being gay. That's like a fallback point. The second issue is, why do we care? It's less than 1% of the population? Well, let me ask you this. I just did the figures. In 2019, 235 black men were shot by the police. That translates to 0.00007% of the U.S. population. It's like way smaller than any trans issue. Why should we care about black men who were shot by police? I don't know.
Why do you care?
Why should you care? You're wrong for caring about it. You're wrong for caring about it.
So, first of all, I love it how white men love to go to the
Okay, don't discuss my skin color. No, you don't get to do that.
He's married to a white woman.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you
I want to hear Haitian's response. Please, let Haitian respond uninterrupted, please.
I mean, but this man's not white.
All right, Rachel, is Haitian's response without being interrupted?
Okay, Dad.
Thank you, Mama. All right, go ahead, Haitian. Love to bring up some shit that you think is something that's going to affect or trigger us black people. So, end of the day, y'all don't give a fuck anyway. So, nothing changes. You guys don't give a fuck when you see a black person killed by police. You know what you got to say? They should have obeyed. They should have listened. So the question is, Haitian, if we are wrong for caring about a very small percentage of the population with transgenders, why are you okay for caring about an issue that's even less the percentage of that? Bro, you guys are the ones making the transgender issue an issue. No, I said if we are wrong for caring about such a minuscule issue, you care about a more minuscule issue. So why are you okay for caring about that, but we're wrong for caring about transgender? Because you guys' issue with transgender is affecting people in all different demographics, all different areas of life. Not just some situation with police. It's a lot of shit is changing. Where from fucking books to total bullshit. Can anybody understand? I don't understand. You're saying we're wrong. Hold on, I'm gonna reiterate the question. You think we're wrong for caring about the transgender issue because it's less than 1%. So why are you not wrong? Okay, why did you say we're wrong for caring about less than 1%? I'd like to give an answer after Haitian's finish. I'm confused.
Yeah, that was one of your points. It's less
You
than
said that
1%.
we shouldn't be caring about the transgender issue because it's so small of a percentage. But you care about an issue with black men getting shot when that's even less of a percentage. So why are we crazy for caring about transgenders when you care about something even less? That's the question. Like I said.
Because you're a black man.
Not only that, right? The whole transgender issue. Okay, you guys are trying to change shit in school, in the workplace, every fucking sector of people's lives. But that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to tell us that transgenders need to be allowed in this and that. We need to change the language for this and that. Numbers aren't being compared. I know you're not talking on my stage. Shit you be talking. I know you're not talking. Oh, Lord. I know this man ain't talking on my stage the way he be talking his shit. He wished death upon me.
No, he didn't.
statistic in terms of transgender population. That's someone African American men are overrepresented.
Get the word out, brother. Get the word out.
Compared to the general population.
No wonder you like to chant so much. You can't talk.
Yeah,
Alan, how do you respond to Ed? Alan, how do you respond to Ed? He said you can't do what you're doing because of whatever he just said.
Yeah, and maybe you missed the beginning of it, but Haitian's argument was that transgender people are less than 1%, I forget the exact number, of the population. Of the U.S. population is what I assume. I don't know. So we're talking about the entire country. So we can also speak about the entire country about a whole number of issues, including the number of black men shot by the police. We could use, okay, we could also have used the number of white people who have abortions every year, or the total number of women who have miscarriages. That would be a good one. We could look up the numbers, and we could see what percentage of the U.S. population, well, that one we have to cut in half because it's only women, okay? But the whole point, that whole argument is, well, it's so small that we shouldn't care about it. But it seems to affect the entire country, so I would say, well, it doesn't affect anyone. Well, it affects everybody who has kids in school. It affects everyone when they go into a bathroom with their daughter and there's a man there with his dick hanging out.
Make a comparison.
I just did.
Why not? Let me get him out. Finish. Excuse me. One voice at a time, please. He wasn't done talking. So, Ed, he's trying to say it affects all the people that are going to school with these people in bathrooms and everything like that. How do you respond?
Yeah, what I'm saying is you can't make a comparison, right, to comparison of gender status. I mean, we're talking about people who are actually dying in their graves, and you can't make a comparison to people who are making or are having an issue in terms of gender dysphoria, needing corrective approach to address it.
Yeah, well,
Comparisons. Say again.
no, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt. I thought you were done.
Yeah, he's done. He don't even know when he started or when he ended.
Yeah, well, the study came out.
I don't agree with men being in any fucking bathroom, whatever. But when's the last time that you went in the bathroom and saw someone's dick?
I said a mother going in with her daughter, and a man is in there with his dick hanging out, claiming to be a woman.
When's the last time you saw someone's dick when you went in? He didn't say anything about seeing it. Being in the room with it.
It doesn't matter because I'm a man.
How many of y'all have daughters?
Yeah. So, but Ed,
I have two small daughters. I'm just gonna make a personal example. I have two small daughters. We go out frequently. Well, one's in school and one's gonna be going to school next year. I can tell you this for certain. There's no transgender ideology being taught to my second grade, soon to be third grade. As a father that takes his kids to things like, the zoo, the mall, restaurants. Sometimes girls have to use the restroom. If they don't have a family restroom, generally if it's just me with my girls, I try to find it as empty as possible. Maybe I ask someone, that I could seem friendly, just check for me. But one thing I've never encountered in a city like Houston, Texas, mind you, we actually do see transgender people. So it's not like I'm in one of those places where we don't see it. I've never encountered a place where my daughters haven't been able to use the restroom because it was a man. So I'll go to the next point. But when you guys say about, I guess, where's the comparison disparity? First off, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all think those people have a right to exist?
no, they don't.
asked a yes or no question. And Alan said no. They ain't fitting it. You think they?
Yeah, but hold
So
on.
here's
I'm going to
hold on, Alan.
No,
Hold on, Alan.
I was talking.
Because it has a point. I have a point that I'm making now.
So, Alan, you said that these transgender people don't have a right to exist. Your question to me is the same thing, Rob?
I just asked, do y'all think transgender people have a right to exist?
So he said no. My answer is yes.
All right, so assuming that most of us. So hold on, give me a second, man. So assuming that we all kind of believe that people do have a right to exist, regardless of what we like their ideology. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where the comparison is lost right there. It's not about a sheer numbers thing. It's not about saying that you're comparing this. Well, if it's a low percentage of this, we're talking about a low percentage of this. We're talking about these people that simply having a right to exist. Whether we agree with it or not, that's a whole nother story. I don't agree that trans men should be participating in girls' sports. So, like, you know, we got some middle ground on that. But to even compare that to a public official who's sworn to do his job, and we're not talking about the cops that kill people because, you know, they were actually a threat to them. We're talking about the cops that kill people who weren't a threat to them. So assuming that they're supposed to do their job, that right there in itself, being a law enforcement official, holds far more weight than you guys feeling like that you don't like this person because they're transgender. You don't agree with their ideology. You can't legislate how someone feels about themselves. You can't legislate how the police interact with the general public. So it's like it's not even a logical comparison to me.
Yeah, well, I'll answer that. Ed was saying, well, people are dead in their graves. They find that this latest study came out shows that people, children and teens who engage, who have gender affirming care. In other words, they're taking hormones. Maybe they have their breast, if they're a girl, they have their breast cut off when they're a teenager, have a higher tendency for suicide. What the left and what the transgender ideology claims will help them is actually killing them. So yeah, they're in their graves too, and they're being killed. And the fact is that what we have is the mistreatment, meaning the medical mistreatment of children who have gender dysphoria when all of the available studies showed that if you just do nothing, if you say it's okay, all right, I understand you feel this way, it'll pass.
Love you anyway.
They will, yes. Their gender dysphoria will be gone by the age of 21 in 95% of the cases. But instead, the left keeps saying, oh no, you're trying to erase them. Oh no, you're trying to deny them the right to exist. All we're saying is, no, you are a boy, you think you're a girl, that's a mental illness, which by the way, I forget where. Yeah, it's a mental illness, go to a psychiatrist.
Next time you do an outburst like that, I'm gonna have to drop you. I don't want no outbursts. I don't like no outbursts. I like starbursts. I don't like outbursts. Okay, so I need you to calm down. Alan, you were finishing up.
Yeah,
Alan is done.
Yeah, I'm done. So yes, I will continue to make those comparisons.
All right. So, Ed, as much as you hate me, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to respond before we get back into the groove of things. Ed.
All right, I just have a question. Oh, bring up Omar. Sorry. So the question is, did you data someone's head? You get to results at 21, like how I just said.
I didn't hear what you said. That I'm sorry, you were talked over. Say it again.
Does the data show that gender dysphoria resolves at the age of 21, like how I just said it does?
Okay, Alan, where did you get that statistic from?
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. It's.
You just made
maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And then what's happened is then we get all of these other studies, funded by the trans ideology group. And it went down to like 87%. But the original stat is 95%.
I think you got your original projection fixed.
I didn't hear what you said.
I think you were finished projection fixed.
He does.
Yeah, see, again, they get accused of.
They do that all the time. You already, you made that one. They try to
Lying tranny gets died.
So, anyways,
A bunch of white men are into men.
so Gildas won the last make your case round against Haitian sensation on the topic of You say what? That was a round. He went, and everybody voted that he won. What you talking about? He was on the other people. I'm saying is, I didn't come here to respond to me. That's what I'm saying to you.
Oh, what's good,
Omar, stop flirting with your white
What's
dad.
up, Zach? Why say try to hold around your mouth?
There's enough interaction between black men and black women. We're not trying to exacerbate that. Oh my God. I hear smart people speak. I answer to bring them up. That's the end of the story. I don't even agree with it. Not patient. Or I'll put you in a fucking Mac Daddy fucking argument and see who wins.
So Haitian sensation. What's the next topic you think you can argue? Bro, I didn't argue shit. You the one that fucking said something. First of all, if I was gonna argue something, I wouldn't come in here on some fucking dummies. Oh, because you're not prepared tonight. All right, we'll go with somebody else. Is that why you lost? I think he got handled by Gildas. You got handled. You got handled. Anyway, and solitary, would you like to go head to head with Gildas or Dr. Responsible on your favorite topic? Dr. Something. Yeah. What's the biggest topic? Well, why don't we do Lisa? What is the topic that you're passionate about, Lisa? What you say responsible?
I'm saying that Ed, Asian, and Lisa are either directly or indirectly okay with killing trans kids by lying to them. Did you hear the statistic the man just brought up? Alan, he may be old, and he may speak slowly, and he may take forever to get his words He's not a stupid man.
As slowly as I
First of all, he brought up a statistic he alleges that's from 4 to 5 years ago that kids that go through gender dysphoria, have a high rate of suicide. Okay, well that could be they might not
that's new. The
Listen,
suicide.
Dominique just gave us a hot take. Dominique, hold on. So to say that the suicide rate is based off of that versus them being picked on versus them being being cast away by their family, you can't say that. It's fact. It's on why that suicide rate is high. Alright, hold on. Dominique just made a claim. He just gave a hot take and he said that trans kids do not exist. Dominique, I'm gonna give you 60 seconds to make that case uninterrupted, and then I'm gonna have somebody ask you some challenge questions, and then I'm gonna make them right. So Dominique, there is no such thing as trans kids. Please make the case for that in 60 seconds or less. Your 60 seconds begins now.
There is no such thing as transsexual children. There is no such thing as transsexual. That is it. That is all. Thank you for listening.
Wow, okay. And solitary, you have 60 seconds to challenge his premise. Not 60 seconds, excuse me. Please ask a challenge question. No statements, no opinions. What's your question to him to to disprove his theory. You have one question at solitaire. Oh Lord, Haitian Lisa, what question would you like to ask Dominique to disprove?
First of all, he didn't even make a statement. There's no trans children. There's no trans.
I know, so ask him the question. Ask him the question.
Basic elementary. Okay, so I can say be just as basic as him. You see what he heard? You guys heard what he said. There's no trans children. There's no trans. Okay, so if you want me to be just as basic and elementary and one cell brain as him, yes, there is.
No, I need to ask him a question. I said no statement is opinion.
He made a statement.
Ask him a question. Ask him what
That's
he
not a statement.
I know. I'm just saying, ask him something to make him expound upon it. No, this is a game called Make the Case. So
I got one question for him, man, Freeman. One question.
All right, go ahead, Omar. Ask the question.
Hey,
Define trans.
Dominic, does trans people or children, do they have parents?
All right. Dominic, you have 30 seconds to respond. Your 30 seconds starts now.
Usually, they don't have a man in the house.
No, I said, do they have parents?
Sir, man, sir, I got 30 seconds. All right. Give me my 30 seconds. And
Seconds starts now. Go.
hey man, look here, man. If you're gonna act like that, I'm just not gonna respond.
No. You got 30 seconds with no interruption. I will shoot anybody that does. No interruption. 30 seconds starts now. Go.
Look, normally there's no man in the house. You have a woman. She's almost always a feminist. Almost always a feminist. And these women are looking for attention, and the only way they can get that attention is by putting their little boys in dresses. There's no such thing as a transgender child. I will land there.
All right, so we are at your 30. All right, so now, who would like to take the argument in the opposite direction? Who disagrees with Dominic?
I do.
No, you disagree? All right, you have 60 seconds to make the case why Dominic is wrong. 60 seconds starts now.
Okay, Dominic is not wrong about the presence of fathers in the household, right? Women are into a whole bunch of shit. They'll do just about anything. They love those kids. There's no doubt. But in the midst of loving those kids, it's not just about them being evil or them being leftist or anything else. They don't know how to lead a child because they don't have their partner with them. It doesn't make them evil. It makes them missing the key component of raising a child in a relationship, which is a man who doesn't give a fuck what that child wants, doesn't care, is not going to make their head and go and pretend that he's a girl if he's wearing a dress. Like, the dad ain't going to do that shit. The mom will, because she loves those kids and she wants to do what's best for them, but she don't know how, because she wasn't designed by God to know how. And I'll shut her off there.
Okay, so anybody would like to challenge Mr. Doctor with a question? Challenge the premise of what he just argued. Can you summarize your statement in one? Summarize your position in one statement, Doctor.
Doctor responsible. Would you say the women, the parents in Hollywood who are actresses who transition their children so their careers get improved and they can get a movie role? Wouldn't you say that's evil?
I would say that those, let's say, actresses, women, I would say, hold on, you can respond right now. I would say that those actresses, women, are not built, designed, or capable of making the correct choices for their children. So they fall into the trap of doing things they think would be good or socially acceptable, and they don't question it because they don't have a man around to tell them to shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Why do we?
If you were my wife, I would bitch slap you and then hug you and kiss you. Respect.
You convinced me, Dr. Responsible.
Thank you.
Responsible. Say you can solve one issue right now with kids in this country, right? And you have to choose between the trans issue or the hunger issue. What are you going to focus on?
Wow. it's a good question. I would focus on the fatherlessness issue in black every community because that would solve it. I know. I can't choose your options. I'll be honest.
You're presuming that the father issue relates to the transgender issue, which is another issue.
Yeah, it relates to the foodlessness.
Worry about the trailer parks, okay? And people walking around with no
I
teeth.
didn't say anything about black people. I said all colors. No, you don't think that's happening in white families? That's a fucking giant problem in white families. More than the black families.
One question for Dominic. Is it possible for Dominic, is it possible to have a trans kid, right, that haven't transitioned yet? Is that possible? Or anybody who's tonight? No. Is that possible? No. So you're saying a trans kid has to go through the transition first?
I'm saying there's no such thing as a transsexual child.
Wait, why are you guys asking a mechanic? Why are you guys asking a mechanic about medical
He's a mechanic. He is a blue-collar worker. He is a skilled
Asking
labor.
a mechanic about neurology and it just makes no fucking sense. Ask him how to change oil within. Ask him how to change oil within 3 minutes.
So elitist, Lisa.
Stop telling me
This is a
something.
man who is skilled at what he does. And you're being an elitist
Well,
bitch.
he can be, okay, respectfully, when you're changing my oil, I don't need for you to try to tell me anything about my fucking uterus. Just do what you need to do so I can pull out Jimmy Lou. I don't know why you guys do this. And we're going to have an intelligent conversation and bring intelligent people on the stage. That's it.
This is what lost you the election.
This is why Kamala lost, right? Now, night after night, I get kicked out of room after room.
Who's Kamala? Who's Kamala? Who's
I get
Kamala?
kicked out of room after room.
I don't even know anybody named Kamala.
I'm on my best behavior, but I have to listen to this woman?
I don't give a fuck if you're on your best behavior. Come on, Jason, I don't give a fuck if you're on your best behavior. You don't have to be on your best behavior with me.
Lisa, can I ask
Do what you do. Do what you do and see what you get back. Do what you do and see what you get back.
Lisa, can I ask you a question?
So he's on his best behavior. All us here.
I'm asking Lisa, are you answering for her? All right, now y'all don't let Dominique get off the leash. I'm trying to ask Lisa. She doesn't want to talk to me because she's afraid of me. Oh, she is. She is afraid. She is talking. But he's very intelligent. Lisa, you're not answering me. I guess you're afraid of the questions I'll ask. Okay, so let me ask you something. Okay, if you have a blockage in if you have kidney stones, do they treat your kidney, right? And if you have heart disease, they'll treat your heart. If you have a problem with your liver, they'll treat your liver. Where does transgenderism, where does gender dysphoria, what part of the body creates that?
That's what
It's in the brain, right?
No, there's more than one system.
There's
What's the other system? Gut health?
What's the other system? Yeah, it occurs in the brain. That's the realm of psychiatrists and psychologists, not surgeons. And, okay, do you know what anorexia is? Because when I was growing up, anorexia became a big thing. Because teenage girls, they would look in the mirror
they would weigh, they should have weighed, let's say, 110 pounds, and they weighed 80 pounds. But they would look in the mirror, and their brains were so distorted, they would see themselves as being overweight. And they would put these poor girls on IVs, and the girls would tear the IVs out of their arms. That occurred in the brain. That was a body dysmorphia. The brain literally told them, your body is wrong. And now what we're doing with transgenders is we're saying, oh, your brain is telling you that you're the wrong sex. Well, then we got to cut off your dick, or we got to cut off your tits. It's butchery. It is absolute. I'm sorry. The doctor responsible. Was my line of logic clear? Since you're the one who seems to always be judging.
Is your brain telling you that you're a man?
I do judge you. Alan. But like, guys, listen. The election is over. We're just talking about real shit at this point. There is an issue.
Your brain is telling him he's a man.
No, but it's a terrible thing to watch transgender people go through this. And please stop. This is serious. There are real transgenders. Yeah, but.
Lisa.
Yes, respect. We can really talk right now. This is called finding common ground right now.
It's a very, very simple question. Alan, is your brain telling you you're a man?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Listen, I'm a MAGA voter and everything. I vote for Trump. But I do believe, trans kids exist, it's not my thing or my twist, but, I do think they exist and they should have, I don't want no harm done to them like that.
Do you think harm is being done to them when they're being allowed to change their bodily organs to accommodate what their brain is on?
It's an issue for you guys.
It's an issue because I have little cousins. I do.
Yes, we know what straight is for you.
I have two younger cousins.
I know three traits.
I have two different cousins in two different families. One year, her name was, I don't want to say it. I'm just going to tell you. 1 year was a girl's name. The next year, it was a boy. She got two twin sisters. She feels otherized. She can't, all her girl cousins she used to play Barbies with don't want to play with her. This is real, brother. You got these confusion out here. When she made this change, probably around 10. She's probably somewhere 14, 15 now. And she's so clothed into herself. In my mind, I think she was touched. How's she going to school? She lives, I don't know enough to tell you how she goes to school. But I do know she's not, because she don't live, I only see her at family reunions. And I don't see her, she doesn't live she lives in the next state over, so I don't see her all the time. And she's not in my age range, so she's not like close. But when I do see her, I try to connect with her. When I first met her, she was a girl, she had the little ponytail. She was running around playing with the little Mimi and Jeannie, right? And then the next year, Jeannie and Mimi don't want to play with her no more. She got her hair chopped off, and she's to herself, and she don't want to talk to nobody. I try to talk to her and crack a joke. She's looking at me like I'm crazy. Okay? And this is a beautiful little girl. And then the world got her confused and thinking she's a real boy. This is real boy. Did you say she's a boy? Or you say she's a hairstyle?
I know. Is Infinity's brain telling him he a man?
It's a good question, though. Is she really saying she's a boy?
She's a boy, or are you assuming that? That's what she's saying.
Infinity could be white.
She doesn't go by that name anymore. I believe she's a boy.
Goes by voice.
This is better than Appleseed right now.
The entire gay rights LGBTQ thing
This is not.
is an attack on the family. Don't y'all see it as an attack on the family? It's an attack on the family.
One at a time, you fucking monsters.
Because there's a lot of crazy women in this world. I gotta make sure she's pretty.
That's what my mind is telling me. My mind is telling me y'all are dumb. done. Is it wrong or you're wrong?
Lisa, this is a serious issue. I mean, the election is over.
Hey, come on. Can we have order in the court? Order, please.
Okay, man.
All right, hold on. Dominique is saying that feminism is a hate group. I'm going to give you 60 seconds, Dominique, to explain why you think feminism is a hate group. I don't want you to just say feminism is a hate group, that's all. I want you to explain in 60 seconds to the room, Dominique, why feminism is a hate group, and then I believe Lisa thinks it's not a hate group. So I'm going to give her a chance to
I gotta go.
This is not JFK, Alan. It's not JFK, Alan. You don't have to announce your departures or right.
No, he does. Oh, boy. Lisa, can you take the opposite view? Lisa, no, I like him. He's liking this. Okay, Lisa, would you like to take the opposite view that feminism is not a hate group?
What?
Can you take the opposite view?
Dominique is saying.
No, but I want to see if you can take the opposite.
This is blowing my mind right now. Feminism
is a hate
on the stage with more the IQ above your shoe size. Feminism is a hate group. Okay, I
right. Dominique, you have 60 seconds to make the case that feminism is a hate group. Your 60 seconds starts now.
Feminism is a hate group. Straight up. Feminism takes beautiful women and makes them into inferior men. Feminism tells women that they need to be liberated. Liberated from what? Liberated from a house and children and family? So you can go to work and be broke? Wait a minute now. Feminism tells women that they are equal to men and that they don't need men. And they go out there and they get past the age of 29 not needing no man, and they end up with a cat, a little dog, and some used vagina that nobody wants to hit, nobody wants to marry them, and then they go up and they be old and bitter, and they want to convince the next generation of women to be feminist. And they're behind this abortion thing, they're behind this LGBTQ thing, so the feminists, they're anti-family, they're a hate group.
Thank you. Your 60 seconds is done. Would anybody in here like to argue him down?
You know what? Please get better people on the stage. First of all, if they turn into
Lisa, please don't be insulting to our stage. Lisa. Let's not be insulting to the people on our stage.
I'm not. Feminism does not grow a dick. And
you have 60 seconds. Lisa, I'm going to give you 60 seconds. Hold on, Lisa. Nobody can hear you.
Use the vagina.
Hold on, Lisa. I'm going to give you 60 seconds.
Use dick. Okay,
Lisa.
so you got it all.
Hold on, Lisa. I want to give you 60 seconds.
Lisa. That means somebody's actually
Lisa,
in it.
you hear me talking? Lisa, I need you to give.
That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. This
Lisa.
is along with our cats, but we make more than your motherfucking ass.
This is ridiculous. Lisa, I'm trying to have a. Lisa, 60 seconds starts now. Go.
Oh, I said everything I had to say.
Nobody heard you. I was talking. 60 seconds starts now. Go.
That was dumb. Okay, so he said that being a feminist turns you into a man. Well, all the feminists that I know don't have dicks. So maybe being a fucking simp turns you in having a fucking vagina. And as far as used vaginas, those are the best vaginas on the planet, sir. That means people have been in them. Dicks have been in them. They have been there, they loved it there, and they kept coming back. And as far as having some motherfucking cats and dogs, sometimes you niggas working at Burger King, we don't need no fucking nigga working at Burger King because we make 3 times, 4, 5, 7 times more than you do. So we just need to have your ass there? Your useless dick ass there? Okay, so that's the dumbest shit I ever heard. Did you hear him say that if you're a feminist, you turn into a man? You a dumbass nigga. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Dominique. Now I would like for you to ask her one challenge question to what you just said. No statements, no opinions. Just ask her one question that challenges her theory. Your one question, please. Why would any man want to listen to that mouth? All right, stop right there.
You know
Lisa, you
why?
have 30 seconds. Stop, Lisa. No, Lisa.
Why?
Please, 30 seconds. Stop. 30, wait. Stop for a second. Stop. Lisa, you have 30 seconds to answer this question, and your 30 seconds starts now.
Dominic, no man wants to listen to my mouth. They want it on their big ass dick. There you go.
All right, now, Lisa, now stop. Now, Lisa, no statements, no opinions. You heard what Dominique had to say. I need you to ask him one challenge question only. No questions, no statements. I mean, no comments, no questions, no statements. Just ask a question, please. What's your one question for him?
If I put your dick in my mouth, can I swallow or do I gag?
All right, stop right there. Dominique, you have 30 seconds to respond. Stop. Dominique, you have 30 Stop. 30 seconds to respond. 30 seconds starts now.
All right, listen. This is what feminism has done to women. Do you really want to marry this woman?
I'm already married, you piece of shit. And guess what? My husband's dick gets sucked every fuck.
Oh my goodness, Jesus Christ! This is not what I want. Please, now we're letting them back up. But please, now we're gonna see who won the round. We're gonna go around the audience and ask what people think. We can't have all that vulgarity. Gildas, you were listening to both sides. I heard you laughing and everything. Gildas, who had the stronger argument? Was it our friend Lisa or was it our friend Dominique? Who won the round? Your view.
In my opinion, Dominique had the stronger argument because he did not lapse into ad hominem.
Thank you. All right, going to Ed Solitary. Who won the round? Was it Dominique or was it Lisa?
Lisa had a strong argument.
All right, good. 1-1. Dr. Responsibility. Who you going with?
I'm gonna have to go with Lisa as well.
Lisa. All right, I'm
I
surprised.
really can't help it. Yeah,
Tell me why.
it's kind of like I'm old.
Okay, you got it. Omar, who had the stronger argument? Dominique or Lisa?
Hey, Dominique has some good points, but I had to go with Lisa on that one.
Wow.
Yeah, Lisa got.
All right, well, let's see. All right, moving on to Betty. Betty, are you within the sound of my voice? Okay, thank you. That's 4 for Lisa, 1 for Dominique. We're not done yet. Going to Marshall. Were you here?
Yeah, I think Lisa won.
All right, that's 5-1 so far. And lastly, Rob Gillette. Rob, who would you say won the round?
As I said in the first term, I came in at the very end of this one, but I have no doubt about it that I'm pretty sure Lisa won this one.
All right, well, I'm going to put your vote to a side since you weren't here. And we're going to go to Haitian. Hold on, we're going to go to Haitian Sensation. Haitian, you were here for both arguments. Who won that round?
Hey, you really didn't answer for the question.
I need to get it on the record, please.
I don't even think how many people fucking talking about it.
And
All right. No, because it's too vulgar on my stage, man. I can't have no vulgarities.
As much as I saved you in my room, nigga.
See, I told you, Lisa.
I'll bring you right back up. No vulgarities on the stage, please.
It's open season for your ass into 420. You know what I'm saying? I'm room.
Hold up.
This is what happens when you cut the cord. This is what happens when you cut the cord, nigga. They gonna drop me as much as I say, but I save his ass daily in my room. See how this goes? There's no fucking loyalty
Everybody, Lisa, you won the round. Okay, but Dominique, we have Beaver in there. He thinks he killed her, but everybody voting. I think Lisa got the most votes. So Lisa, you going on to the next round.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to the next round because I tried. I tried so hard, but you're not right.
Lisa, I don't argue, but I'm trying to control the room. I just need you to stifle yourself. That's it.
Yeah, because I'm so exhausted.
There's no need to be exhausted. Stifle. Oh, she's not.
Stifle yourself. It's very hard for a black woman to stifle herself. You gotta realize that.
I realize that.
There's been many years of them being able to talk out loud and talk shit, you know.
Yeah, they want to put that in your game. Y'all get on that club shit. Y'all get on that club shit. Hijacking my room, bro.
Tell them that, Rob.
But
That's the truth.
man, Benny, just out of curiosity, you had to do completely disrespecting her and you didn't drop him. Like,
Who? You talking about Dominique?
I'm talking about Dominique.
So you didn't hear what she said? You didn't hear what she said? She was the first one to say, shut the fuck up. I don't need you, motherfucker. She was the first one to go. Hey, man, Dominique was the one who was saying he made a statement about feminism. She took it personally, started talking about inside and everything else. She took it there. It's on replay. Don't listen to it for yourself. She was taking it there.
To be objective, I think you should have gave Lisa just a little more grace, brother. Because he's back for you like hell, man. I thought she gave a little more grace.
I brought her right back up on stage, brother. I just wanted her to stop talking while I was talking.
I have a lot of respect for Lisa. Lisa is open-minded, intellectually accommodating, etc. But because she was over-talking the top left mob without any kind of like awareness, he was just speaking as if he was not speaking. It is a foul. That's a personal foul.
And I never do that in her room. Every time she says something, I stop talking. Because that's the left mind. When I started talking, it just kept going right through me like I wasn't even on the stage.
Full of shit. She does protect us. To be fair, she does try and let voices be heard.
Yeah, she does not say that like a full stage.
Man, Phoenix, you didn't take me like a mom. I'm just saying she did go in there and didn't agree with me, and she just was over talking to me. He asked me to work out, but she was still.
I moved it down only for a moment. Don't brought it right back up.
That's her. That's just comment on your clubhouse etiquette. I agree with etiquette, but don't you think like the mute button first could have been,
Yeah.
The button first. Yeah, I'm talking to you directly. Everybody's going to get happy. I mean,
The mute button was used, brother. The mute button was used. Okay. I did use the mute button. It wasn't a mute button.
Everybody slow it down. Look, wait a minute, relax. Everybody slow it down now. Man, Infinity gave me my time. I said mine. I did not get a single anybody. Right. That's cool. Check it out. I didn't insult anybody. I didn't use any profanity. This woman came off of the mic and her mouth was full of all kind of profanity. And all of you supported that. So before y'all went off at the mic, I want you to recognize that you are part of the problem. You are the effeminized males of the United States of America.
Crazy.
Your mama? Wow. Wait a minute. Here's what's up with y'all. Y'all think that by supporting feminism, you can get more vagina.
issues.
Dominique, what's your next one? Dominique, give me another hot take that you have. Another separate hot take. I'm gonna have somebody else challenge you. What's another hot take that you have? You have a lot of hot takes.
I'm gonna challenge you, man.
All right, we'll see what his hot take is. What's your hot take, Dominique?
Okay, 30 seconds.
What's your hot take?
Here's my hot take. The American men have been feminized. And
all right, you have 60 seconds to make that case. Uninterrupted. Stop. You have 60 seconds to make that case, and your 60 seconds starts now.
The American men have been feminized. They have been convinced that by being women's friends, they can get more vagina. And as a part of that, they support gay rights, LGBT, lesbianism, because let's face it, how else can you get two vaginas for the price of one unless you're sleeping with lesbians? But the reality is, women don't want to sleep with their friends. So you get a whole bunch of men who can get laid and a whole bunch of women who can get laid, and they're frustrated, and now they want us to believe there's a such thing as transgender children. Thank you for listening.
All right, you didn't even take up your 60 seconds, and if you could wrap up your position in one statement, do so right now. One statement.
Feminism is a hate group. And
stop right there.
It's for the worst.
All right, so now, Rob, you said you're going to take the opposite view. You have first off, before you go your 60 seconds, ask a challenge question to Dominique. No statements, no opinions, just a question.
All right. Is there any evidence that feminists qualify as a hate group if they committed crimes like, hate groups tend to commit?
All right, stop right there. All right, stop right there. You have 30 seconds to respond, Dominique. Your 30 seconds starts now.
Yes, feminists support abortion, and abortion is the largest killer of black people in the United States of America, killing over 20 million black people in the United States. That is murder, and that makes them a hate group.
Thank you. All right, so now, Rob, you have 60 seconds to take the opposite view. His statement is that men have been effeminized and they're propagandizing the feminism movement, which is a hate group. You have 60 seconds, and your 60 seconds starts now.
This ain't even fair, but look, let's be clear. Feminism is not a hate group. To even try to define feminism, which I'm not always in agreement with, but to even try to define it as a hate group is asinine. So I don't even really have to address that because there's no evidence to support that statement. To say the abortion topic, I think people always fail to mention that in a lot of abortions, I can't give you a specific number, but I can give you a good portion of them. It was the man that encouraged the abortion. It was the man that paid for the abortion. In some case, forced her into the abortion. So we forget that. It takes two to tango. So what was his last point? I think he said three things.
You have 5 seconds left. I'm sorry. It's almost over.
I can't remember his last one.
I don't remember either, but you have one statement to wrap up your position. One statement, go.
These niggas need help. I don't know what else to say. These niggas need help.
Dominique's going to ask you one question. Dominique, go ahead.
Real simple.
Dominique, no. Dominique, no statements, no opinions. I need you to ask one question to challenge his premise. Go.
Sir, are your parents married?
Sorry, stop right there. Rob, you have 30 seconds.
No.
Done answering. All right, now we're going to take a poll. Gilders, who won that round? Who had the strongest argument? Who had the strongest answer to the challenge questions? Gilders, is it Rob or is it Dominique?
It was a tie.
Tie. Okay, moving on to Dr. Responsible. Who you going with that round? Rob or Dominique?
I have to agree that it was a tie. I didn't get it.
Wow.
Dominique, yeah.
Omar, who you going with? What's the challenge question, Betty?
Where did you get the assumption that feminism is a hate group?
All right, Dominique, how do you respond? Just the 30 seconds, go.
Okay, feminism did not come from women. It came from the Rockefellers. They decided that if they could take the woman out of the house, they could tax both of the people in the house. Because at that point, you could only tax the man. So you take the woman out of the house. Now you can tax the man and the woman and give easy access to the children. It did not come from women. It came from the Rockefellers.
Okay, that's it. All right, so Betty, you have yes, I'm gonna get the pizza and the breadsticks.
Okay, I will answer that question.
Yeah, so Betty, go ahead and answer it. Betty, you have 60 seconds to make the opposite case to Dominique. And your 60 seconds start.
Feminism didn't start by the Rockefellers, actually. It was philosophers like Mary Wollstonecraft. You can read her book, The Vindication and Rights of Women. She argued that women had the right to education and equal rights. And then you move into Seneca Falls Convention in 1848. This was actually considered the beginning of the feminist movement, so it actually wasn't started by the Rockefellers. There is some conspiracy theories that do claim the Rockefellers funded feminism to break up the family unit, but there is no actual evidence. This is actually just a theory that came by a man named Adam Russo. So I would look more into history. It was obviously not started by the Rockefellers. It was actually born from centuries of women, particularly poor women, and women of color, and working class women that were fighting for their own autonomy.
Incorrect.
Yeah, but I got a flag on the plane.
Women have no right.
Thank you very much. All right, hold on, Dominique. You have one challenge question. No comments, no statements, no just ask one question, please, to challenge what she said.
What has feminism done to improve the lives of women?
All right, Betty, you have 30 seconds to respond. Your 30 seconds starts now.
What has it done to improve the lives of women? It has allowed for them to work. It has allowed for them to vote. It's allowed for them to leave abusive home lives. There are plenty of things that women rights have and women feminist movements have done to allow for women to move forward in their lives and be equal to men. So that's my statement.
All right, Gildas, who won the round? Was that Dominique or Betty? Rather stronger argument. The answer to the question is better.
This one I'm going to have to go with Betty.
All right, Betty. Wow. Can you tell us why? Give us a critique.
Betty gave a fleshed out response. She gave us something undergirds what she initially thought. She had rational reasons for her position, and that always wins the day with me.
Okay, Rob. That's one vote for Betty. Rob, who you rolling with? Dominique or Betty?
I have to go with my fair lady, Betty.
Can you give us a small critique as to why?
First off, I got to shout out to Miss Betty. I grew up with her when I was a kid, so I like the name Betty. But she was much more suited to answer that question than I was. Obviously, she has a lot more information in regards to that. Like pretty much what Gil just said. She was very concise. That actually wasn't a fair round either. So yeah, that was.
All right. Dr. Responsible. Thank you, Rob. That's 2 in the bag for Betty. Dr. Responsible. Who you rolling with and why?
Alright, I'm not going to keep playing this game because you have people like Betty who need a better argument as far as her sources cited, but in reality, she's completely fucking wrong. Atheist Jews in the 1920s and 30s came over to America, fucking injected our higher education system with the disease.
Hold on.
Rights.
Hold on. Before you get into this debate again, I need to understand from Gildas and from Rob. Y'all telling us what Betty did, right? What did Dominique do wrong? Because I'm still a little confused.
Well, what Dominique did wrong was to build the entire superstructure
stand in this particular argument, it is gonna fall apart.
I kind of echo the same thing.
Needs no defense. The truth needs no defense.
Dominic some roses. Hold on. Dominic some roses. I think Dominic actually won that round. Here's my reason, okay? Daddy went damn near word for word using ChatGPT. She might have used Grok. Okay, Betty know what I'm talking about too. Yeah, so I gotta take points away from her. No originality. I mean, ChatGPT and Grok for your whole debate, and that's what's killing this app right now. People are just going to ChatGPT, going to Grok, to get these little sources, and it's just killing the app. Go ahead.
Oh, that's wrong, brother.
I
It's
will
very
say,
bad.
the reason why I think that literally just wrote a short paper on this for my American government.
Oh, come on, Betty. Betty, for word
That's
for
what
word.
it's very clear that she wasn't reading off of anything.
No, but listen, it was like verbatim. Rob. Come on, bro.
Wait. I just gotta get a vote from the audience just to finish up this round.
She was
We already have
eager.
She was too just Rob and Doctor.
Hey, use ChatGPT, Rob.
Hold on, please. Excuse me. Why is it that I'm not talking? Hello. Please. I just want to get the audience to give their vote. So, 1 for Dominique, 2 for Betty. We already have a 3-1 vote on this as it stands. Again, 1 for Dominique. Well, now that 2 for Betty. Let's see what we got going. We got I might have to 1 for Dominique, 2 for Dominique, 2 more for Betty. So Betty takes it. Betty takes the round. I'm voting 3 for AI. So let me come back to Dominique. Dominique, why do you think you lost that round? Why do you think people like Gildas and Dr. Responsible were staunch, on the right pretty much? Why do you think they voted against you based on what they said?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't know what their home life is like. I don't know if Gildas has a family. I don't know if Dr. Responsible has a family. I don't know if Rob has a family. I don't know. But if you have a family, right? If you have a family, you got a wife and kids, you don't want your kids growing up to be punks and your little boys wearing dresses and your daughters growing up to be hoes. You don't want that. So I don't know what their experience is, but I know this: the truth needs no defense, and you can vote against the truth all you want to, but it will not stop the truth from being true. Feminism is a hate group. And we add this. You cannot get more vagina just by trying to be a woman's friend. Because women don't want to sleep with their friends.
So Betty, let me ask you this. Do you think you won? Betty, hold on, Betty. Do you think you won that round because of your good looks? Betty, tell the truth.
I mean, this was the okay, so I hope not. But what I will say is that I think the biggest flaw in this argument was the fact that
What the hell is that, man?
that's I don't know his name. But he's
I gotta remove it.
What I will say is that you can't base an argument off of a conspiracy theory. And when it comes to, these are obviously your personal beliefs. You feel that the feminist movement is ruining family dynamics. You feel that it's promoting LGBTQ plus, and that's fine. You guys can have your opinion.
We voted for you still, even though.
No, that's fine. You can vote. That's great. You have your opinions. I disagree with the majority of what you guys are saying, right? Because, and as someone who's a part of that community, I'm not behind a bush screaming, "I'm gonna get you." So it's interesting to hear other people have debates on people like me who are just existing. And so at the end of the day,
You're not just existing. Well, I would like to know which part you are. Are you LGBT or Q or trans or whatever?
So I'm gender fluid. So I don't
Hold on, Dominique. You had your chance to fucking deal with this and you fucking didn't. That's why you lost. Respectfully, I love you.
Doctor, I love you too, man, but you can't talk to me like that, man.
Well, I have to tell the truth. But you with my answer now. He said, well, okay. Let me talk to Betty now.
I'm gonna be like that. I'll whoop your ass.
Because I don't want Betty not to exist. Like, Gildas or any of the other people that.
I don't think it's that you don't want me to exist. I think you find maybe not you particularly, but a lot of times people who have this conversation, there's clearly an issue with our existence. And so as to why that is such a concern to people when we are just living our lives and raising our families, it goes back honestly to maybe you guys understanding pre-colonial family structures and how indigenous communities live. We didn't see gender the way that you guys see it. And so I'm always confused by this mindset of, well, you guys are out to get us kind of mentality, when in fact, this has been happening for centuries. As much as you guys want to believe that we're here and we're clear and we're out to get you, trans people will always exist. Gay people will exist.
So let me ask you a question. I need a few seconds, brother. Respectfully. Because this is getting down to a big issue, right? And I'm not trying to say that I don't want you to exist. And I do think that there are trans people out there. And that there's nothing that we could do, or the left could do, or a teacher could do that's going to change them being confused or gender dysphoric, or just actually maybe it's real. Maybe they're intersex, right? And maybe they are a different gender than what they were assigned at birth, right? I'm not trying to argue that point. What I am trying to say is you trying to say that transgenderism or gender fluidity existed since the dawn of time. Maybe that's true, right? Maybe that's true. But to the degree that it's happening at this point, that is incorrect. If that was correct, we would have a much slower rate of growth. We've quadrupled the population of the Earth in the last 25 years. You can't quadruple the population of the Earth if transgenderism is a rampant thing. It is a thing. It does happen. There are real people who, with no interaction or interjection from their teachers or from trans activists, will become people who believe that they're women and men that believe that they're girls. Okay, but this rapid spread, rapid exponential growth in people who identify as not binary, trans fluid, or whatever it is, transgender as well. That is a problem that we have. We don't have a problem with you existing. We have a problem with this idea of you being pushed onto our children. You're open to confusion. And I think if you're a real trans person, you might have the same problem. They're confused and they're taking advice from people who are insane.
So, Doctor, to your point, does queer baiting exist? Yes. Are there individuals who, and the ideology of transmaxing exists? Of course, I'm aware of that. I understand the concerns of people using a certain mask to hide predatory behavior. I'm aware of that. But then let's call it what it is. Your issue isn't necessarily with trans individuals. Your issue is with predators using trans identity because they can't get relationships with women by being male. That's what the issue is. And so there's...
Wait, can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
Because you're right, you're correct. That is the issue. But it's not the only issue. The other issue is well-meaning people who are really just empathetic people, which the left tends to project as more empathetic. But there's other people as well that are not on the left, but really well-meaning people who allow confusion classroom at a young age, into the social zeitgeist at a young age, and just the interjection of that kind of thought process or that ideology is damaging to regular kids who, I mean, I think you would agree, being gender fluid or trans is a tough life. And those people deserve our respect, our love as Christians, and also they deserve our respect. But there's a lot of kind of programming that that goes into the school. I'm in New York. There's a lot of programming that goes into the school curriculum. If it was just a matter of we should love, respect, and treat these people like equals, most people wouldn't have a problem with that. What they have a problem with is the fact that in New Jersey, our neighboring state, we're at a 4,000% increase in non-binary gender confused children. And in New York, we're about half that. So that's our problem.
So can I speak to that as somebody who has, okay. So I own a school. We're a micro school. We have an individual who it's a student, they're trans. And we also had another student who they thought they were trans. But the difference in how the parents are prepared for those conversations is what matters. Now, do I think that that is a responsibility for the school? No, I don't, because I think that that's a responsibility for the parents to create a home life that will allow for support. As somebody whose niece went through this, where they thought they identified with something, the conversation went with, okay, let's see what this means for you. They realized that no, they don't identify as a boy, but they didn't necessarily identify with gender. They are the most feminine person I know, and they love people, and they're not confused about their sexuality. They just don't subscribe to the social construct of gender. So it has, but to the world, they would see it as she is in heteronormative relationships, right? And so the other individual who is trans, whose parents are very much thinking in the way that you guys think, their child is really struggling right now. And so whether or not you agree with it, right, our jobs as parents, because I know that you guys are talking about it's providing confusion in school, our jobs as parents is to have the hard conversations. And when people sit there and they say that there isn't a thing as transgender, there isn't a thing as individuals struggling with identity, I don't think it's because, I think it's more so because now there's more conversations around it and there's more freedom to do it. It's, you know, it's like everybody's surprised that there's more gay people now and there's more gay marriages. It's because we weren't allowed to do it before. And now we can, it's legal. And so this concept, yeah, so I will say that I understand the concern of there being predatory behavior. Like I said, queer baiting is definitely a thing. You know, I've seen it within my own community. I can acknowledge that.
What is queer baiting?
It's basically pretending you're gay to get, you know, to hook up with people, depending on what side you are. So if you ever want to learn what that is, you guys can dive deep into it and understand. So I understand the concerns, but I think that there's more emotional drives and like moral understanding of what it is than what it actually is. And so when I hear people talking about the community that I'm very much a part of, like it's sometimes like I guess the way that I'm hearing it is like what are we doing to you? Like me as a person, like I said, I'm not behind a bush waiting for someone to come out and be like, I'm gay, you're gay. You know, like that's not what's happening. But sometimes it feels like that.
And I'm sorry that you feel that way because it really has nothing to do with you as an individual gay person, or I think you said you were gender fluid. That's like a struggle within yourself, right? That you will figure out at some point. Or maybe you won't.
I don't think it is a struggle because again, it goes back to culture, right? So like a lot of the culture that I grew up with, gender was considered a social construct.
I say confused or that's a struggle is because you didn't pick one gender or the other. It's pretty rare. I think you'll admit it's pretty rare for people kind of like bounce back and forth every 2 to 3 months, unless
Well,
they're
I'm not
young kids.
I'm not, and that's I think that's where maybe it's hard for you to understand, but it's not that I'm bouncing back and forth. I'm not like choosing to be a woman one day and a man the next day. It's just I don't believe in the social
Based on
construct.
relationships.
No, I like who I like. I don't, and there's plenty of people like us who exist in that way, and we're okay.
Why can't you be a woman and like who you like, Betty? Why do you have to be gender fluid? What does that mean? You have to be a woman and a man in a fluid way? Why? Why
No,
can't
it's
you
because
be
we
one?
just don't see like you see gender in the sense of like to you I would be a woman because of my physical features, right?
Betty, what is a woman? What is a woman, Betty?
This is a conversation I think beyond your capacity.
No, answer that question. Betty, please answer that question.
What do you mean? What is a woman?
What is a woman? How would you define what it means to be a woman?
Come on, Katanji.
So I mean, like I don't understand how that's relevant to me explaining what.
Regardless, it's very relevant because it's a baseline description. And if you can't even,
Are you talking about chromosomally, like X, Y,
No,
or
I'm asking.
What is a woman? I don't want to hear anything else you have to say.
Okay, so
I
you're
mean,
talking
guys,
about
at some point you have to get down in it. Betty, listen. At some point, anonymity
biologically.
and hold on. Let me handle this, Betty. At some point, dominity and manfinity, like, if you want to hear the actual conversation, you're going to have to get down in the weeds of their thought process. I'm not telling you you have to believe like this, but you're going to listen to it from their perspective. He thinks that she is, I forget what she called it, but she is gender fluid, right? Which means nothing to us. But I've listened to enough of this type of conversation. I'd be interested when we get somebody who really believes this, that we get to talk to them and kind of like wonder. You have to let the conversation play out to what she thinks, and under her terms. In my opinion, do you disagree with Anthony?
I want to know how she defines what a woman is. I don't see how
Vanity, is that you on the mic smacking?
I'm sorry, man. This don't feel good.
Come on, man.
Excuse me. Come on, man. My question is, I'm sorry, I was hungry. Betty, I need to understand, because I just had this conversation with my 25-year-old niece, who coming back from New York, and I asked her, I said, what is a woman?
Let me ask you this.
She just glitched in the way that you're glitching.
Are they, well, it's not glitching, are they trans?
No, she has a lot of transference. She's very sensitive to it. So I said, it sounds like you're struggling I told her, it sounds like you're struggling for a definition that would both encompass you and all of your transference. And there is no way to do that while making being a woman meaningful. And she just glitched. And she was just like, well, then she went back to what you just did, the chromosomal thing. But the thing is, she could never really give me an answer. And she completely
Can I ask you this?
frazzled.
Like, can I ask you this?
No,
How do they identify? Like, if they're not what you think.
No, there is no excuse for you. So I cannot excuse you. There is no excuse for you, so I cannot excuse you. No, listen here. This is what's wrong.
But then
Feminism is not any group.
asking how
No,
they
feminism is a hate group. You got the feminists, and they don't even
He wants to know why. He would like to know why. Hold on, Betty. I guess
crazy, guys. Dominic Clinton.
Dominic, why do you say that what she's saying means that she's operating in hate?
I'm not operating.
It's anti-family. It's anti-family. When she said she's gender fluid, she's a lesbian. That woman is a lesbian.
I'm not a lesbian, actually.
She's gender fluid.
Hold on. Dominic, what is the definition of a lesbian?
It's a woman who sleeps with other women, and that is a moral.
But did I say that I was? Did I say that I
You said you were gender fluid. You said you were gender fluid.
But did I say
She
that?
didn't say she slept with other
You
women.
said you were gender fluid. What
See,
does
this is
that
okay. So,
mean?
Manfinity, like, if you don't mind, I would like to speak to you directly because you asked me a question.
Actually,
If that's okay.
No, wait a minute.
I actually asked the director.
I need order. I'm getting a headache.
Long enough.
Getting a headache. I need some clarity. So, Betty, really quick, what would you like to address me with? Because I feel like you're being a little
This
bit,
is kind of, I
we
want to
going
give
by
you
the shit.
guys,
I want to give you a chance
yeah,
to express yourself uninterrupted, but make it quick because
that's fine.
a lot of people are very passionately about this. Go ahead.
That's fine. At the end of the day, I'm coming from a cultural context, which I think is this is why we're having a disconnect here because everybody's looking at it from a very African traditional religion,
No.
from my
Baby,
culture.
you're running off
So
at the mouth. You're running off at the mouth, baby.
never mind. You guys have a
Yeah,
leg.
never mind. Keep it pushing. Get on.
Jesus. She gone. I know you was praying for her no more. She gone.
Thank God.
But Dominique, we don't have very many opportunities to engage with people who are so deeply in this lifestyle. So we appreciate the exchange, even though it upsets you. And to me, it's a learning opportunity, and I don't take it personally. I understand for you, it's so deep in this.
Dominic, just cue me for a second. Dominic, just cue me for a second. Because Manfinity's right. You gotta take someone like that and break it down and make her realize what she's saying. And just go point by point. That's what we were trying to do. So,
Right, no, ma'am, you can't wait.
I was listening. No, but I also know I've been in these, Dominic, just stay with me for a second. I've been in these discussions. I also have a daughter who's an athlete and had to deal with being in a locker room with dudes coming in that because her university decided that a swimmer who couldn't make it on the men's team could make it now on the women's team, and he came into the locker room. So I had to deal with that. So I'm coming like with some firsthand stuff and some real issues with it. But if you break them down, just like Manfinity asked her to define a woman, and then you ask her if someone dresses up as a man dressing up as a woman, and he immediately says he's a woman, does that make someone a woman? If you dressed up as my Labrador Retriever, would it make you a Labrador? I mean, you just have to kind of break down the logic of what she's saying. So Manfinity's right. Like when they come in the room, slow roll it, but get her, because she'll eat her own words. And what you'll also find is the gay community doesn't have tolerance for it. A lot of the gay community are not pushing the trans narrative. You know, they worked hard to have their acceptance, and the trans narrative it goes in a completely different direction. But you gotta she'll stumble on her own words. You just gotta get her there. Do you understand, Dominic?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Okay, I'm not trying to talk over you, but I know how to do this.
Ma'am, let me speak. Right? We were talking about an entirely different issue. And I was talking about feminism, and I gotta be honest, all of the brothers on the stage was like, oh, Betty won. Oh, Betty won. So let me be honest with you, right? As a man, I supported lesbianism just because I thought, how else can you get two vaginas for the price of one? But let's be real about this.
It is a moral failure. It is a moral failure. And your woman is a teacher in school. She's a teacher in school. Say she was a teacher. How do you know she's a teacher in school? Did she say that? Yes, she did. Okay. Yes, she did.
Let her get there, Dominic. I'm just trying to put this forward. Hold on. You were right, and I still voted against you.
Doctor, she was already there. She was going there from jump. Y'all were just straight up, right? Straight up. I was the one who said, "What is a woman?" I was the one.
I know.
No, y'all were just
that question. No, we want to listen. Listen, her words aren't going to hurt us, right? Yes, I was going to let her run off.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, but that's not because it's not a win to me to get another fucking retarded tranny to leave the stage. I wanted to hear what she had to say so that I could use it in the future to destroy her fucking reminders.
Also, Dominic, listen, Dominic, also, I was ready to debate her about what feminism is. I mean, I went to law school, it was only, let me just say this, it was only 20% women when I read, now it's 50%. So there is, but I understand feminism from a woman's perspective in a man's profession. She does not. I could have gone at her so hard on really not understanding what that concept.
Yes, I am, because you're talking over me. Listen here. Stop it. Give me my ear, Dominique. Here's a chance to speak. Go ahead, Dominique. Listen, these people, they're all narcissists. They all want your attention. As soon as you take that away from them and ignore them, they lose their power. But as long as you sit here and listen to them, they will waste your time. Straight out. You understand?
I'm on Clubhouse, nigga. I'm already wasting my time. I want to hear what this bitch has to say.
No, first of all, you calling me a nigga.
I should have said mine, nigga. I'm sorry. I should have said mine.
I don't care if you're white. I do not care if you're white. No, I don't care if he's white. If I can use the word, he can use the word. However, I'm not your nigga. Now, the point that I'm trying to make,
That's true.
is that, you're all right. You're all right. The point I'm trying to make is the only way we're going to get this conversation away from them is to stop listening to them. They're all narcissists. They're all trying to get attention. No, Dominic, I might agree with that in real life. Excuse me, hold on. I might agree with that in real life. But this app is for discourse. And if it's not to change her mind, I don't think that we were ever going to change her mind, Dominic. But for the benefit of people who are listening, okay, there might be people who are confused, on the fence, not understanding, okay? This is an opportunity to explore and engage and have discourse with others that disagree with you. So when you step on them, shut them up, I asked her, and for the respect of me, trying to run a room, and it's very difficult with many great minds on stage. I'm trying to run a room, and out of respect for me, I asked that she be given uninterrupted time. But within 30 seconds of her input, you interrupted her, and you interrupted her again and again to the point that she left. And it's a lost opportunity for us not only to expose the fallacious way that she thinks, but to just have a better understanding of how and why they think. That is what you robbed the space of. And I'm not upset with you. I understand that you were very passionate about this, for lack of a better term. But that experience is valuable. We want that experience. We're not, maybe in real life you don't need to give these people attention because it takes so much time and maybe you got to go to the store or do whatever, errands. This is Clubhouse. We have nothing but time to talk and engage and explore. And when you step on them like that and shut them up and interrupt, it interrupts the flow of the room. Read the comments. We all wanted it. We're all trying to plead with you just to have a little more patience so that you can expose them in a more artful way rather than expose them in a way that you're doing it, which is like very upfront, pull the plug, shut them down. And I don't think that's as constructive as engaging with them.
Real talk, man.
I like his response.
I must say this. I must say this as an aside. Just as an aside, Dominique. Just as an aside, Dominique. Real quick. Hear me out.
Wait a minute. You give me my time in 30 seconds, 60 seconds.
I just want to make one.
I get 60 seconds. I get 60 seconds at a time.
I just want to say this real quick. Manfinity just wrote the Bill of Rights for Clubhouse. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Dominique. What would you like to say?
No, I get my time 60 seconds at a time. Hold up. Make sure I'm on. Can y'all hear me?
What do you think, bro? There's still no
I
rights
get
bill inside?
I get my time 30 seconds at a time. I get my time 60 seconds at a time. But you let this lesbian run off for 10 minutes?
Yeah, well, no, Dominique. I did the 60-second thing in the context of the debate. But when you guys were going back and forth, the debate style had stopped. That's why if you had been given the space, I wouldn't have let her interrupt you. You could have gone on for 2 or 3 minutes. During the debate style that I concocted, which is the make the case game, I would have stopped her in 60 seconds, which I did. And I stopped you in 60 and 30 seconds. But I was trying to get back to the debate style, but y'all kept, Dr. Responsible shut me down. And then he shut me down. And then that one shut me down. And then I got a text message in the chat that said, no, we want to hear them just have a conversation. So I let people just talk. And I was eating a pizza. So I didn't have time to be shutting people down in 60-second increments. But once we get back to the debate style, yes, everybody's on the lead. I was trying to get back there, but Doctor wasn't letting me. And then the other person was texting me in the chat. No, let them talk. So I would have shut her down in 60 seconds if we were doing the debate for fun, but we weren't even doing that. That's why she went long. You understand now? I would have given her more time.
No problem. So let's move past that. Let's move past that. I'm not mad at you for that. I'm not mad at you at all. But I would like to point out, as soon as I said, what is a woman? That's when it went left.
No, it didn't go left then. It went left when in her last input, she said something you disagreed with and you couldn't contain yourself. That's where it went left because I pushed her on the what is a woman. I told her about my cousin that was in the car who glitched. We were having a constructive direction, but when I said give her a moment to express herself and you interrupted her a third and fourth time, she had it. That's where it went left because she was willing to engage, but she was just trying to, I don't know what she was trying to do, but she was willing to engage. But you kept interrupting her, she couldn't communicate.
All right, okay. So I'm going to say this and I'm going to land. We can't tolerate this no more.
We can't tolerate it in our daily life. We can tolerate it on Clubhouse because that's what we're here for. We're here to discuss and engage and expose. So I understand in real life, I'm not going to have 3-hour debates with people in real life. I'm going to let you do what you do. But on Clubhouse, this is what we're doing. We want to engage and discuss and expose and give people in the audience a chance to listen in and see who they think is right. They don't want you to shut people down like that. That doesn't make for fun listening. It doesn't. You gotta let people talk on Clubhouse. Now in real life, walk away. I'm with you. I don't have debates like this in real life. But on Clubhouse, that's the fun of it. You gotta let it happen. Let the conversation.
We had a two-spirit tranny lesbian on the stage. And I get you, Dominique. You got passion and you don't have patience because it's been a long couple of 5, 6, 7, 8 years. I 100% understand why you're doing what you're doing. And listen, I agree with you from the very start. But we had a tranny, two-spirit animal, lesbian, bisexual, twin cup, and on the stage willing to discuss this fucking insanity with us, and we wanted to hear what's fucking crazy.
I I was about to put Betty in the debate with Gildas because Gildas had such amazing critique on how to debate. I wanted them to joust, but I couldn't get there because Doctor just had to say what he wanted to say.
Yeah.
And then I got the chat, and I had pizza, and I had grease on my fingers. And when I licked my fingers, y'all said, "Why are you chomping over there?" So I was all jammed up. But at the end of the day, we had an opportunity to get Betty and Gildas in a joust. I wanted that bad. And I wanted you, Dominique, to be able to expose Gildas. So you can say, Gildas, you didn't argue the right. I wanted you to get on him the way he was getting on you. I was about to play it all out. And then you gave her you gave her the exit ramp. You gave her an exit ramp, Dominique. I just need you to be a little bit more patient with these people because we can expose them and it's on replay.
You gotta understand, Manfinity is watching the View, he's watching CNN, he's watching Don Lemon tonight when it was on. He's watching all of these things to save us from having to do that. I don't want to say, but kind of like Jesus, he's doing the things that none of us want to do because he wants to hear the whole situation, and we gotta let him cook in that respect.
Dominique would never want to do that. Dominique would never sit through an episode of The View. I can actually watch The View.
I would never sit through.
I'm entertained by their craziness. I'm entertained by their left-wing lunacy. So when I sit there and I watch them, to me, it's fascinating. So to you, but for Dominique, it's completely an anathema. He cannot sit and watch that bullshit because to them, they're bringing the country down and this and that and the third. I think God's in control.
He's
right. I also think it's something that I mentioned to Dominique, I guess it was yesterday. Man, this is a man that protects our rights. So it takes a little transition for him to really understand.
He's a warrior. He's a warrior.
Yeah, like he's on an app. He got to tap his fingers and pop the mute button on and off. And this shit is like not his realm.
Gotcha.
Essentially,
that's very
his
true.
realm is, nigga, you move, pow.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like, run that beat, it's over.
Yeah.
Time to debate you and get to the
Dominique don't got time because remember he came up with a word a while ago. Bitches. He don't got no.
I just wanted to say I put something in the chat because it was weird. The reason I came on stage is about a half hour ago, I was watching Charlie Kirk on a college campus with a trans. I don't know if you saw that, and he'll ask him questions and he'll challenge them. And it was exactly what you were just challenging. I just watched it a half hour earlier, so I put it in the chat, and you'll see how he just ripped this person apart. So I wish I could say I was original on some of the stuff I was saying, but I actually took it from what Charlie Kirk had said when the person.
How long did he do it?
I think it's maybe about 7 minutes of going back and forth. But the person basically says, if I dressed up in women's clothing, I can call myself a woman. And he's like, no, you can't. And that's, then he started using the different analogies. But that's why I came on stage, because I literally just watched it. So if you have free time, cut and paste it.
We're happy to have you.
But Dominique, so you don't have the patience to engage with people like that. Is that it, Dominique? You just don't have it.
That's not true. That's not true. However, I look at it in a different way. Right? I'll give you a certain amount of time, and you can state your position. This and that, the other. That young lady, she was being dishonest. She was trying to sneak up in here like she was just one of us. She was trying to pretend like she was just a teacher at school. But she had a completely different agenda. And that agenda.
How do you know that?
Because I listened to her.
But she's confused. She's a wacko.
And that is why she should not be a teacher at school.
I agree with you. But why are we putting her intentions? Like, we don't know. It could be a total wacko who believes every word she says. versus the people who don't believe it, but still like kind of impute that kind of ideology out there.
You know what? Not to be in disagreement with you, okay? But look, we didn't try to understand these people, and we've tried to accommodate these people. And what did we get? Gay Pride Month. That's what we got. We got Gay Pride Month.
But Dominic, you also get someone that flies in the face. This is where I was trying to go with her when she said she was a feminist. She'll fly in the face of women, like, and we can take women in sports that work really hard to get women recognized in sports and to get the rights. Here we go. Betty, we can continue to talk. She just came back in the room. We can talk about this. Women that work very hard.
I never claimed to be a feminist.
Well, it's what some of what
We're just happy you're in the
is
room.
counterintuitive to women that work really hard to achieve and to get women in places that they couldn't be before, including in sports. So when a dude walks into a girl's locker room,
But that's not what I'm talking about. And I think that's why this conversation isn't going anywhere, because you guys are seeing it from the lens of I'm this tranny, queer, confused person, rather than understanding. Hold on
No,
to
but Betty, we're just yelling.
let her finish.
We're just yelling at Dominic. We're just yelling at Dominic about making those kind of stuff.
One mic on, Betty. One
Let
mic
Betty
on.
speak.
Here's my thing, is you guys are looking at it from a Eurocentric lens, because that's what you guys have been exposed to. I grew up understanding that gender was a social construct, because I don't identify in the ways that you guys. So I'm not out here, like I said, promoting people who actually do not identify with queerness to go into a bathroom and do horrible things to kids. That's not what's happening here. But I would
That's not what we're talking about either.
But you're not talking about that. He's right. I'm talking about a dude walking into a locker room when he's playing on a woman's team, and he's a dude.
But
So that's what I was addressing.
Hold on, Betty.
That's what I was addressing directly. I was addressing Leah Thomas at Penn, and I have a kid at Penn, and a kid who's a woman athlete that worked really hard for women to be accepted in sports, and she's got to be in a locker room with a dude that couldn't make it on the men's team, so now he's on the women's team, and she's getting undressed after her meet, and this dude's in there, and it's flipping her out, and it's not fair to the women. And that's what I was talking about, not someone who's molesting. I'm talking about a dude that wants to identify as a woman, but he's got a penis and he's walking into a woman's locker room. That's what I'm talking about. How can you?
So instead of actually identify,
can you tell me if you dress up in women's clothing that you have a right, or you say that you want to be on the women's team, you have a right to then get those rights and privileges that are afforded to the women athletes. Why should you have that?
Abby, let her answer the question. Let her answer the question. Betty, the floor is yours. Go ahead. I know you in there, Dominique. We'll come to you, but let Betty address Abby full-throatedly.
So I want to have full understanding of what you're saying, making sure that I understand what you're saying. There is an individual who does not identify as trans, but has so decided because he could not make his own team.
He identifies as trans. Yes. He identifies as trans.
Okay, so they identify as trans. They identify as being a woman.
Correct. And after he couldn't make it on the men's team, he grew his hair longer, started to take, in his 20s, early 20s, hormones, and started to swim on the women's team. And actually beat all the women and took away all of the accolades that the women would get as champions, but that's a different subject.
So
But then lost in the women's locker room with the rest of the women's team after the meet, and they have to take their clothes off. That's what I'm talking about. Where does he have that right?
So I don't know much about the story to really have and I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know enough about the story because what it seems like, and from what you're saying, is that this person decided one day that they were gonna be trans because they know that is there no history of them identifying in this way or taking hormones prior to this situation?
Because 2 years earlier, he swam on the men's team. Whether he was an effeminate man, I cannot tell you, but I can tell you that if you Google his name, there's a shit ton of articles about it. Leah Thomas is his female. Okay. It's the University of Pennsylvania. So I'm asking you, if someone wants to identify as a woman, wants to dress up as a woman, how do they then get afforded the rights and the legal rights of a woman?
Well, they've always identified as a woman, so
How can you prove that? He swam on the men's team. It was a man with shorter
how
hair.
can you prove that they didn't? That's the thing is we don't know this individual
But
personally.
how do they have the right to identify as a woman? It's what I said earlier. If I put on blackface, can I identify as a black person?
But that
doesn't make sense. He dresses up as a woman. He counts as a woman. It doesn't work.
But Abby, that's not the same
Why is it not the same thing?
Because blackface and you can't use something that was actively used to oppress individuals.
That has nothing to do with the point. If I want to dress up as my dog, do I have a right to then say I'm a dog?
I hate to say it, you do. If you want to go out,
I legally do. Then I would have the legal rights. He's claiming to then have the legal rights that a woman has. Explain that to me.
If they are transgender, and you can't sit here and tell me, just like I can't sit here and tell you, I'm not going to base an argument off of your opinion alone. That you're telling me that you don't know that they were taking hormones prior.
Well, you know that on Leah Thomas, he started taking the hormones recently, within the time he was at the university. He didn't take them when he was a kid, before puberty. He took them after puberty. He was a dude, and he wanted to make it as a swimmer, so he grew his hair longer. He identified as a woman, and he joined the women's team. I then have a child that has to go in the locker room with this dude and take off her clothes. And her and the rest of her team were mortified, were humiliated, were scared,
and you know this for a fact that they were scared?
They have rights. It caused harm to them. They had an expectation of privacy, not to have a man in their locker room. Why does he have those rights, of women's rights? Because he decides one day he wants to dress up in women's clothes, identify as a woman, and swim on the women's team.
Yeah, Thomas is.
Also, I heard them had a fat hog too, a really big hog. I heard that it was on Reddit.
So tell me, how do you get that right? Because you decide one day you put on women's
I think
clothes.
honestly, Abby, just from your language alone, I can tell that this is something that no matter what I say, you won't agree with. This individual obviously feels most comfortable as a woman. I am not going to be the type of person to sit there and say that they are wrong for wanting to exist as their truest form of self. At the end of the day, there are 4 people on this stage that clearly do not care that these people exist. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you
That is not true, Betty.
That's not
Welcome back, girl.
well, then stop screaming.
Anthony, you've been here for a minute.
True in the middle of our argument. Hold on.
No, it's
You've been here for our argument.
disconnected. Betty,
But it is, but
they would
but
then be taking someone, taking rights that aren't afforded to them.
the law when it comes to individuals.
Absolutely. Why would they have rights that are not afforded to them?
Betty, let Abby get her whole question out.
Betty, why would they be given rights that are not afforded to them under the law because one day they declare themselves to be a woman? It doesn't work that way. And there are certain rights and obligations that we have in our legal system for a woman, and you cannot just usurp that because you decide to put on women's clothing or pop some pills when you're in your 20s and then try to claim those legal rights. It doesn't work that way.
But Abby, as much as you don't want to see that, for some people, they don't identify with the gender that they were born with. And so as much as you'd like to say use the legal jargon in this, it's so much deeper than that. And I think when it comes down to Chuchi, hey, siéntate aquí. When it comes down to even when I came here and I tried to explain to you guys my cultural context, I got not thrown off the stage, I chose to leave because my theory is I'm not going to argue with people who don't want to actually have a conversation about it. When I hear you,
Betty, you have lapsed away from the argument.
No, I'm going back to
Abby's point.
I'm going back to
You are going on a roundabout fashion.
Okay, then I guess you guys listen. I heard from someone else that you guys were literally sitting there calling me a crazy lesbian. You were saying all these things.
I didn't say that at all. I just really don't want to know that.
No, what's the homophone?
We were yelling at Dominique for not letting you speak.
Betty, my logical argument when I said that you're saying if someone wants to identify as that, then we have to accept it and call them that. So if I put on blackface, can I then identify as a black person and take advantage of certain legal benefits that a black person has in America because I decide to dress up as
That's not the same thing.
And why is it not the same thing?
Because Abby, do you know the history of blackface?
I know a lot more.
Tell us the history of
It's
blackface.
not the point. You know the history of men dressing up as women and discrimination.
Excuse me,
Come
can
on,
I
Betty.
interrupt for a moment? Moderator privilege. Betty, I'd like to ask you. We all know the case of Rachel Dolezal. This is not a woman who walked around with blackface, but she was born a white woman in Midwest America, and she basically lived the life of a black woman. She was an NAACP of Portland, Oregon, no less. Anyways, my point is, she walked around enjoying the benefits of being a black woman, and she claims to be a black woman. Should she be able to do that?
I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and tell her who am I?
So the question is yes or no. Do you think she should be able to do that? Yes or no? Should she be able to walk around and claim she's a black woman?
No, I'm curious. Why are you guys and I'm not gonna answer this. I'm just going to.
So why won't you answer my question?
Because I'm not gonna answer your question because it's not the same.
I didn't say it's the same, but it's similar enough to make a point.
It's not
My point is, it's not the same. You're absolutely correct. It's not the same, but it's similar enough to make a point.
question, Anthony.
Say again.
Betty, what he's asking, and I'm talking when there's a legal benefit. Suppose there's a scholarship for a woman, but not
Right,
for
that
a
happened
man.
at Howard University. Rachel Dolezal went to Howard University, took up the space because she claimed to be a black woman. And you're saying that I don't know exactly what you're saying, but I'm asking, why shouldn't she be able to assume the position of a black woman in society?
Blackface was used as a tool of oppression.
I didn't talk about blackface, mama. Hear me. She didn't walk around with blackface on her face. She appeared, she took tanning. She went to a tanning booth and she did something to her hair. It looked like she had a little bit of dreadlock going on. Google it. Rachel Dolezal did not do blackface. Rachel Dolezal did not do what you're saying, what you're perpetrating. I'm saying that she
why shouldn't Rachel Dolezal be able to identify as a Black individual?
Yes.
So you're talking about identifying with the culture, like trying to identify with the culture rather than walking in the identity that you feel you were born with.
Betty is also identifying
Because she doesn't feel like she's white. She does not identify with that culture. She identifies more with the Black culture. She's accepted in that culture. She can be more free in that culture. She expresses in that culture. This is what she enjoys. This is what she is. Even though she was born into a white family with white genetic makeup, she wants to assume the position of a Black woman in society and enjoy all the benefits and recognitions of which. My question to you is, do you think she should, or do you think she should not?
I feel like you guys are trying to.
Don't tell me what you feel like. I need you to answer the question, man. Why you come tell me what I feel like? I said, do you think she should, or do you think she should not?
Infinity.
It's not. I'm not going to answer. I told you. I'm not answering. That's not okay.
You're exposing yourself.
Because no, I'm not exposing myself.
You are.
Why I'm exposing myself is because anyone who doesn't agree with what I believe in, of course, you guys are gonna be like, yeah, she's deflecting. Like, it's fine.
But you're not answering if she should or should not.
I'm coming from a different place. I'm coming from a different place because I wouldn't come to you in a court and tell you that you're gonna lose that. You're trying to love a woman when you're a dude. And I'm
And you're trying to compare blackface to transgender.
Hold on, Betty. I got you. Because I know where you're coming from. All right, now, hold on. Betty is basically coming from the standpoint of, all right, you guys are asking facetious questions from her perspective. You guys are trying to collapse gender identity, sexual identity, etc., with blackness. And when it comes to blackness in America, that's not something that anybody chose. That's not something that anybody can leave if they want to. Preacher Nella Larson, we can't pass for white if we want to. We can turn it off, turn it on again. So it's kind of disingenuous to say, well, what if you want to dress up like a woman? You know, that's what she's trying to get at. Like, you can't.
So I'd like to engage with you now, Gilded.
I just wanted to make that one point, and Betty has her thumb up, so I guess I did.
No. Before you go to her, I need to engage with you. Okay? First off, here's the thing. She's making the claim that gender is a social construct, which is true. Not sex, but gender. Social construct. Fine. Race. Okay, I really don't understand the difference between gender and sex. But anyway, Gilded. Race is a social construct. It's not real. Okay? And when somebody's born into the white race and they don't feel associated with that culture later, then they want to switch to a Black, then according to her, she should be able to. But because to answer that question honestly would mean she would have to pull the rug from under her own position as it relates to gender. She can't answer it. She's caught between a rock and a hard place. Right. So why can't you just be honest and say that Rachel Dolezal should do it?
Yo, like, real talk, I'm not gonna have a white woman on stage sit there and say, well, if I choose to do blackface, knowing the history of blackface, to sit there and say it's the same as transgender. Like,
That's why I agree with you. No, I agree with you. No, but I agree with you.
We're not gonna do that.
No, I agree.
Okay, thank you.
No, Betty, I agree with you, which is why I took the blackface and I threw it out the window. And I gave you a real life example of Rachel Dolezal, who didn't do blackface, who walked around with tanning booth tan on her face and did her hair in a certain way. I gave you that example. Wait a minute. I gave you that example to grapple with. And instead of grappling with it, you say, I'm not going to answer your question. I feel like y'all are doing this, and I feel like y'all are doing that. You won't answer. She's not doing blackface. Rachel Dolezal is not doing blackface. You won't answer the question, though. Every time I ask you, you say, well, I feel like you're doing this, and I'm not going to answer your question. And all it does is make you look like you're not being honest.
Hold on. You can't compare
the man. So I respect you. Betty, are you done?
No, I'm just saying Dominique finish.
All right, Dominique, it's all yours. I'm gonna give your ass 2 minutes. Uninterrupted. Go.
No, I only need 30 seconds. Race is a lie, but gender is real. Race is a lie, but gender is real.
So what's the difference between gender and sex?
Okay, that's fine. You interrupted me, so I'll take another 10 seconds. Real simple. Nobody gets to choose the color of the skin that they're born. But sex is real, man. You can't tell me as a man that you feel like a woman because you don't know what it feels like to be a woman. This whole thing is a lie. That is my time.
No, I want to know from you, what's the difference between gender and sex, Dominique? Since you still got you.
Okay, here we go. All right, I'm keeping it short. Gender is a linguistic term. I speak German, not very well, right? And I speak Spanish, not very well. Gender is a term where they divide the nouns into male and female. So in German, you say der Himmel, and that would be the sky. And for the say das Boot, that means the boat, but that's neuter. And then you say I can't remember, my German is so, but it's the same in Spanish. Gender, it doesn't have anything to do with sex. Nothing at all. It's a linguistic term. It's entirely linguistic. But sex, yes, you are either born male or you are born female. Now, I was trying to keep it under 30 seconds. I maybe made it to 60 seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and land there. It's fine. Listen.
Yeah. Do you think a black man has, Dominique, my question to you. Do you think a black man has a right to identify as middle class?
Sir, respectfully, I'm not sure I understand your question. Respectfully.
Can a black man identify as middle class even if he's broke? Can you look to it? Can you dream? Can you dream about it? I'll be middle class one day.
Let me ask you guys this. You guys are looking at gender and sex.
All right, Betty, hold on. We were laughing. Are you about to get serious again? Okay. I'm sorry. Betty, go ahead.
I'll take more than 30 seconds, Dominique. Thank you.
It's all good. Betty, it's all you. After Betty finishes, it's on top.
Listen, I know that none of y'all agree with my perspective, and that's fine. I'm not going to try and convince you. But what I will say is that have y'all ever thought about the intersex community? Are you guys aware of that?
It's on Dr. Respond.
So, Betty, I am aware that there are some people, Dominique is a warrior. He's been fighting this fight for many years at this point. So I'm agreeing. I can understand why you would think of it that way. Yes, I'm aware of the intersex community. I'm aware this makes up a quarter of a percentage or less of the United States population, but that is still people. That is still thousands of people that have been born intersex. I'm aware of that. I've been trying to have the conversation because, believe it or not, as crazy as you might think I am, and as insane as I might think your opinions are, you are about 92.7% less insane than most of the people I speak to that have your thought process and ideology. So I am happy to speak to you. And you just said me one question. I don't want to waste my whole turn on that, but the answer is yes, I'm aware of the intersex community and more. But go ahead.
Dominique, I'm gonna come to you after Betty. But if Betty wants to speak, let her speak.
Plugging in my phone so I don't die, so you don't think that I'm leaving y'all.
No, it's all good. Sometimes that shit do happen, but we got you. The replays is on, so we know you wasn't trying to run.
Okay, my phone is charged. Okay. So, race and gender is social construct. We've established this, right? Okay. Intersex communities, Dominique always with the thumbs down. I think it's important, Dominique, and I say this so that you
look me in the eyes.
I think it's important for people to understand the history of the social construct of gender and sexuality. There's a lot of misinterpretation, and the reason why I say this is because me growing up within my community, it was very much celebrated for individuals to be in their sexuality. And so this is a fairly new concept here in America due to religion and colonization. And so how old am I? I'm close to 40.
You're saying, I don't want to cut you off, but you're saying like in your community, this was like a celebrated thing where anybody could be whatever they wanted to be.
It's in a lot of indigenous communities, actually.
All right, guys, to be fair, Dominique wanted to respond to either Abby, not Abby, but Betty or Doctor. Dominique, you still want to speak?
Quick. She 40. She not married. Forget this woman.
What?
All right, now, Dominique, listen, man. You can't come with the personal attacks. If somebody is undecided about marriage or whatever they may be, that has no bearing on their argument.
You don't even know
about
that.
Hold on, Betty, I got you. That has no bearing on the argument about how we understand transgender biologically, educationally. None of that has anything to do with that. So, Dominique, respectfully, chill with that and address the argument. I'm gonna let you go again.
Wait a minute. First of all, Gildas, I would like to point out that sometimes when I be going crazy on this app, you were able to pull me back. And I appreciate that. That's number one. Number two, right, I haven't used a single word of profanity on this app. Number three, I haven't come with a single personal attack on this app. Tonight, in this group that we're talking about.
All right, go on with the argument.
Right, but here's what's up. This woman, she in her 40s, she not married.
Bruh, no.
She's not 40 yet, bro. She's not 40.
No,
Let me just
you don't.
interject.
I'm not even out.
Don't fucking tell him what he can do.
Let me just stop for a second. Excuse me. I want to get some other voices involved. We got Michael and Christian who just joined the stage. Michael and Christian, y'all been listening patiently. How would you like to add to the conversation before we get back to the chaos that is Betty versus Dominique and everybody in between? Michael.
Good evening, everybody. I've just been kind of listening, and I'm like that's because I think we've been off topic majority of the conversation. So, but as far as the topic in itself, as far as like back then, and a lot of the things that we believe in, like me, I'm definitely fall in line in that, especially like just Christian beliefs, and a lot of things, especially when we're talking about like trans community and things of that nature.
Do you tend to agree with Betty's position, or do you tend to agree with?
I really don't know her position. She kind of been all over the place with her position. So it's like I haven't really I've been trying to listen patiently, but I haven't heard anything that's of core values. So
Yeah, I think it's time for a topic change. Let's go in the direction Michael wants.
How many times do we get
Christian is on stage too. Christian is a very excellent speaker. Deep guy right here. Any comments before you completely go back to the different room topic? But Christian?
So what's going on, everybody?
Which ruling?
Well, the Obergefell ruling includes a phrase on gender identity, and if that was not the case, we would not be here today.
What was that ruling? Which ruling?
The Obergefell is the case that legalized gay marriage.
No, 2004. No,
2015. 2015.
Wow, 2015.
Obama. Yeah.
2004, same-sex marriage became legal in Massachusetts, and then other states followed along. I don't remember the Supreme Court.
It was state, but because the Supreme Court, that's what Chris was talking about. Yeah.
Wow. So you're saying the Supreme Court didn't rule in the way that they did in 2015, and what was the effect of their ruling, or what was their ruling in 2015?
Well, it was just that that people of the same sex could legally marry across the states, and so shortly after that, what began to happen is you started to see a lot of the activists on the LGBTQ side began to now follow up and vote. Yeah, and so they kept going to court, and then we had the Masterpiece Cake Shop case.
So, Christian, let me ask you a question. In the same way that Roe versus Wade was overturned 30 or something years later, is it possible that this Berger-failed ruling, I don't recall the details. Do you think there's another case that could come up?
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that another case could come down the pike where same-sex marriage is overturned by the Supreme Court?
Yes, because and Clarence Thomas has already hinted at this, and so that's why a lot of the left and a lot of the activists on the left are freaking out about it because Clarence Thomas has already pretty much said this, and he said it in the Dobbs, in some of the Dobbs oral argument, and then in Dobbs' decision, in some of his concurring opinion, he made reference to this.
But aren't you concerned, in a greater concept that if Roe versus Wade can get overturned over 30, so enough time later, and now same-sex marriage may be a football, it seems like there's going to be a pendulum swing as the Supreme Court, shifts in its ideological balance. These important situations, or these important rulings, are going to kind of go back and forth at the whim of the ideological bent. Is that good for society?
Well, it is good that if the court makes an incorrect ruling, that the court can go back and correct it, because if we want to have a actual functioning country, it's necessary, because
but you think it's incorrect. increase salary. Also, you increase the opportunity to have a strong military force. You increase to have strong homeland security. If we have women not having kids or not being married, it's going to turn into the modern day golden girls, and that it's going to cost more to protect the women, and men die faster sooner than women. So,
all right. I've heard enough of that. My God, let him speak. What do you want to do? That's the mind. What do you want to do? You just want to put the women up in nurseries and just have them, filled with sperm so they just continuously have babies?
I want the women to be married.
Maybe first.
What if they don't want to be married? Hold on, let me talk to Michael.
I never realized you were a punk.
Yeah, you can say that, Dominique, but I'm talking to Michael for now. I'll come back to you, and I'll address you.
Anytime you want.
First of all, I'll address you.
Anytime you want.
Yeah, all right, you fall back.
Fall back. Anytime you want. I never realized
You said he's going to address you.
I
You're going to
never realized you were a punk.
Yeah, nigga.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
All right. Now, Mike. Sir. Go ahead.
No, right? No, that was what you was going to ask me a question.
After you said you were gonna address
Yeah, you said, Gildas, you said something about Michael and women should be filled with sperm. That was very crude.
Can I?
Do you want, the question was, do you want women to just be baby factories for America? Is that their best role?
No, I want women to be married because it costs more to protect the women. And when you don't have enough men to protect the women cost. If you notice, nursing homes, you notice, like, women take up majority of that. Most of the men who are old are homeless and they're on the street. You don't really see a lot of homeless women on the street.
There's plenty of women.
Not my population, not my percentage.
But where are these studies coming from?
If we want to go to the American Institute, we use that. We use blackandrappers.com.
I'm gonna say this. I want to say this because I used to be unhoused, and I was unhoused because of an.
I'm sorry. The word is homeless. We don't use
Okay,
unhoused.
well, as somebody who lived through it, I choose unhoused. So we can all respect each other, right?
This is a joke. Go.
That's fine. We can respect each other. I hope.
It's a joke.
As somebody who lived through that, there's plenty of women who do be.
This is why I'm telling you,
Dominique, please. Let's not interrupt the woman. Please, I don't know if she's a woman, but a gender fluid person. Let the gender fluid person speak without being interrupted. Thank you, Jesus. All right, go ahead.
It's interesting to hear all of these perspectives, and I'm going to let you know as an individual who identifies with the community that you guys talk about how it comes off to me. Is that okay? Is that okay that I let you know?
As long as it doesn't veer off to it from the topic, we're trying to keep the
Okay,
conversation.
well, it's not veer off from the topic, but I want to let you know from a personal perspective that when I hear all of these things, it just sounds like you guys want to stick to your moral obligations and never mind the fact that there are people in this world like myself who don't live with moral obligations because we identify with our pre-colonial culture.
because you're immoral.
As Dominique.
Because you're immoral.
Dominique,
You know what?
please.
This is why I have an issue with this because colonization did this continuously, where they looked at our way of life that was different from theirs, and they told us we were savages and that we were demonic. And this is no different. When I hear people talk about
No, Dominique, please let her land, Dominique, and then you can go. Please, I'll let you go right after.
like at the end of the day, people like you are gonna exist, and people like me are gonna exist. And even if gay marriage is taken away, and y'all don't want us in the bathrooms, we're we're still going to exist because we've been around since forever, and that's not going anywhere. And this concept of like we're going to use Christianity to hide behind internalized hate, because that's what this is. And I'm letting you know what I see it as. I'm letting you know what I see it as, because everything that I've heard so far, especially from Dominique, only further proves my point. Because as a person who identifies as gender fluid, and you guys literally talk shit about me as I left.
Cool.
That's crazy that
Nobody said that. We were actually coming after Dominique for interrupting you.
And I'm not.
Exactly.
But at the heart of it, I'm fine. Then I guess I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy.
I don't think you're crazy, Betty. You're crazy.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You still want
But
to
I'm-
do it.
Because he's godless. You gotta remember, Benny, he's godless. He's an atheist.
That's
That's
fine.
why he.
But let me say this. That there are people actively working to make sure that people like me don't have space in this world because it makes you uncomfortable. Because you can't figure out why you don't like someone like me existing in the world. And as much as you want to say, we don't care if you exist, you do, because you've made people like me since colonization a political issue and a political game.
Right. Christian slave owners, that they need to fall back. Ain't no transgender ever enslaved me.
I would say this in the Betty, I would say this, that you have every right to try to fact check me on anything like this. When we think about generational wealth, when you think about rural areas, when you think about inheritance passed down, that's not passed down to anything that gender fluid. That's passed down from two-family homes. There's a reason why they say kids who come from two-family homes do better at reading, writing, and math.
But
When you look at
homes does not mean man and woman. There are plenty of stuff that can back that up. And as somebody who also lives within a community where there are plenty of two-parent households, and some of those households are two women, two men, or a man and woman.
And what you can ask them, you can also ask them, what if you have a beta male as the father?
Yeah, it's true.
How much has that contributed to the faggot, quote unquote faggot, the quote unquote transgender, the quote unquote whatever? You were the man in the household, but you didn't stand up to the fucking responsibility. I promise Dominique the floor. Can we give Dominique a minute or two?
Yield his time. I will yield my time.
As somebody who practices yeah, I just want to take Dominique's picture and just put a spell on you, dude, to get some mad pussy.
He's actually married. He's married with children. He's fine.
That's
Go ahead, Dominique.
anything that don't mean it. Why are you on this app? Go have sex.
Because look what time it is at night. He's having a good time. Deja tranquilo, por favor. ¿Por qué tú hablas con ellos así, por favor? Ven aquí, por favor. Okay? Anyway, Dominique, go ahead.
Samuel, escúchenlo.
Dominique, una canalla.
No, I will yield my time.
All right, go ahead.
Go to bed, y'all.
¿Por qué tú quieres dormir? Ven aquí, mami, por favor.
You need to stop. Y'all need
Benny, por favor, no duermo. Por favor, habla con nosotros, por favor.
No, I'm sorry. Y'all are exhausting. I'll say this much. Listen, it's been fun. It's been real. It actually really hasn't been fun.
No way.
But
That same person who was like, listen to every side, ask me some questions.
you want to ask me questions?
I do.
Well, ask me one question before I go to bed.
Okay.
Well, Dominique has to go real quick. And then you can ask.
No, it's okay.
He's yielding his time. He's yielding his time. Go ahead, doctor.
And I love Dominique. When me and Dominique's just saying, like, Clubhouse, what we're doing is talking about these issues and trying to see what the other person thinks. And I can tell that Betty has ideas that I mentally fucking disagree with. But we want to get out of her. So, Betty, my question is this. We discussed it before, but your existence is not an issue right now in the mainstream. I'll say the mainstream of American thought and politics. That is not an issue right now. But what is an issue is, as many of the guys said tonight, children, and I don't know if you can remember back to when you were 12 or 13 years old, but I, at 12 years old, was like, oh no, there was this thing in sport. I didn't.
Come on, I have the question, doctor. Come on.
Listen, chill, son. Oh yeah, at 12 years old, I could not play varsity sports. You did not play varsity sports. I could not play because I didn't have hair on my nuts at 12 years old. 13, no problem. Okay, but my point is that it is a very, very, very confusing time. We have adults who believe that it is not only possible, but the standard kind of a normal activity for an adult, a teen child, male or female from birth, and they think it's normal for them to be confused, and they have a penis, but yet they should be a woman, or they have a uterus, yet they believe they should have a giant cock. That is a very confusing time to put surgery or life-altering drugs in the hands of this child. How do you read? How do you plead? You think that's crazy too?
I think it's crazy that there's a select group of people who are worrying about 0.6% of the population of individuals 13. Look,
We got 2,000% increase in major cities. I'm not trying to disprotect you as a trans bi person.
When we have conversations where it becomes a debate about whether or not we should have the same rights or whether or not we should have the same safety, and then you have people saying, oh, they're just trying to confuse you guys. Like, I really don't give a fuck what you think. And I say this with all the respect in the world. Like, I don't give a fuck because at the end of the day, the reality is you are not in my world. And we are people. And we are okay. But, like, that's why I think it's so important for people to understand the history of pre-colonial cultures and how they approach gender and sexuality and sexual identity. Because everything that I've heard is rooted in individuals should not be here or have the same rights.
So, Betty, which pre-colonial civilization do you identify with? I heard you say something about the Yoruba, which reminds me of Dr. Ayanla Van Zandt. Not her real name. I'm just asking a question. Hold on, let me ask a question. I'm just curious if you're identifying, because I think she's a Yoruba priestess, Ayanla Van Zandt, who's a Brooklyn-born black woman who later in life changed her name to Ayanla Van Zandt. So I'm just curious, which pre-colonial civilization do you identify with?
Which colonial? I have several.
Which pre-colonial?
So I have several within my family because and two of those families are indigenous. So I have Mexican and Puerto Rican. So there's different identities and there's different understandings of what gender and social construct is. But as someone who like I grew up around it.
Okay,
That's-
blood people, whether they're 10 generations away or they're my grandmother or my mother, they're all blood. So are they right just because they're older?
Culturally speaking, I agree with it. That's why I'm saying this is, you guys are like, not you necessarily, but there's plenty of people who are looking at this way of life as morally wrong, right? And this is my argument, is that it's not that it was wrong, it just was different until somebody said, this is wrong. So,
You're a
why-
woman, right?
huh?
I understand what you're saying on that level, but you're a woman, right? Like, if we go to what you said, the pre-colonial gender norms, you can obviously restate your claims about what you feel that the world was like at that time, but isn't it?
That's because I would gender, like I don't see it as like I don't care. Like you just are a person to me. Does that make sense? So
I bring up my understanding. But you see, this is the genuineness I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling, and the reason why I'm feeling that because you can't say these people, well, they have to be like this and still want protection, and the protection is coming from the heterosexual people. The police officers are the.
How is that? Because I'm saying that gender roles amongst my community that I partake in is not as rigid as colonial structures. That even if a person is okay, we have caciques, right? Like chiefs, right? And so you could be assigned female at birth, or you could say, I don't identify with this. And so most of those individuals within our community were often seen as spiritual leaders or healers, right? So they identify as they, them, because they don't, like, gender's considered fluid.
No, wait a minute. See?
And so,
and she can stage, y'all want to talk mess about me. Y'all want to talk mess about me.
No, we like the way the conversation has been. We thought we can always be in it. Like, everybody's being respectful, Dominique. So, yeah, like, get in where you fit in, you know, and say what you have to say, but you don't have to call nobody a fucking, you know, a name. No, Dominique, come on, man. You know I support you. But when you do that, it makes it difficult to support you. You don't have to call her a hoe.
I'm definitely.
You can debate her argument. You can find a chink in her armor. But if you call her a hoe, come on, man. You know what that is.
No, let's go. Check it out. I'm going to go back on man. I'm going to go back on you.
Wait, I got a question. Betty, do you have a relationship with your father?
What does that have to do with anything?
So normally, most women in whatever culture follow the religion of what the father teaches them. So my question would be is, what does your father have to say about all this?
My father's Taino too, so what's your point?
So my point is, does he believe in
Who do you think told me this? My parents, my
I
grandpa.
don't know. That's why I don't know you. So I don't.
I think what you're trying to do right now, Michael, is cute because I think you're trying to say if I would have said, "Oh, my dad's not around," you would have been like, "That's the reason why."
No. I don't know.
That's why it's okay because you guys always try to find the trauma in the argument, and that has nothing to do with it. That's what I'm trying to say. Is like you guys don't understand the cultural context of this because it's not something you've ever explored. You've never explored two-spirit individuals. You've never explored gender fluidity within pre-colonial times. You guys have never done that, especially since there's so many of us who are trying to uphold our culture. This is a cultural thing. Now, as far as like transgender individuals, like all I'm saying is I don't understand why there's so much focus on people just wanting to be protected and safe.
Okay, Betty. Here's where I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire.
Hold my feet to the fire, baby. up. It's individuals who don't identify.
Give me like your local definition.
My local definition is an individual, for instance, who may be intersex that doesn't necessarily identify with either or gender. They were often seen as.
What is intersex?
So is an individual, for instance, who may be born with different chromosomes, and they may be male presenting. It may be or they were born male presenting but also have a uterus. So there's many options. They have XO chromosomes. There's different XXY, and you can look further into it. Those people were often seen as community healers. So, and they still are to this day.
Why would they look at them as community healers, given their biology?
Because they were seen as individuals who carried two spirits, because keep in mind, gender was not seen as a role, it was seen as an energy.
So what does reproduction fall under? Because I'm just trying to
An
understand.
individual who might be intersex and have a uterus, like they could probably, there's plenty of ways to get, like, to reproduce without having a male and a female in a relationship. There's sperm banks, homie. And I know plenty of people who are doing it, and people are adopting. There's plenty of kids. Like, I'm confused.
Ma'am, are you a natural
What about the kids?
Most of the kids who are in the adoption system one at a time.
One night?
I want to hear what Michael's question is to Betty. Is that right? Go ahead, Michael.
And when you use an adoption, thus lies the problem. Majority of kids who come from adoption don't come from married parents, two households, any of that stuff. So you have that type of oversaturation with that. And then you was bringing up both spirits and XY chromosomes, and that's why I brought up the reproduction, because are you saying that this men with uterus that could be pregnant?
Betty, it's all yours.
They can get pregnant. Why couldn't they? They have a uterus.
That's ridiculous. Ma'am, are you a teacher?
Dominique, go ahead.
Ma'am, are you a teacher in the public schools?
What?
Ma'am, are you a public school teacher?
Yeah, I'm teaching your kid.
You know what? Everybody heard me. You better not take that bait. She's triggering you, brother. Don't do it.
He's been saying all sorts of
No. Shut up, ho. Shut up, ho. Come on, Dominique. We ain't doing that in my room. Please don't degrade my room like that.
Yeah, don't do that. I throw it back. Acknowledge that.
Shut up. Come on. No, I believe that this is the public school teacher. Shut up. This is a public school teacher. I've been listening to her for 2 hours.
Bro, I'm not a public school teacher. Alright. I'm hiding behind bushes and going, look, I'm queer. That's what I'm doing, Dominique. That's my
No, come on, but Betty, y'all don't be needing to go to the kids and say, do you feel like a boy or a girl today? Why do they do that to kindergarten?
saying that, man, Infinity.
They're doing that in kindergarten.
Do you really think I'm there with my clipboard when my kids walk in and I'm sitting there? No, I'm not. I'm not sitting there going like, do you feel
Betty,
like
you might not be doing that, but there's a lot of people who to the right, left of you who would do that.
And that's the thing, man, Benny. There's people like
Betty, you should be fired. You should be fired.
I can't be fired if I own the fucking school, Dominique.
What do you teach? Betty? You don't own the school. She does own the school. She just told you she owns the school. Why do you deny that?
Because I'm a hoe. Hoes can't.
I will find it and get you fired. You can't fire somebody from the school that they own.
What?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. How do you fire somebody
You
from the
know
school
what?
that they
Why
own?
don't you call the boss? I'll give you her number and you can write. You
I
can
thought you were only. I don't know why you would do something like
I'll
that.
fire myself.
I don't know why you would do something like that. But if you
flirting.
Very nice.
Yeah, flirting. There
Not
it
at all.
is.
So, Betty, I'm a little bit curious about your school. What kind of,
No,
what's your demographic?
wait a minute. I have listened to your sorry ass
I
for
have
2
like,
hours.
let's keep
For
talking.
2 hours. For 2 hours, I've listened to your sorry ass. Send me your information so I can take.
Hey, Dominique, after listening to her for 2 hours, what have you been able to conclude?
He loved her.
Dominique, what have you been able to conclude after listening to her for 2 hours?
Check out. Right. Okay, I got Manfinity. Who was that talking about I'm trying to get at her? Who was that?
Guilty.
Killed this man. I never realized you was a punk. I never realized you was a punk. I never
Well, Dominique, to be Dominique, you gotta remember, he is godless. He is no longer a believer in God or Christ.
I don't believe in your husband going on.
You need to go somewhere. You need to go somewhere. Don't come at me with that, man.
I'm gonna
Gildas, you need to go somewhere.
in love with old girl.
Dude, Gildas, I will. Shut up. You think it's funny now. But you won't think it's funny when I find you.
We'll take clap to clap. Nigga.
No, you won't think it's funny. You won't be laughing. You won't be laughing.
Oh well. I'll laugh it all the way through.
No, I don't think so.
And I'll be there on Christmas too.
I don't think so. Gildas,
Dominique,
never
don't be fun.
realize.
So,
Shut
Betty,
up.
what kind of student do you teach?
Gildas, I never realized you was a punk. I always thought you was a good guy. I always thought you was a good guy. But now I realize you's a punk. I never knew.
Gildas is just sitting here and
I never knew.
supporting and
Gildas is always the best friend you got. I'm
No,
always the
Gildas
best
is a
friend.
punk.
I don't
Gildas is a
feel like
punk, man. Gildas is
Nigga,
a
if I'm a punk, you're a pussy. Fuck you.
Yup.
You know I don't believe that about you. But when it's called name, I'll call name.
Dude, Gildas, man. I'm in Southeast DC. Anytime you want to come up.
Hey man, fuck
Anytime you want to come
I
up.
hope y'all
Anytime you want to come up. Anytime you want to come up.
pull up on Gale Street.
Well, let's go.
Wait, Dominique, so what do you do? Do you protest in DC all the time?
Hell,
Listen here. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Gildas.
I'm just asking a
I'll
question,
pull up
sir.
on Anacostia.
Okay, wait.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
Let me do it in my straight voice. Let me do it in my straight.
No, you won't.
Yeah.
No, you
All
won't.
that.
No, you won't. I guarantee you will not. I guarantee.
Man, I'll put up on one of those things right there.
Come on.
I'm in Cali though. I gotta catch a flight.
You in Cali? Well, no, wait a minute. Look here. Gildas. You need to shut up. You need to shut up and sit down. Shut up.
It was nice meeting you.
No, wait a minute. No, it's not nice meeting you, Betty.
Dominique, I was talking to everyone except for you, so don't worry.
Shut up, Betty. Wait a minute. You said you had a school. Send me your information. I'm going to take that school from you.
All right, it's in North Dakota.
Well, I'm going to take it from you.
Okay, take it from me, Papi, and I'm gonna give it to you.
So Betty, what kind of students do you teach? What age group?
I teach them from pre-K to after college. So we getting a lot of young, Dominique.
Christian.
What are you teaching? What seriously are you teaching?
We're here and we're here.
Christian, do you have you name it. And that is only because of, the vast majority of people, they work for a living. They have a full-time job, whether they work at night or they work 8 to 5 or 9 to 5, and they have kids. They have older adults that take care of, and they don't want to get their arms around their own government. They don't want to deal with the government like they deal with their utility bills because it gets boring. People, they want to be entertained, but they don't want to look at their government like their light bill, their phone bill, their mortgage, their insurance, their rent. They don't want to deal with those things. So that's why we have what we have right now.
I can understand that. Well, how do you get the black man to understand and start to read the ballot? How do you get the Italian man to read the ballot? Try to get all engaged.
Well, we need for number one, we need male leaders. That's number one. So when you have male leaders or men in leadership, then things will happen. Things move. Um, so that's number one. And number two, all of these platforms and places that we have, whether online, Clubhouse, X Spaces, TikTok Spaces, Instagram, Twitch, and all these different spaces for church. You have all these. I can't even name the number of barbershops we have in every major metropolitan city, and especially black barbershops at that. You have all these gun clubs. You have all these fraternities and sororities, all these HOA organizations, people in real estate. We have all these groups and all these factions, and we're not using any of them to our own advantage. We could literally have the government eating out of the palm of our hands, but we don't know how to utilize any of these groups or any of these areas, and that's where we're failing.
So what do you say to the notion that, like, the left has Harvard, they have the Ivy League? What do we have? Do we have, like, YouTube and Clubhouse and this kind of shit? Is this our bulwark against Harvard?
Well, we're much larger than Harvard. I mean, we think in 3 presidential elections, we gave a huge, call it let's just call it a middle finger to the media, to attorneys, to think tanks, to everybody. We picked Trump when they told us not to pick him. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. We went from 62 million votes to 63 million votes to 74 million votes to 77 million votes. So we are capable of doing this. The problem is the presidency is not the only political office. We have 3 branches of government. We have 50 United States plus the territories. You have a federal elected officials, state elected officials, county elected officials, city elected officials, school districts, towns, or if you live in Louisiana, you have parishes. So it's not that we're incapable of doing it. We've done it. So the only question is, are we going to only do this for just the presidency and only for President Trump?
Okay.
Or are we going to find other people that actually have an America First mindset?
this is not Gildis's opinion. Okay, so Christian, the Democrat Party always did good by me. They gave me that welfare, and that's all I need. I don't want to be ambitious. I don't want to strike a record deal or get money from stocks. I just want to live in the ghetto with this payment that's coming down to me. How do you convince, Christian, people to leave that idea to try to be more like self-reliant?
Well, you can't convince people. All you can really do is show them what the differences are, and over time, they will come over to your side, and that is what has happened really since 2017.
I agree. I agree. But it's hard to convince people of that if it takes 10 years or 15 years for it to all bear out. They're like, what you gonna do for me today? Like the Christians do. What he done for me? All right, did you get your blessing this Sunday? Or will it come in 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not going to be easy. I will say that because you have generational families that vote a certain way, and
Now, how do you address that without coming off like a coon? How do you even talk about that phenomenon without being, oh, no, you're a coon, you're just trying to get rid of welfare because, yeah. You know, how do you even do that?
well, you do it by showing what your policy is. You expose how these programs have had a detrimental impact, and you start with little things. You expose how non-citizens have been using these programs. You expose how anchor babies or parents of anchor babies are using these programs. You expose how this is affecting all of the resources at the local level and in public school education. There's a lot of ways to go about doing this. It's just getting your arms around the actual policy, implementing it, and then exposing what the other side doesn't want people to see.
Well, all right, brother. I understand that. And I know this is a recorded room, but how do you feel about reparations?
I believe that reparations should be given to Black people, and it should be directly taken away from the Democrats and all of the people who have put indigenous and Black people literally in, you call it slavery, call it Jim Crow, redlining, all the things that they have done to the Black community, all of these programs that they place upon the Black community should be reversed. And
I believe that the Black mind can create more wealth than any form of reparations.
well, yeah, I mean that's true, and you have inflation, and you have all these other, because people don't account for how inflation will impact any type of money that's being given out. But on the flip side, to not continue to collect this money. The land that's been taken from people, that land needs to be returned back to its original owner, which is the people.
All right. I appreciate your responses, but let me see. I think IBK, he was in here in the chat. He was going off, but it looks like he left the room because I was gonna call him up to try and speak on it, or she. Okay, you want to come up and raise your hand. So, where you at? All right, let me bring you up. All right. Come on stage. Did you see anything like you disagreed with, or you just want to speak to something? Speak on it.
I mean, I just want to speak on like Republicans who say they're like Christian,
Republicans who say they're Christians, yeah, I think they're dirty work. Manfinity got responsible. These nasty Christians, if they got their way, they would do Handmaid's Tale. They would do it. They would love it. And they would say it was the best for women. A woman can't think, so they need to have a hood on. That's what I believe. They believe. But go ahead.
I mean, like, this kind of makes no sense. Like, Trump himself, he couldn't even put his hand on the Bible. And then they have the audacity to say, like, oh, he's a man of God. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Do you like Trump running the country? Do you want Kamala to run the country? How do you think the country should best be run?
Honestly, I think Kamala, not gonna lie. Because, like, Trump, I think this is kind of long, I'm sorry.
Why Kamala?
I mean, you know how Trump, he'll say he'll, like, bring up, like, taxes and stuff like that. Make it less worse. He's done the absolute opposite.
So you don't like him for his economic reasons?
No, I just don't like him overall. He's like not a good person. He's like weird. Yeah.
I can understand that. Are the gentlemen on stage?
I'm here.
Company? Yeah, that's one gentleman.
What was the question? Because I missed the last part of what she said.
It wasn't like a question. I'm just saying, like, I just don't like him. He's like a weird person overall.
She doesn't like Trump. He's a weird person overall.
Well, a lot of people don't like Trump, but people keep voting for him, like I said, through 3 presidential elections.
It just makes no sense at this point.
See, right, this is why Kamala lost. This woman doesn't even have a voice.
I'm really talking. You make no sense.
She doesn't even have a voice.
Are you dumb?
This is why Kamala lost.
This is why you don't have a brain.
Right. Gil does not. I'm sorry to interrupt. Someone had just brought to my attention that Trump has actually been giving land that was previously owned by black people. It was taken away, and that he's been returning land back to black people. And when I really sat and I thought about it, the opportunity zones. And so it was just I hadn't thought about it.
I can understand the opportunity zone if it comes with more policing. As I've always told people on this app, I had enough money at one point
say, "Oh, you a coon, Gildas? Why did you put that money in the hood?" But then others would say, "Man, you made the right decision." How do you think about that, Kristen? Or Dominique? You made the right decision. I made the right decision, right? Yep. If they're robbing people and they're extorting businesses, why would I invest my capital there? No, it's worse. It's worse. I would lose my money. I would probably get caught up in a case because I had to shoot somebody. Somebody's robbing me. No, it's worse. You would have to work 16 hours a day. You would have to open up your business, work your business, and close your business. You have to be up in there 16 hours a day. Look, Daddy, we trying to push books. Right. And books are out. Books are out. And books are not cool. No, because on Amazon. You get it on Amazon. You can get it when they're reading the books to you. Okay? Straight up, you make the right decision. Now, we may not agree on everything. Yeah. But no. Nah, they got out of there. Straight out. I got out of here too. Wait a minute. Who is that barking shit? Who is that? Come up here and get a view. No, you gotta let the ladies talk. Ladies, no, I don't. They don't know what talk to them. Let the ladies talk shit. Then you're gonna get the same.
Yeah, Dominique is a coon.
No. Dominique, they not even coming for you. Just let them ladies speak. Ladies, they're rules. It's funny because they'll say, "Oh, I don't want a broke Negro." That's what they say. I don't want a broke Negro. Right. But he can get capital and move his capital to another area. Then they want to call him a coon.
I think Infinity's VP had Big Baby.
Yeah, go walk your dog.
What? I don't know what's going on. I don't know how he's talking about. He got issues.
No, like, men were talking.
Okay. Men were talking.
I know. You don't.
Yes.
I know. I was talking to Gildas. I don't even know who you bitches are.
Okay.
I don't even know who you bitches are.
Your mama.
I mean, this is indicative. This is how it's supposed to sound. These ladies are not afraid of this man.
Looking at you, he's talking.
Look, I was talking to Gildas.
Okay,
I don't even know who these bitches are. I don't even know why are you calling them bitches? That seems like because of their behavior.
You're just getting out for no reason.
Because of their behavior.
What behavior?
Nobody
Is your behavior beyond scrutiny? Because I think calling them bitches is not right.
a motherfucking thing. They came off the mic and
Do they need to be asked?
Exactly.
You a bitch too, huh?
I'm a bitch too. You wouldn't say that to my face. That's for sure.
Wait a minute. Who am I talking to? Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, man.
Let him crash out. It's cool. It's fun.
Relax. Everybody is good. We're having a good time.
sounds short. That's short.
You guys know none of this is personal. We're just having a good night. We're just having fun. Nobody takes it personal. We're just having fun.
Let's have a little chat.
You know what? Shut up, bitch.
See, no, I'm not gonna shut up, nigga. Where's your mama at? Where's your mama be mad she did talk like that? Right? That's how you talk to your mom and sister?
Bitches leave.
Firstly, you wouldn't be here if your mama was making a lie.
Bitches leave.
I'm dead. That's not my name, so we're talking to the Kennedy. He's talking to himself.
Y'all like talking like that. Y'all like to cuss.
Be quiet. Who's quiet? We didn't call him anything, so they can be mad for him.
Everybody just leave.
Someone get this man, bro. He crying. He's a boy. It's not. I think he's on the spectrum, bro.
Bitches leave.
Girl, he got introvert. It is.
No, let me talk to the pastor.
Who's the pastor? Who's the pastor?
Your honor is
All right.
He's calling you a pastor.
Yeah, how can I help you, Dominic?
Your honor, you are the pastor.
I mean, technically, I am registered with the Universal Life Church. I've officiated a couple weddings, but I don't know if I'm a pastor. I think I'm a minister, actually, legally.
I don't understand the difference, but that's okay.
Bye.
I don't know. What is the difference between a pastor and a minister?
I have no idea.
So they're the same. No, the minister can get up and talk about one or two scriptures. The pastor has the entire Bible in his mind.
Oh, like it's pretty. Like,
Yeah, like you can let Deacon Pork Chop up and he can say something.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Deacon Pork Chop. He can get up there and give you one scripture, and he's gonna go in on one scripture. But pastor knows the whole Bible. All right. Deacon Pork Chop, he know how to get that one scripture. Right.
That's crazy.
No, but the pastor of the whole Bible.
Right.
Have you ever met a Deacon Pork Chop?
No.
Manfinity is a Deacon Pork Chop. Okay, now that's a first little fact. No,
I can imagine maybe the Christian like Manfinity. I couldn't imagine that.
Manfinity is a Deacon Pork Chop.
Yeah.
That's Deacon Pork Chop. All right, that hasn't been my experience with him, but that's okay. I'm joking, but yeah, it's kind of real. That's Deacon Pork Chop. I don't know if I can. I don't. Right, check it out. Are you familiar with a preacher named Jim Jones? Yeah, the Kool-Aid man.
Where is it coming from?
Yeah, I mean, that's what religion does to you. You're going to drink Kool-Aid at one point. Manfinity ain't got there yet, but he's going to drink it because he believes it. No. And I think you are. Are you a Christian too, Dominique? Yes, I am. Man, you believe in a white guy that brought you over here? Oh, wow. Jim Jones. Man, y'all pastor or minister,
Wait
Dominic?
a minute. Did you just call me a nigger?
What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah. We all call you a nigger. You are a nigger for believing in the white man's God. How you gonna give no pastor? You're not no pastor. You're not no minister. You're not no pastor. I'm not a witch doctor. I'm not a witch doctor. I'm not gonna fool you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. What is the truth? You believe that the cracker gave you a religion that you should abide by? Well, let me ask you this. Is there such thing as a black cracker? Is there such thing as a black cracker? Yeah, but he never gave me a religion that I believe in. You believe that Jesus woke up out of a den and his white soul transcended to heaven, and you come from Africa? That's how you look at things? You're a fraud. I'm a real black man. Whole lot of money. You believe I hope you collect a whole lot of money, but it would never equal you giving up your soul. You believe, and I wish Infinity would bring his ass off mute. You guys believe that God gave you Christianity after going through slavery. That's how you became Christian? You had to be raped and whipped? No, wait a minute. You had to be raped and whipped. Wait a minute. You think Christianity came from 100 years ago? No. Every nigga in America. Dude, did you just call me a nigga again?
Can you stop saying Christian?
I'm not calling you personally. No. Why are you using that word? All right, I'll leave the word out. It's a bad word. No. You've already impeached yourself. You've already impeached yourself. The idea, you think you became a Christian because of slavery? Like you had to go through slavery? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You are a fraud. I don't know what you're talking about. You are a fraud. Straight out. Because number one, God is not a racist. If God hated white people, why does he make a million of them every day? God is not a racist. Listen to this. They have no answer to this question. What is the question? God made you a slave so you could become Christian? You know what? You're fully ridiculous. You're fully ridiculous, man. You're fully ridiculous. You don't have any point. You're not saying anything. I have the most biggest point of all time. Well, share the point. No. Shut up, Hall. Shut up.
Come on. Necessary.
Don't do that. Don't do that to her.
You shut up too, Hall.
Put the fuck down, nigga.
Wait a minute. Share your point, Pastor. Share your point, Pastor.
Pastors in the
No,
office.
wait a minute. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the pastor. What is your point, Pastor? Did he leave? And I told you guys this the other night. You guys believe in a zombie? You believe in a man that throws you? Wait a minute. Visit you. May the Lord God visit you. You's a punk. You're not a pastor. You a punk. You're not a pastor. You was a punk. Talking about I won't say it to your face. I'll say it to your face. I will say it to your face. You was a punk.
Are you talking to Gildas or
You're not no pastor. You're not no
Christian? Who are you? I'm not a Christian. You're right about that.
He used to be.
Yeah. Dude, you need to go somewhere, man. Very serious. You need to go somewhere. Who am I talking to here? Who am I talking to? No, wait a minute. Forget these hoes. Forget these hoes. Who am I talking to? Your honor. Dude.
He's calling me a hoe.
Oh my gosh, my goodness.
Dude.
I'm not a
You
hoe.
pastor? You ain't no Christian.
Wait, are you talking to me now? Or are you talking to Gildas? You gotta make up your mind. To me,
Right now.
you know, you're the one who made me a pastor. I never call myself a pastor.
No, wait a minute. I looked up your thing. I said, hold on. What did it say?
Oh, shit, I forgot about that. I forgot I put that in there. Yeah, I am an ordained minister according to the Universal Life Church.
Oh, you want him to be a minister?
I did forget about that. That's true. I am an ordained minister. I'm available if you want to have me officiate a wedding.
I don't think I'll
Dominique.
let you do that.
That's true. I don't think I could officiate a wedding given your misogyny seems a little over the top.
Yeah, him and Miss
It is kind of a fraudulent thing, let's be real. The Universal Life Church, do we know about it?
Every day. Tomorrow you wake up, you're going to be a fraud tomorrow.
Probably the day after that, too.
Tomorrow.
What about the day after that?
He is not a fraud.
Yes. And listen here.
What about the third Thursday from now? Have you considered that? Will I still be a fraud then?
Yes.
What if the phase of the moon is different than it is right now?
It won't have anything to do with the fact.
What do you mean the phase of the moon has nothing to do with it? Come on, man. You know this shit
You're a
matters.
fraud. You're a fraud.
Okay.
I think he's like your father.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, everybody on the stage is a believer in Ooga Booga.
Oh, what is that? What is that?
Spirituality. All y'all motherfuckers believe in ghosts. All y'all believe you're being communicated to from the other realm. Right? And that's what's wrong with niggas. That's what's wrong with people. You think you get information from the second dimension. Think about it.
What do you mean?
It is what it is. I said what I said. Y'all believe y'all get information from a second dimension.
Infinity act like a preacher. Nobody else.
Manfinity is like Jim Jones.
Really out good. That nigga's
As soon as he gets you to get the Kool-Aid, it's over. No, he's my buddy though. But yeah, I already see he Jim Jones with it. You ever met Jim Jones? Nah, I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't meet that motherfucker. I don't want him to try to seduce me. Have you seen Jim Jones? He might have had a good car Jones. And I might have been like, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay. I'm glad I never met him. Ever been to the People's Temple Church on Hoover and 4th? Hell no.
You've never been to the McDonald's at 4th and University.
Shut up, Ron. Shut
actually shut up too.
Your Honor, I'm pronouncing some evil on you, man.
No, I'm not.
I'm not that.
You haunted. You're haunted. Your Honor, apparently. Your Honor, there's a curse coming down on you. It's a perfect curse.
Stop it.
Is it like a curse, a hex? Like, what exactly are we working with? Oh boy. Oh man, I'm in trouble.
Now let me go in the audience. David. Oh, I'm so scared. What's he doing? Now let me go on mute. Go on mute.
Shut up, ho.
Yeah, huh? I'm not a hoe. Ask me infinity because
I know you're not a hoe. I know you're not a hoe. You a virgin. You've been saving it all this time. Shut up, ho.
Even if I was, that's not your business. This is don't want you. Again, I don't like you.
Your Honor. Your Honor. You need to go somewhere, man.
I appreciate you using my honorific. Thank you.
You was in the wrong room, man.
Yeah.
You was in the wrong room.
Oh boy.
I'm serious.
I used to think you were Manfinity. I thought you were like his alter ego, but you're in the same room at the same time. If Manfinity were to speak right now, I would believe you're not the same thing.
Your Honor. You need to go somewhere. I'm serious.
That's not thing I'll say.
Yeah, I'll be going to bed soon.
You know what? You need to go to bed now.
No.
Oh my god. Seriously. A grown ass man on the internet, no less. Like, come on, what are we doing? You need to go to bed right now. Dominique, if that's really what your name is.
Dominique, you need to go to bed.
I feel like if you had a good rest, you'd probably be in better spirits.
No. Your Honor, you're a false preacher. You're a false preacher.
I've never claimed to be a preacher. Or a pastor.
False preachers.
No.
You know what happens to false pastors?
They get a seat in the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, he's crazy. Dominique,
Sure they do.
Sure. Dominique, you crazy. Why just stop? I was out of control. Thank you. He attacks women all the time. I think okay, he's like, shut up. Okay. I wouldn't trust him.
Well, shut up.
You shut up.
Shut up, bitch.
I have a gun. You shut up. Shut up. I'm asking. With your big ass gun. You're not supposed to have a gun. You're unstable. Hey, put it down. Right?
I like that. I like the way the females can get under a nigga's skin. You know, I like that. That's good combat. No, but that's not true. They can't get under my skin. I just know it though. It's like butterflies flying around my head. I don't care what they think or have to say.
These ladies giving you butterflies from me? So what's going on?
No, look here.
You don't want to punch them on the playground a little bit just to, get the feelings out?
Dude, anytime you want to do that, you just let me know.
Do what?
Are you gay?
What just happened? I'm so
Did you
confused.
just say you wanted to punch me on the
No,
playground?
I did not. I did not say that.
He's so dumb.
do want to hear Manfinity and Dominique talk at the same time, though. I have a theory about that.
Yeah, wake up, Infinity. Who's Infinity?
Probably sleep. He probably fell asleep. He just wake up.
Oh, so I hate this video. Yeah, he said he was going to order Domino's this man. What do you thought? I'm hungry.
Dominique's quiet.
Dominique, go on mute, please.
You know what? Right after your mama go on mute.
At least she got one. She ain't on Clubhouse, okay? Right.
I know, because she's right over here.
My mom will never give you this.
She's right over here. She's right over here.
That's not true. You went where? In your little dreams.
You know what? It's funny, because she's actually sucking the skin off my stick.
No.
That's very inappropriate.
Right now.
As a minister, you should be ashamed of yourself, sir.
Dude, I'm not a minister.
I didn't say you were, I said I was.
Dominique, you need to calm down. Okay? Let's figure something out. Yeah, let's figure.
Ask her mom.
Okay. Mama.
And Dominique is still being polite. He hasn't even gone off the chain yet. He's still being polite.
I'm gonna say your boss ain't drunk yet. He's done. That's me.
No. It's true. It's true. I'm actually restraining myself because I understand that I'm dealing with two silly women and a fake preacher.
Excuse you. Then I'm making mistakes. You can't even get women. Oh. Somebody, are you sexy? Yeah, sexy.
Two silly women and a fake
That's
preacher.
a hard question.
I don't care.
Was that a setup for a joke?
Who are you?
Two silly women and a preacher? Watch that for a joke.
It should be. It should be.
Don't listen to me. You can get a joke, so shut up. Why did you leave us with Dominique?
You know what? It's okay. You don't have to be here. You know, you could always just leave.
No, you can leave. They won't. They don't want you to leave. They don't want you in here.
Who was they?
All of us. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Who are all of us?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Please stop.
I don't know if I don't want to hear him talk, but Dominique, you do go from 0 to retarded in like half seconds.
Right.
Yes, right.
But check it out. I'm not a fake preacher.
Okay, then we don't care.
Nobody asked you anything.
We never said you're a preacher. You definitely can't be a preacher, buddy.
Nobody asked you anything. Wait a minute. I don't understand. Why do you think anybody cares what you think or have to say? You haven't had anything to say the entire time that you've been on this. And you said nothing. What did you say? That's what you said? That's what you had to say? That's all you had to say?
Yes.
Right, check it out. Listen here. You know what? I'm not even going to waste my time. Go ahead. Yeah, you know what? It's fine. Whatever.
There you go. Being quiet, like I said.
Hold on. First of all, let me see who I'm talking to. Who's that I'm talking to? Wait a minute. So I'm literally talking to a person who doesn't even have enough self-esteem to put their own picture in their profile picture. But I'm supposed to respect anything that you have to say.
Is that you in your profile picture, Dominique?
Yes, that is me.
Oh, wow.
Let's go. No problem. So, and the other chick also, you don't even have enough. Wait a minute. You don't have enough self-esteem to post your own profile picture in your PTR, but you think I should care what you think or have to say?
It's basically my face. I take a picture and avatar. The eyes is how I look like.
Okay. No problem. Other chick, it's just black.
Okay.
So I'm supposed to care what you think or have to say, and you don't even have enough self-esteem to post your own profile picture? I don't want to see you. Obviously, you don't want to see yourself. Obviously, you don't want to see yourself. Obviously, nobody want to see you. Nobody want to see you. No, I don't. No, nobody want to see you. Nobody want to see you. If anybody wanted to see you, you would have an OnlyFans. You would have an Instagram. You would have a Facebook. But you don't. Because nobody want to see you. Right? Sure you do.
I sure do.
And you show pictures of your relatives.
No, I know. That's all you know. On Facebook.
Look here, it's fine.
Yeah, I know it's fine. Thank you. I know I'm fine.
That's why your profile, that's why your PTR is completely black. Yep. Yes, I'm voting, so what?
Like Mr. Clean.
Yep, like Mr. Clean, so what?
Yeah, because you're ugly. Like, why are you mad because I don't have my face on my profile?
Because you're running your mouth.
Because you're trying to stop me?
You know, you can run your mouth, it's fine. Go ahead, run your mouth.
Yes, I can run my mouth.
Go ahead, run your mouth. Go
What
ahead.
are you going to do?
I'm going to listen to you run your mouth.
Good boy. Thank you.
And nothing.
Yes, because I'm not talking to you.
Well, wait a minute, though. I thought you was about to run your mouth.
Yeah, on my own time.
And nothing. Just like your PTR. Just like your PTR. Just like your PTR.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. It's like you're being empty, bitch. Pull no hoes at all. Oh, okay, so quiet.
Well, no, wait a minute. I was waiting for you to run your mouth. I was waiting for you to contribute something. No, wait, it's fine. Also, dry jokes. So, not only nothing, but dry jokes. Why are you even here if you don't have something to say?
Why are you still speaking to me? You said you don't like me clearly.
Yeah, because you're speaking to me?
Because you're speaking to me too. You started.
Well, I tell you what, let's do this. Agree, you get up out of here. 1, 2, 3. Get up out of here. So you still here?
Yeah, because I listen to them. Thank you.
I know you don't listen to me.
Exactly, because you know my father.
Do you have anything to say?
Not to you. Normally, I would keep my something to say.
Well, then maybe you should just leave.
No, thank you. You got something to say?
Yeah.
I would do right on in front of them. It's okay. I'm listening.
Okay, here's what I have to say. Get lost.
No, thank you. You made big friends. Blue back on like what's it called? What's it called? Oh my God. The Democrat version of the Republican backup. Exactly, bro. Like I might start doing that. I think so.
All right, Dominique, it's time for you to go to bed. I'm gonna stop triggering you so you can get some shut eye and get a little and wake up, bright eyed and bushy tailed tomorrow, so you can have yourself a good day. You can treat the women a little better. See if maybe things will turn out a little better for you.
Sir, admit that you're a false preacher. Admit that you're a false preacher.
I never.
Admit that you're a false preacher.
Why would I be a false preacher? I'm not preaching anything. I just wish you a good night's rest and a happy tomorrow. Was that gospel?
Admit that you collect money from people who worship
Oh my God.
and you don't believe in God. Admit it.
I collect money as a preacher? Oh wow.
Wait a minute. You just said you preside over people's weddings.
Yeah, but for free, not for money. It's the best seat in the house. I just like the, I like to be centered. I like the attention.
Free food. Yes.
Yeah, food's usually pretty good. Depends, depends on the wedding.
So you ain't no man of God. You can't tell me nothing.
I'm not trying to tell you anything except that you should get a good night's rest. And, you seem like a Snickers bar might help. Why wait? Alright, anyway, have a good night's rest. I hope you feel better tomorrow. I still believe you might be manfinity, but that's okay.
Wait, can anyone else bring people up? Or does it have to be the host only?
No, you are free to leave anytime you wish.
I'm not talking about you, sir. I'm asking if someone else can let people up.
answer. And he is clearly not interested in you or anything you have to say.
I don't want him money. I was talking to him.
Well, you know what? It's cool. I thought I would answer your question. But since I am not, feel free to go on and talk.
Yes, because he said that he's not interested in me. I never said I wanted him.
hours. I'm gonna stop all the wars in 48 hours. What the fuck we sitting at?
Meanwhile, Congress is the only one that's able to. Congress is the only body that is able to declare war. The fuck are we talking about?
We have already.
Are y'all crazy? Y'all have lost your fucking minds. Go to a community college class. You sound stupid. You sound fucking stupid.
No, you
I
sound
don't
fucking
know
retarded.
why he is still in this fucking room. I ain't
No,
gonna lie.
what the fuck are we talking about?
It's two brothers having a disagreement, but they got a relationship to talk. That's the only thing.
So
Exactly. This is crazy.
No, I just want to say something. Like, let me speak for a second. The last time the United States did declare war was the Second World War. They didn't declare war in Korea or Vietnam or Iran.
Well, not in America.
are we fucking retarded?
Right. So, A-Tech did not take a congressional, like, appeasement. You know, as far as, like, the Congress.
I like Dr. Adams. I like him.
It has not happened since the Second World War. The only time the United States declared war
Hey,
through Congress.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
No,
It didn't happen with the boy from Cuba. What you talking about?
No, hold on.
It did not happen.
Who is this? NTX? Or what are you?
I checked, my brother.
Okay.
Now, what are you? Like, what are you?
South Sudanese Australian.
Okay, stay over there. So here's the thing.
Military. He's in the military.
We can't do it like that. He got a pig.
No. I have onions. So here's the thing. Yeah. So here's the thing. Look. And Dr. Adams, look, we've been in many spaces. I ain't got no numbers. We have a little heat. It's cool. No harsh smoke. Here's the thing. Look. The thing with Trump is this. He lies. He lies a lot. And this is worse than 2016, 2020. Like, this is absolutely worse.
So is he the only president that lies? Excuse me to interrupt.
No.
Is he the only president that lies? You love Bill Clinton, though, right?
No, I didn't say he's the only one.
Oh, okay.
But Trump is atrocious with it. Like, he is. He's so bad. And now here's the thing with Trump.
They all lie.
So let me ask you a question. What president did we have in office
You can't act
that created? Hold on. What president that we had in office that created the same segue of having a Guantanamo Bay U.S. insurgency in fucking Cuba? Different. Like, it's fucking
President lies.
Hey, Dr.
Yo,
don't do
like,
it. You know what?
do you understand where I'm going with this? Like, it's crazy.
What I'm saying is,
It's crazy. The same grievance.
you can't. That's what the great president was.
That's what it sounds like.
So Obama.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
Exactly. That's what they just say.
Yeah, so we're not gonna act like these terrorists is a positive thing. The world fucking hates us right now. And absolutely. So, and for some of y'all to come be, look, it's what's his name? The ball motherfucker. Amazon. Jeff Bezos. He said, you know what? I'm going to when Americans make purchases on our products on Amazon, I'm going to show them the actual debt they're.
Jeff Bezos. Do you see who he's fucking?
Hey, look, you know what happened?
What is happening? Yo, that's just transgender movement. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
This is true. This is undocumented. This is true. Why we like
Sanchez.
No, hear me out.
Let's.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
Is there anything about Trump's presidency so far that you don't like? Be honest.
I don't like the fact that he pardoned Chris Chrisley or Todd Chrisley.
Man, he's part of NBA young boy and all type of people. Them wasn't the only ones.
Yeah, I mean, were those worthy pardons?
To me,
because they look like us. Because they look. Wait.
We're kind of questionable.
Wait, and that's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't agree with everything that the man is doing. You know, for me personally, I feel like Diddy is fucking filthy. Filthy.
Yeah,
Filthy. Let me scream that from the fucking roof.
Yeah.
Right. So again, at the end of the day, two things can be true at the same time. Right?
Yeah.
Diddy can be filthy. Cassie can be, culpable.
He's nasty too.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Cassie can be culpable. Cassie could be, in my perfect world, sitting at the defense table with Diddy. Right?
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, two things can be true at the same time, yo. So, I mean, I look at this. I look at this sex trafficking.
With something like that, everybody comes out and said they were. Remember Bill Cosby? One person came out, then everybody came out. Like,
what type of niggas y'all are? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, straight.
What the fuck are you talking about? Yo, exactly. I'm in LA. So again, I picked up nieces, my ex-girlfriend, from fucking Diddy fucking parties and like shit like that. 2-3 o'clock in the fucking morning.
Oh yeah.
I'm minding my own. No, hold on, bro. I'm minding my own fucking business. Okay? Minding my own fucking business. Right? So again, I get a call. I'm at a party. I'm in a weird situation. That it's a weird fucking situation. So don't do that. Don't do that. I've showed up for women. I have showed up for women and put my life in fucking danger. No, hold on. Let me say this. I've showed up for women and put my life in fucking danger. Okay? Showing up for black women. Don't do that. Don't do that bullshit.
You know who won't do it? Trump will do it. Trump got 106,000 black women without a job. That's what he did. That's Trump. That's him.
No.
And let me tell you something. Let me tell you black something. This is the thing about Trump. I have never, ever, in my 28 years around the sun, seen a president attack his own government. So much so. Look, I'm going to just say this, and this is for someone who's actually been in the federal government. There are people who have worked their asses off their life and given they have done so much to get clearances and specializations to be able to know certain information. This motherfucker allowed this South African to walk up in our government and look up all y'all shit. But nobody has a problem. Nobody. It's weird. It's not normal.
Right. So as you know, Mr. I have a family that's serving on fucking Senate. So, for me personally, and listening to people saying that black men don't show up for shit, yo, even through these fucking no. Let me finish. Y'all are speaking out of a place that's so far out of fucking pocket. Okay? So far out of fucking pocket. If there's any man who has been on this app showing up for black women, it has been me. Like, what the fuck are y'all doing?
You wasn't.
Oh, really?
Yes. 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 Absolutely. Absolutely.
It said you was cussing a female out.
Just okay, hold up, Cash. Let's get Cat. So I just brought up some points about government.
Talking about black men, well, women in general.
Are you listening? Are you listening though? Are you listening? Are you listening to the conversation that's ensuing?
Let them finish conversation.
Bruh, how did we get here? Like I just said something about clearances and why the fuck did Elon get allowed to?
Yo, mister, because I'm tired of being fucking attacked for no fucking reason.
Okay, this is different. This is a personal thing.
Who's attacking you?
For no fucking reason.
Who's attacking you?
I feel like everybody has great opinions on here. And
I know some people should probably just delete the app. We gotta
get a female perspective and a male perspective. And, we gotta hear everybody's perspective.
But see, Kat, here's a problem with the clubhouse. So we have people who know nothing. Instagram. And here's the thing. Anybody, another person who has no brain cells would be like, oh shit, he's cooking. And he's not cooking at all. And that's a problem. It spreads like a disease.
And that's the only reason why I'm still on this fucking app. That's the only fucking reason.
Yeah, you're trying to spit knowledge. That's what you're saying.
No, it's not about spit knowledge. It's about controlling a fucking narrative that is dangerous.
But you can't change everybody's opinion on life.
It doesn't matter.
If you know what it is, and maybe I know what it is, doesn't mean everyone else would, So going back and forth, arguing or yelling, like you have to just hear everybody out.
So let me ask you a question. So when you look at like the black church, for example, and when you look at population numbers that deviated away from black church, and you look at the context of this said app, right?
Yeah.
Do you not understand exactly why I'm sitting here?
No, look, trust me, I feel exactly what you're saying.
Now go ahead, let me finish. Go ahead, Adams. Go ahead. Why are you singling down this one?
He finished my point. He literally finished my point. I don't need to be long-winded. And a lot of you don't understand. I don't need to be long-winded. I can make my point. Right. So, again, I can make my point and do what the fuck I need to do.
Why are you going to rap this?
No matter what, somebody's always going to go against you, man. No matter what.
Nobody. No, see, this is the thing. This would be the
No,
there you go. Why is it? Who's going against it? Who's going against it? Nobody.
You just asked me why I'm on the fucking Raptor.
No, I'm at. Okay, I would be a majority.
Right, I conquered that rapper. Right? I conquered that fucking Raptor. So again, if I'm sitting on a fucking Raptor, I'm sitting on a fucking Raptor.
It's an AI generated photo.
Yo, Dr. Adams, you drinking too many Cosmopolitans, dog. You had too much vodka tonight, Dr. Adams.
Yo, and I still fuck her after, but again, at the end of the day, at the end of the day.
Dr. Adams.
I'll take everybody's opinion, man. I see what everybody's saying, but I respect the lady's opinion.
I'm gonna just be honest with you. This is what this is. And it's the problem with politics today. We got
these white niggas mad at me. They can't ride my Raptor.
The problem is that Larry Hoover killed 15 motherfuckers in Chicago, and they're gonna let Larry Hoover back on the streets? He's a mass murderer.
So I'm gonna just say this. This is the problem with politics now. Look, black men. I don't know, what rise we get or what the outcome is when we extrapolate our belief systems as far as single moms and women who are hoes and all these things to politics. I don't know what the outcome is. I don't know what the end game is. I don't know what the mission is
And I don't get why we have to push these things to white America so much so that I've heard white people ask us, damn, you know, I heard what's going on with your women.
Need to stop listening to fat women.
I have heard white America ask questions and say, damn, you know, are you okay with your women? I've heard that shit. Like, it's bad. Like, nigga, it's bad.
A lot of white women with
No, brother.
that's for a reason.
Obama had, and this
You
is
just ain't spending enough time with white America to find out how bad it is with white American women.
But Kat, let me lay with this.
Yeah, right. You know Michelle cheated on Obama, right?
This has nothing to see. This is the shit I'm talking about.
Look, she's supposed to be the top black queen. R&B artist.
Niggas got bad credit talking about
Oh,
Obama.
yeah, Cardi B.
You understand?
It's not just
No, brother. No. This is what I'm talking about. No, brother. Kat.
It's also Susan Rice. That bitch was getting intelligence center. She ain't working the government no more.
Please stop. This is serious. I mean this shit with my whole fucking chest. And then some. Niggas got bad credit, financially illiterate, is slow, have a 4th grade reading level. Niggas is fat. Niggas is terrible. Just bad. And we talking about Obama.
Really white lies. It kicked me immediately. I don't think I wanted in Israel anymore. Okay, let's see what's happening in these spaces. The world famous JQ radio.
I think that's all I have on that.
I agree on that take.
I mean, there is no scripted up for, I mean, for what I know. I mean.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I mean-
god, this is fucking retarded. Who believes this shit?
The more so thing is the thing that I'm, like I said before, that
Dude, he's not monetized like literally anywhere.
Stu and
This is
Gary,
the same shit Stu says. Nobody cares.
that Stu and Gary going at each other seems to be, in my opinion, possibly like a fake, like left and right Democrats, Republicans going at each other, and to make it seem like it's something it isn't. That's just my take, and I guess Tanner's, and I'll stick to it for now because there's some evidence to it. It's just there's too many things that add up. There's too many fucking things. There really is. Especially all these fucking dudes coming in this week from MAGA talking all this fucking shit, trying to get us to say shit.
And who brought you that information about Gary, remember? Who did that?
Nah, Josie, that if you point out, it could be the good old left and right Democrat Republican act like they hate each other when they're fucking all bought off by Jews at the end of the day, and it could be the
I know you were gonna say the
so, you know,
Jews.
we're enemies and stuff.
Hey, Josie, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so
Each other when they're fucking all bought off by Jews at the end of the day, and it could be the good old, well, we're fighting, so, you know, we're enemies and stuff. That's.
Hey, Josie, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Josie, I want to ask you a question, and like, I'm just like, you know, it's like, this is what you do, like, there's no problem at all. I actually like would like it, but like, can I ask you a question? It's like your job as, you know, working for them to go.
So we don't give different types of like murder 1, murder 2, and murder 3 based on what is that based on? Their intent. Sometimes it's their intent. Okay, right. All right. Well,
God, did you just come from the weekend concert in Chicago? Great hat, God.
you think that we can't figure out people's intent? And maybe sometimes we can't. Like you pointing to times when we can't figure certain things out is not gonna like undermine the fact that it's like true, or at least it can be true. Like certainly you think there's things you don't know.
They kicked me from the room.
אז אחרי שהיינו ילדים, אז אתה יודע, תמיד היה לך את החבר'ה שאתה איתם, אפילו עוד אחרי הצבא.
חבר'ה שאתה איתם, ואתה כאילו כל הזמן איתם, ויוצאים ומסתובבים ועושים דברים ביחד. זה הדבר שהכי חסר לי בחיים של בן אדם מבוגר, אתה מבין? שכולם עסוקים כל הזמן, אף אחד לא יכול לתאם שצריך לקבוע פגישות, כאילו, אתה כמו לסדר ביומן, שאתם מתאם איתי לכולם.
לא ממה שלו למטה להקשיב לנו מדברים בעברית.
אולי מבין. ג'ון קיטובר.
לפי השם הוא לא מבין.
קיטובר.
ג'ון, אתה בעברית תעשה וי עם היד. אצבע למעלה או אצבע למטה, אתה מדבר עברית. אני לא מבין אותה.
טוב, בטח עוד איזה חצי שעה תצטרפו אלינו.
יכול להיות בגלל ערב חג, אתה יודע, שנצא את הסרטים.
כן,
כן, החנות וכאלה. אנחנו ילד נשאר את הסבא וסבתא, זה שינו סבוע שקט.
מגניב.
כן, נשאר היום נשאר.
Human shaped, again, a poor unfortunate soul chained, probably washed over by, like your red legionary, the classic Hollywood attire.
Yeah.
I'm sure that a lot of that happened. But it's also
I knew that. They just keep shitting it and just like.
That was with Joe Biden. Now Donald Trump is the president. He's running the show in the town.
Make America great again, bro.
Maga Maha, baby. Tell him, Narjays.
Like sin is not real. I do not do a bad thing in my life, yet I do a bad thing in my life.
Damn, they kicked me again.
אני בדירה שלי. זה הרעש שיש לך כל הזמן בדירה.
Y'all got to get a little bit more savvy with civics. Just a little bit.
What you sipping on, Adam?
Somebody will cut you sipping on.
Giving out advice, can I advise that you get some water?
You need some water, some milk.
Look, as soon as you start speaking the truth, now that's exactly what your boy say. What the little dude say in he like be acting crazy and shit. No, he be acting crazy. No, the young cat. He was on That's for Raven. He be acting crazy. People think he's crazy, right?
No, Brown.
Hey, look, he really is so smart. People don't even realize the shit he was saying before. Guess what's coming to light now, right?
When he was a child star, he was there for it.
Yeah, and you're seeing all that, right? You don't forget that. Look, I guarantee there's still people on here that remember shit from when they were 2-3 years old. Like, I'm not sure how people's lives were like, but I remember getting my ass whooped and shit like that. So,
but what's that have to do with politics?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing at all.
But we wasn't just talking about politics.
No, we're just talking about the conversation.
I want to bring it up people's grandma.
Okay, is that politics? That's an actual statistic that you can look up on the internet, and it shows, especially with black.
You got a real problem with black men.
But you're not saying it's not the woman over here. It's not you guys' fault.
It's not even black. This is a black man problem. This is a black people problem.
It's not just black people, brother.
It is. It's definitely black people.
Brother, it's American, period.
No, it's not. It's not. I'll tell you this.
Black people don't want to go through. You don't
Black America did not vote in the gender war. Latino America did not vote on some gender war shit. This is Black America.
No, so you saying black people voted on gender war, saying that we wanted the LGBT and all that.
It was a
They try to put a unisex bathroom in my son's school. Do you know how many petitions we signed for them not to do that? Because that's not straight. Donald Trump is actually the one making that not straight. You can't tell a child, look, a child is confused. We are all idiots when we were children. We all thought we knew everything and everything like that.
I agree with
that. This child might feel like he's funny right now, right? And look, they were trying to pass a law to where a child can get surgery, bro. Now, what if he grows older and he feel like, goddamn, it's already gone.
I agree with that.
Look at the bigger picture.
Let's take that standpoint, right? Trump was anti-trans. Yeah, and so much so that, I'll even level with you. So Biden, during his presidency back in 2021, he had a reminder. This wasn't passed, but he reminded the American public that trans men had to fight in the trans men did not have to fight as far as
in the military and shit like that.
And then trans.
Do you realize how long that's been going on for though? They didn't like gays in the military, like Vietnam War shit like that. Bro, this shit just started happening. But this is what I'm saying. When there's so many gays, this is what that does. It reduces your population, right? America, the world right now is
I'll say this.
We have to kill people off right now. Now listen, they have to kill people off in order for the world just to be regular. So the only way they stop that, right? Only way they stop reproduction is to lock all the males up in jail or turn everybody gay, bro.
It's okay. I'm gonna just say this respectfully, brother.
Yeah.
As a person who has served, one of the best NCOs I've ever had to work with was gay.
Thank you for your service. Yeah.
And he was gay and he was flamboyant. But that motherfucker, if you give him a task, he get that shit done. I didn't have to remind him. I didn't even think about it. So what I'm saying is that.
Are you talking about in the military?
Yes.
So I guarantee he wasn't acting like that against towards certain people.
How do you guarantee that?
Because just like they're racist, just like the military is racist, they're homophobic also. Do you realize what they were doing to our people? Like, look, it's been gays before. It's big now, right? But it's been gays before this. They was kicking you out the army. Look, give you a dishonorable discharge for being a homosexual male or homosexual woman.
So, Kat, I'll level set with you. I will say this with our military, right? There is a political social climate that they kind of adhere to, right? It ebbs and flows. There's certain things that the military supports across all branches that you may not agree with, but because the push is for this social thing to happen, they'll acquiesce. But it's the government. It's no shocker. But you can even extrapolate that same talking point to these corporations and companies. You can't just go around. You can't just go around saying slanderous things to different groups of people. If you went to work today or tomorrow and somebody called you the N-word,